They're reading the moves. PP.
They're going to get the X mark set up. Want to get the catch on a PP here with a boat. Pure's going to get on top of Yodomi. They'll come in crashing with the Burrow Strike and the Epicenter. Vitali bringing Katomi down low. They'll kill off the IO. They'll trap Pure in the trees.
They got him.
Vitali gets the double.
GPK,
they're going to see if they can continue to find anything in return, and they will. GPK gets the triple as he ends Vitali's life. Now turns over towards Pike. He gets the ultra kill. Let's go. Eyes on save. Edge finding another.
Getting some momentum. Another
maybe even more.
Forward.
Pike. And Michael is on top of Pure.
Nice fear.
I mean, Pure, he's just completely alone. He's gone.
Oh, they're starting to get huge kills. And the relocate, they might be able to get another one. They will. Triple kill for PP. He's looking for the backline. He wants to try to burst one of these supports. He's going to go for it.
He's going to try.
But they're healed.
Can they finish off Save? He's caught in the Sprout. They'll get him. They'll kill Save off. The boat comes in over towards PP, but PP and Pike still fighting pretty fit here. The BKB out finally comes to an end. PP, he's dead. Triple kill for Pure.
Fighting into Tidebound's vision though, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. They found Noob another time. They just won't stop for this guy. Roar is out. Shiro's been caught by that Roar, but the egg with the Sunray making it so hard to actually burst him down. Noob, he's already down first. They've got the life stealer as well. By the looks of it, Ghost cannot get away. He will drop. They even found Omar. Shiro with a triple kill. I don't know where that Roar went. It might have been an illusion. Meanwhile, Ghost getting 4-star forward. He's not in a good position here, just trying to escape, but that crippling fear making it so hard. Nothing to say now, chasing him down. He's out of mana on the Medusa. Ghost still running, but Shiro just attacking from a mile away. And they might just dive the fountain. He's a big target to take down first, BZM. We'll see him there for a moment. Remnants forward. The Coddle will drop the Will-O-Wisp to try and help out. Yo-Punch with the Rolling Thunder trying to help out his keeper, keep him alive a little bit longer. Hellscream, though, still dropping. Eventually should die to BZM, though he's actually still alive, still being chased. Meanwhile, the Fiend's Grip, they caught Yamato. Yamato's down. Waimon locking him down the whole team fight. And a triple kill, no buyback, and Yo-Punch is down a boot. Oh boy, it's a full team wipe. Skem's been caught out to boot. Unfortunate. Sark's still getting caught here by Yo-Punch with the chains out, is going to die. And here comes Pakaz now, trying for more. 33. All right, we'll turn around. Chrysalis is going to be there to back them up, but they're not looking too healthy here, Tundra. They don't seem to be able to really deal with Pakaz at all. It's BZM needing to back away, but the Will-O-Wisp is holding them down. BZM will have to die as Yo-Punch is not done. He wants more, and he's going to find more. Chrysalis also caught by the chains.
Oh,
Aegis will
Aegis.
expire to make matters worse. And Crystallis is down. A triple kill for Yopa.
XXS wants him.
Yeah, they might still have a chance. He's still got the BKB. And will indeed not mess around, put the BKB. He does drop the arena, maybe see if they can fight back. They're going to try, they make the jump in, they're in with the break, but the escape hack comes in. XM's ready to go in deep here with the burrow try. Epicenter, the Supernova will come out. Can they focus the egg? They certainly can. Arme's in with the BKB, able to shoot down the Supernova. A buyback will come in from Saberlight, but of course he's already used the arena and the BKB. He doesn't really have that much left to offer.
It feels like they were waiting for this nullifier timing, and then they jump the gun, expecting they can go for this play, but the escape back comes out and just saves him.
They're going to try for the Bristol again, but it's just not happening. XXS is fine. Mickey's gone. See if they can get the 5 of them up for one last attempt at a stand here, Liquid. They've got the 5 of them up. They'll get the spear connection on to him. Everything on the gyro. Can they kill Arme? Arme gets the BKB off. He's healing up. Azame, he'll start backing away now. He's fine. They don't even get him down more than a third of his HP. GG is called. XG will take this game 1.
Skitter actually taking a lot of damage from that reflection, and now BKB Satanic in right into the face of Skeeter. They're going to get the kill to the Gyrocopter. The look at the rest of the Meteor Hammer's trying to get dropped down. They'll get the kill onto Crit. Gleipnir thrown over. That locks down Amar, and this is no fear from no one as they'll go in for more. Waning Grave pulling him forward, and then they'll try to get the control with this Radametos from Ducalis. The Magpire laid down to the Satanic as well as this Marana. They do get the kill there, but they'll lose Amar for it. Godlike for Satanic.
9 class, he's in.
Galeguard feeling very, very good, but unfortunately doesn't care for Ice Blast. Dead in the water. And this is a dead Slark, so it is a trade. They'll buy back, they'll Ravage, they'll go for no one. They've got the Wheel of Wonder, but he's got that BKB. So he will be right back as they'll go for the rest of this team. The balance strikes. Skeeter, though, trying to stand his ground. They don't have the break, so he doesn't melt as quickly, but the damage is there. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a second. It's a double kill for Satanic.
With no Ravage, he should not be afraid that he's gonna die, because we'll have enough time to get the Sunder off.
You say that, and you are correct. Skeeter ends up dead very quickly. Even the little Shredder, I mean, it really doesn't do much. Ice Blast is there with the Boundless Strike. PARIVISION locking up the 2-0 over Falcons.
Leading that smoke. If you're... Oh, they finally got the juice, but who found who? Quickly got the trap off, just barely.
Fighting over the Shrine right now. WS rushing forward. Niku's right behind him. They do find now the Nullifier. But where's the follow-up from the rest of NAVI Junior? I don't think they actually want this fight. They did find a Hex out onto Natsumi, who's walking in. Smoke screen dropped onto the ground. They find Zayax almost immediately. Dream Coil Sunray on the back edge. They want WS, but with the life drain from Cuckoo, it's keeping him alive. Eventually, he will fall. And PMA, he's diving forward. Look how much he's accomplishing with his Timber Saw. Nullifier goes out first onto the Bristol. He dies in the blink of an eye. Natsumi, though, does have BKB activated. Turns his attention back towards Got the Juice. Ridis with the Supernova. It pops. It stuns Natsumi for a moment. And on top of the Wheel of Wonder, he is falling lower and lower. Gyro has enough support behind him to survive for now. Box gets him out of the fight, but Puck comes back and says no. Niku wants his double kill and he will find it. On the other side of the fight, they do manage to take out Mikoto as well. The lone survivor at the moment being Yokam, and he's not going to survive for long. He ends up going down.
Walrus Punch. Genradon has his Aegis. Can they kill him twice? They go to the epicenter with the Burrow Strike. That lands on a Kiyotaka as well as this Tusk. But the Terrorize will hold him in place. They'll go for the kill. They'll get Mira Kiyotaka. 2 heroes dead without buyback. Down goes Nightfall. GG is called. Spirit will move on to the playoffs as they beat Aurora 2-0.
Ascension.
Well, alright, not if he gets jumped first.
You have the older seal totem though to get him away from the Wheel of Wonder. Now Smiling Knight pushing forward. There's the black hole onto 4 heroes with the Smiling Knight right next to him, throwing in the right click damage. That's it. GG, well played is called.
For AVULUS if they could find the angle, but Smiling Knight will get in. They get the Hex on the mark.
They cancel the blink on the Tiny. The Ravage did come out, waveform forward. They blow up the Ringmaster. Immediate buyback from AVULUS. Shibe, in the midst of all these heroes, will find himself getting right-clicked down by the Morphling. And since Mobe was controlled from the start, finally they come back in to finish him off. The Spear of Mars pushes the Medusa towards the corner. Long-range escape back will try to keep her alive. She's doing her utmost. There's an arena right around her. She does not have access to the Stone Gaze. She does not have access to any allies. And now she has no access to a life. Triple kill for Yuma. It's not even over because Analog is in the base. The buyback on Ursa, but what can you do? Mobe does have Blink, but doesn't have BKB. Now he doesn't have Dragon Form. Now they don't have tier 4s. AVULUS still 45 seconds, no Sand King. The numerical disadvantage. Can they fight back against it? Smiling Knight went forward. There's going to be the Avalanche, the Hex, the kill. He is down, died back. He goes away for good. The game is called as GG is thrown in by AVULUS. Welcome back, one and all, to day 4 of the group stages here at PGL Wallachia Season 4. Another day of eliminations, another day of promotions, but most importantly, another day of some fantastic Dota 2 action. My name is Snare, and I'm joined once more. The Grand Emperor Syndrin is with me. OG, it has been a fairly fun tournament, a lot of ups and downs. Before we really move on to the meat of our game today, I just want you to talk to me about how you feel in general about group stages that do include the Swiss system.
I think it's, I love this format personally. Every game matters. You don't end up in situations where one team has everything to gain and the other one doesn't. It also means that we can play every game as a best of 3. Obviously, there's logistics connected with playing big round robins, right? We want the teams to all play against each other. If every series is a best of 3, it takes forever. So therefore, a lot of the time when you do round robins, you split into 2 groups anyway, and then you probably play 2-game series instead of best of 3s. Both formats have their strengths. Obviously, in the round robin, the more teams get to play each other, but in the Swiss, everything BO3, every series, high stakes. And it's cool to see the dynamic too. Like, some teams will start out 0-2, and then they'll make a great comeback. Some teams will start 2-0, and they'll have a complete fall from grace. It makes for good stories. It makes for exciting series. And this is the one we have on our hands today. The very first one might just be, you know, one of those stories where you have a team like NAVI Junior that started out 0-2. Then yesterday, I personally, among the teams that went 0-2, thought they played the best. And they are now up against a Nigma Galaxy that started out with a 1-1, now down to a 1-2, so they're on the ropes. And they kind of, you know, despite being the team that probably goes in as the favorites today, they need to be a little bit careful. A team like NAVI Junior can get some serious momentum in a format like this.
Yeah, I can personally attest to this. Having watched both of these squads qualify over the last 4 or 5 months, I personally am backing NAVI Junior for this one, but it all depends on how much Nigma has learned so far within the course of this tournament. And one thing I'm looking at that is standing out here, outside of the match we're about to cover, it's elimination game still, so additional pressure. Nigma Galaxy, obviously, after a loss, you want to make sure that you rebound strongly. The same is going to be true for Rebellion. The same is going to be true for Edge. The teams on the right-hand side of our bracket, all of them are on the upswing. They got their wins yesterday, finding themselves finally getting into some winning form. So, except for XG, you know, they ended up losing to Liquid, of course. That's going to be fun to watch. What's not fun to watch if you are not a supporter of Eastern Europe is the fact that of our 4 Eastern European teams that have played the Swiss system, Synderen, they've lost 4 games between them across the 4 teams. That just doesn't even make sense to me. Why is this region so good?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what caused this rise for Eastern Europe in the last half a year, but you obviously have teams like PARIVISION and Spirit just winning multiple events and overall looking extremely good. I guess the one trait those 2 teams share is there's no obvious leak in their gameplay, right? I think certain other teams, even teams that are title contenders or get top 4s, will have individual bad games or will have issues in certain drafting or whatever. It's very rare that I go into a game saying, all right, Spirit or PARIVISION, I just don't really see it, or that after a game that can conclude that, all right, they just missed the ball on this one. You know, they've been very, very solid in all aspects. Strong laning, great individual players, extremely flexible drafting. They understand the meta well. They team fight excellently. Some of the teams that we're going to be seeing today will not be necessarily able to match the level in all aspects, but they might be able to match the level in some aspects. And that's where it's interesting when you go the distance in these tournaments, whether, let's say you're a really good team fighting team, but the drafting is a little bit lacking, or your laning isn't the best. I think Xtreme Gaming is the perfect example of this, who will be playing the second series of the day. They have, in my opinion, really good team fighting ability, but in a lot of their games, they just fall very far behind in the lanes or in the early game, and maybe don't have the drafting to ensure that they get to play the team fights that they want. But when they get there, they can, they can play with the very best. So this is, I would say that's also, in many ways, NAVI Junior's biggest strength, is their teamfight execution. I actually really like their spell casting. I like the way they play around each other. They seem to be on the same page. For Nigma Galaxy, that's a little bit of a hit or miss for me sometimes, but I would say Nigma have other bigger strengths. I think their hero pools are maybe a little bit wider, and overall they have more experience on their individual players too, which adds a lot in the deeper tournaments.
Well, on the one hand, they have all of that experience on Nigma Galaxy, TI winners in the team, on the coaching desk. At the same time, NAVI Junior, sometimes you need these young upstarts. Team Spirit at some point was a NAVI Junior, young upstart team, the academy of a large organization. All of a sudden, they go ahead, win TI, become legends in the game, and their game plan and their gameplay overall skyrockets. So we'll see if NAVI Junior can reach those dizzying heights, as they have started off our draft with a Terrorblade pick, which is quite versatile for this team. Back before it was even popular to do so, Zayax was already playing the Terrorblade in the game. As a support, we already know, of course, that Got the Juice can play it, PMA can play it in the offlane. Very versatile hero for NAVI Junior. And my favorite hero for Nigma. Yay! Wonderful.
You're tired of seeing Ringmaster almost every game already?
Oh my gosh.
I think, at least for first pick supports, he makes for some interesting moments, right? I think any first pick support that has as high of a win rate as Ringmaster does has a claim to being just overpowered in pro Dota. But sometimes they're more interesting than others. And Ringmaster is, to be fair, a quite fun hero to watch. There's a lot in his kit that's high skill, there's a lot of combination plays, and it really stands out when a master is at work. Because we've seen some of the games you and I have cast, I have felt like there is a clear distance between the Ringmasters in those games to the Ringmasters at the absolute top that we see from someone like 9class or Ducalis as two of the examples, or Save from BetBoom Team that play this hero on a higher level than we have got to cast. So there's clearly some individual separation. NAVI Junior, you mentioned the Terrorblade. We cast them yesterday. I believe it was banned against them all 3 games. Or excuse me, only 2 games. They got to play against Talon. Nigma Galaxy not going to do that. So let's see if they're prepared to face what in some ways might just be NAVI Junior's absolute best hero. A bold choice to a start of a BO3 elimination series.
I'm also thinking about this bristleback hero is probably going to play some role, because both teams do play it quite well. Noob started leveling up quite a bit when he played that hero. And of course, we saw PMA putting in some major work with the bristleback. So kind of surprised that it got this far at this point. Also surprised that as we've been going deeper into the tournament, we've been seeing less Tinkers, even being ignored more in the banning phase, which I definitely appreciate, don't get me wrong. But it's always interesting to see these meta developments. I guess teams are just like, well, we have Ringmaster or we have Tinker. Not that many squads outside of Heroic are opting to try both anymore.
Yeah, I wonder what the reason is for the fall off on Tinker. I still think the hero is extremely good, and in fairness, it is still being picked a lot, right? It's just maybe not being overall first picked or first phased, but it still makes its way into a lot of drafts in the second phase. And I don't know if that's something we're going to be seeing in this particular series for the reasons that you just mentioned. It's maybe the combo with Ringmaster is maybe getting a little less popular. I still think it's good, but yeah, teams are opting for other stuff. And I'm with you on the Bristle. I feel like that has to... Okay, they banned Timber. They're picking. No, they picked Prophet.
They get Nature's Prophet.
I thought Bristle was coming out because one of the highest win rate heroes of the tournament. Both teams, I would say, really thrive with this hero. But I can't believe I'm saying this. I guess just for variety's sake, I'm happy to see Prophet. We haven't got to cast this hero except one game from Talon. It's been banned in a lot of games, and very few of the games we cast got ignored. But it's at the very least interesting to see the hero once in a while, just not every game.
We definitely want to see it being played to its maximum strengths, right? High octane, playing all across the map, not just sitting back and farming. When Talon did play it, unfortunately, they got stuck in a pattern of just farming for Natsumi. But the hero that we saw, you saw the Timbersaw ban, you were expecting a Bristle. Navi's like, thanks for banning Timbersaw for us, gang. We appreciate it. They just go on ahead and pick the Bristle back. If it is carry Nature's Prophet, you can still lane the Bristle back on that side of the map. You can put the Bristle mid, you can put a carry. You can still flex this Terrorblade. There's so much NAVI Junior can and has already accomplished with this hero.
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised it got this far. I think in some ways this was a very valid ban, almost even in the first phase for this exact series, with considering that probably this has been the hero that Noob has looked the best on in the last month or two, and for NAVI Junior, as you mentioned yesterday, PMA looked excellent on it. So you ban the Timber, so you're just making it better for NAVI Junior. And yeah, they're going to take it. Let's see what Nigma Galaxy has as their solution. They can't go for their IO Marcy because IO's banned. Trying to think about what heroes Ghost would play that enjoy the Bristle matchup if he is not playing the Prophet. I think he will, though. But then, who is killing Bristle? Prophet can buy Silver Edge. It's not ideal, but you can for sure. It's the type of hero where in the current patch it feels like you kind of need some sort of one-to-one direct counter, or he just does way too much. It's the reason he has an obscenely high win rate in the tournament. Let's see what Nigma are cooking. They're definitely using some time here. The ET might have been unexpected coming out from NAVI Junior. Zayat's no stranger to this hero. They can play it on Ridis as well. Lanes quite well into Prophet.
I like this hero. We don't get to see it nearly enough, honestly, the Elder Titan. Yesterday we did see it not necessarily perform the best. We had some issues with the execution, in particular the usages of the Split Earth. But in this game, it doesn't seem like it's necessary as yet for their damage output. They do get some vision, some armor reduction. Good stuff. Nice, solid, stable hero. Does open up the potential for a range carry, maybe some Gyrocopter as well to emerge in the lane. We will see. Primal Beast comes out. We have not seen this hero much. Have I seen him at all, actually? Second pick of the entire tournament. Okay.
Yeah. Interesting pseudo solution to Bristle. Once you get your Axe, you have a break. That is very reliable to get off on Bristle, because Bristle can't prevent you from gaining stacks of Uproar, since he's doing random AoE damage, and, you know, just overall the types of fights Bristle plays generally will be a little bit of a clusterfuck, in the lack of a better word, and Primal tends to thrive in those situations. He also, by nature of having really high armor with Uproar, plays decently into Terrorblade later in the game, so I actually really like this pick here, even though, like you said, we barely see it. The question is who's going to play it. If it's going to be a Sumail mid, or if it's going to be the Noob Primal. I think it's more than likely Noob, and then you keep the Prophet flex between Sumail and Ghost. And now you're even committing more in that teamfight direction with the Phoenix as the secondary support here for GH. Yeah, I think for Nigma Galaxy entering this series, the thing you don't want to have happen against NAVI Junior is that you're down on teamfight. You want to make sure you can match them, because that's really the identity of this team, is strong team fighting. So I like the Phoenix pick a lot against them. It's a great hero against against Bristleback. He can't really kill the egg very well. Percentage-based damage and zone control all work well against the Porcupine.
I think if you have both Phoenix and Primal as well, you definitely don't want to be playing illusion-based carry Terrorblade anymore, or you're less likely to want to do so. Can get a bit precarious throughout the game until you get super tanky later. So NAVI Junior, I imagine, already having that conversation amongst themselves. You know, they're asking Got the Juice, brother, how bad is this matchup? It's not fun for a long time. And if he does want to play it, then they have to get like some super high-tempo mid laner to sort of bridge the gap when he's not really able to participate in these fights. And they get the puck. All right, there's your high-octane mid laner that can do exactly that. So they still hold the option of TB going carry open.
Yeah, the risk here is, like you mentioned, the lane against Primal is actually quite spicy because Terrorblade has good base armor, but low health, and Primal does ridiculous magic damage together with Phoenix. So these two heroes together at level 3 can actually dive Terrorblade in his tower, even when he has meta. So that is definitely going to be a concern for NAVI Junior, that if Elder Titan is your protection for your Terrorblade in the safe lane, he isn't always going to be able to hit that stomp, and he might, as a matter of fact, not even have it skilled when Primal hits level 3, because sometimes maybe ET want to go 0-1-1, so he can box with the Phoenix a little bit, but even that one is also hard, as the Phoenix will just burn you with the Fire Spirit so you can't attack. Or if you're playing against Ringmaster, he's just going to poke at you from range and never really get involved. Yeah, I really like what Nigma are doing in this game. I think with a clutch last pick against the puck here, they will be set up for success. The Dragon Knight will be banned by NAVI Junior, no surprise. But Sumail has other stuff in the tank that he could run mid into this puck. Earthshaker is still available. Tiny is banned. Trying to think of other heroes that Nigma would want to play into puck here if they want to win the lane. Shaker really stands out to me. Monkey King is out. I feel like I'm forgetting one more.
How's the lane matchup with Nature's Prophet, if it's there?
I mean, Prophet will do fine, and he will probably win, because he's Prophet, right? But he's not going to beat Puck by a landslide compared to some other mids. I think the reason I'm looking at a mid counter is specifically if you can slow Niku down this game, it'll be tough for NAVI Junior to structure the early mid game, which is really where Enigma can shine here. But if there is no obvious, all right, we're going to crush Puck mid-hero left, then, yeah, Sniper was the other one. Great ban. That was the one I was forgetting from NAVI Junior. You can obviously opt to put Prophet mid. He'll do just fine, and you can pick a carry that you think is going to just win the game here for Ghost. So both options are very much available.
For NAVI Junior, we get Lion. Ooh. So there's some Blink Initiation, some burst damage that we don't often get to see, some instant hex. You know, if you're fast enough on the fingers, you can cancel out the Sun Ray or the Icarus Dive, can stop Primal in his tracks as he's trying to get away. Okay, there was somewhat bereft of actual burst damage before this hero came out. That does fix the issue quite a bit. Between the Puck and the Lion, they get the magic damage from them. Eventually, Bristleback Terrorblade scale into the physical damage. We're probably going to see the Seeing Red facet out of the BB in this game. Okay, all right. You did need somebody to walk around with the Puck at some point, right, to be able to make plays on the map. I'm fine with this one.
Zayat loves his hexes, right? He played Shaman as well twice yesterday. So, okay. It will be the mid-prophet.
Okay. Ghost will end the game here coming out with this Sven. Get some armor for yourself against the PMA Bristle. They're still going to stick to Got the Juice on the Terrorblade. So, first overall pick. This is like, what, the third series we've had together where the first overall pick is the carry for a team? Love to see it.
Yeah, there's a handful of carries this patch that are really good and just better than the rest, and Terrorblade is one of them. So you can run it as long as you see the matchups being good enough. I gotta say though, I really like Nigma Galaxy here. I think they came in well prepared with this draft. I think this is the way that they can definitely address NAVI Junior. I think their lanes are strong. I think they have the tempo with the mid Prophet. The supports can really be unlocked by a hero like Prophet offering the last bit of damage that they need to find kills. The Sven should be able to buy Silver Edge and get really strong against Bristle, and you have the Primal with, obviously, an Axe eventually on Noob. And the lane matchups, I think, are good. I'm a little bit worried mainly for Zayat on the Lion. I know he's really good at his Hex heroes. We saw him play Shaman yesterday. This is the type of game where you misstep even slightly, you're just insta-dead to a hero like Sven or Primal. You gotta be very, very careful with your positioning, so... and how good is your lane with Bristle? It's solid, but is it going to beat Phoenix Sven? I'm not convinced. So I do favor Nigma a bit based on draft here, but like we said yesterday, NAVI Junior, when they're on, they're on. They look great. So if they get off to a good start, they can easily take this as well.
I'm kind of looking forward to this mid matchup in particular, seeing the old king versus the up-and-coming young gun in this form of Niku. So that's going to be very exciting. What's not going to be exciting, I'm still quite concerned for Got the Juice. Mid-game is not going to be fun for the Terrorblade. Going to get dove by Noob. Sumail's going to try to find angles onto him. And you mentioned that Ghost can buy the Silver Edge. He could potentially buy a Blink Dagger as well. Either way, he'll have some kind of tool to close the gap onto Got the Juice as well. And to make matters worse, you don't really have a solution for GH's Fire Spirits, right? A good enough Phoenix will always wait until you use your Illusions Manta, hit them all. Then it's like, well, good luck, gang. And even closing onto that Supernova, they have heroes in front of it to make that approach a little bit more difficult than it would be otherwise. But we shall see. Anything can happen in a game of Dota, especially in elimination games. Both of these teams sitting at 1 and 2, looking for another day to rent in the PGL offices. Don't want to go home yet.
Yeah, whoever is to win the series get one final shot at making it out of the Swiss format tomorrow, as every winning team on the B stream today will be 2 and 2 at its conclusion. And you know, that's a really exciting prospect. That means you yourself are completely in control of one final best of 3 to get your way into a guaranteed top 8 position, and who knows how deep you can go at that point. These two teams would be, you know, very happy to have the opportunity to get there. I think going into the tournament, most people would probably consider it an upset for NAVI Junior to even make it out of Swiss. For Nigma Galaxy, I think it would be kind of par for the course to get some sort of a middle-ish placement in a tournament like this with what we've seen recently. So on paper, on entry power levels, Nigma should be the favorites, but let's see how much of a favorite they're going to show up to be in game number 1. Kind of temper our expectations based on how well they play in the morning. We haven't even talked about that. You and I are not morning people at all.
No, gang.
Some players, you might think this is not that big of a deal. Some players play much better later in the day. Omar is one of them.
Yep. Gonna find the first blood though. On to Omar. Well, Omar is one of them. Maybe Omar is one of them as well. As Niku turns out he's kind of a morning person.
Because he was dying. I was like, yeah, he's not a morning person either. You know?
The worst part about this is that it's a first blood for this Puck, and Puck is instrumental for the NAVI Junior lineup, right? He's the one that's going to have to make the big moves in the mid game. You know, we're not expecting that Zyx is going to get a super early blink on his Lion, so the tempo comes from Puck, giving him this solid start against Sumail. Very, very helpful here.
Yeah, especially because it's not a favorable matchup against Prophet. You're definitely meant to lose this by at least some margin, but with the first blood, perhaps you can hold your own and almost draw, which would be a very great start for them. Clearly, Nigma Galaxy with this mid-Prophet have big plans for tempo, and if they were to win the mid lane and Sumail gets 1 or 2 successful moves with Teleport or with Wrath of Nature, it really snowballed the game quite hard. So good news for NAVI Junior. In addition, they also got 3 bounty runes, so this is, at a pro level, this is generally about as good as it's going to get. PMA, though, how good is it going to get for him? Alright, they'll let him go. Need to go back to the wave on Ghost, but Bristle with the Snot Rocket doesn't really pose much of an offensive threat in this bot lane. This feels like a free lane for Ghost, to be honest. I don't see how Lion and Bristle find kills here with a Phoenix backing up the Sven. So let's see how much farm they're going to get.
I'll admit to being a little bit surprised that he went for the Snot Rocket. I would have thought that you would want seeing red so he can supplement the damage output before the TB is ready. So they must really believe that Got the Juice is going to have a decent time. He's not going to be just like stuck in those Terrorblade games. He can only emerge at like 25 minutes or whatever. Or maybe they can get there freely anyway with full greed. If they can get there without like giving up too much of the map, then it can really pay dividends later on. But we shall see.
Yep. Lion's being bullied a bit by GH. Imagine an Earth Spike would come out here. He's actually just letting GH hit him a lot of times for mana conservation purposes here. Knows GH can't go for the dive. Now he's going to block small camp once more, really making sure there's no pulls coming out from the Phoenix. Would, of course, win this bottom lane further for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
He's continuing to farm away on Ghost Sven. He's got the casual, usual items queued up. The Mom, the Echo Saber. Not going to be having any deviations from the strategy for the Sven. Brought in his Bracer right now. So he's still chilling. How are things looking on the other side for Terrorblade and the boys? TB's farming quite well as well. I mean, we're not at level 3. We just hit level 3 for Noob, but we don't have the Ringmaster nearby just yet. But we do have to start considering massaging the Terrorblade and seeing if we can get aggressive with Noob down the stretch.
Yeah, if Ringmaster's there, honestly, if you hit an Impalement Arts on Terrorblade, you can kill him when Primal Beast is level 3. So, if I'm got the juice now, I've got to be really careful. And Ridis, as we established, without a point in Echo Stomp, will not offer much protection. He's holding his skill point, though, so he can get it if necessary. But that means you don't have the natural order point to play more offensively either. This is just becoming a little bit of a farm fest up here that I'm surprised to see Terrorblade doing this well. All right, he's going to get trampled now by Noob a bit. Not really committing to the play. He's taking so many hits for pretty much no benefit. That's a good look for NAVI Junior to do well up here, and now he even has to onslaught away. Oof. All right. Would like to see some more aggressive mentality up here from Nigma Galaxy. I think you can go on either of the two heroes and likely find a successful kill if you truly commit to it with this hero combination. But so far they're playing quite timidly, and that's good news for the side of NAVI Junior if they just get to farm their TP. He's happy. 20 and 10.
He is very, very happy. Sumiel is also quite happy in this mid lane as well. You were anticipating a margin victory for the Prophet. So far he is 6 C-ups up, 12 denies for the Prophet. Crazy stuff from Sumiel.
First of all, he's always been a laning god, right? Which is one thing, but this is a favorable matchup, so Sumiel will win those almost 10 out of 10 times. The only reason I thought it was maybe going to be close was the first blood for Puck. Otherwise, I would expect Sumiel to win this lane like maybe 65-35 or something like that. Which is kind of where we're at now, even with the first blood on Puck. So this is without a doubt a great result from the Prophet. Sumiel showing why he is the king of mid. So many denies. I mean, his lane mechanics are just still, after all these years, is still just some of the best. We're also talking about like he's one of the older players, which is kind of ironic, right? Sumiel, for all intents and purposes, is still, what is he now? 26?
He should be around 26, yeah.
Maybe 25 even, because I think he was 15 when he won DAC, right? And that was in 2014.
2015. Oh, 2015. DAC was 2015.
2015.
Yes.
So that's 10 years ago. Yeah, he might just be 25.
He is 26. He turned 26 on February 13th.
So he is just 26. All right. Yeah, but, you know, he's not talking about like he's one of the old guard. He's obviously super experienced, but not into his 30s at all just yet. Wrath of Nature. Big hit onto Zayats.
That was quite massive. He bounced it across the entirety of the map.
That was beautiful. They
jumps
hit
in
both side lanes at the same time with Sumiel's ult. Very nicely done.
Noob, make sure that he tips his boy. Thank you for the damage, brother. They dove in, got the kill. So no Riddits, no Zayax. More free farm for the cause of Nigma Galaxy. And throughout all of this, it's not like it literally costs him nothing to do it on Sumiel, right? He's actually going to go mid with Omar with the haste dude looking for Niku. Niku had already used the jaunt forward, but it's level 3 orb. He's going to be online again. He's going to be fine. GH, though, coming in right behind him. He actually is out of mana on Niku. Don't think they'll hit him with any of these fire spirits, though. So he should still be fine.
This is kind of a little bit awkward for the Puck, but staying alive. In the meantime, they do find the kill onto Noob up top. The rotation from Zayats pays off immediately. It's one of those things that's good about Lion is if you can ever leave your offlaner alone for a little bit, you are one of the prime early gankers because you have 2 stuns, which is quite rare to come by nowadays on a support. And yeah, you enter a Terrorblade lane, you kill there. It's just that simple. Terrorblade, one of the hardest hitters in the whole game in the early game. You bring him the stuns, you get it done. GH. Onto Zayats, this will be a fun little fight. Not anymore.
But they have Sumiel, so Zayax, can he get out? He gets the Hex during the Icarus dive to cancel it. The Sprout will be there. They hit him with some Fire Spirits, and Wrath of Nature will end up bringing him down. Sumiel participating in his 3rd kill of the game already.
Yeah, there's a reason we see this hero banned a lot, but NAVI Junior were fancying their chances against the next Prophet of Sumiel.
Actually just gonna go on to got the juice top.
Yeah, there you go.
Trample.
That's that play I was anticipating. Like, it's just a matter of time before Primal gets to work onto the TB. Just before he cracks 6 as well. He was 1 creep away. And a Sunder can change everything against Primal in the blink of an eye, but not available just there. Oh, Noob will find a little snack there too on the courier. We're all looking quite healthy for Nigma Galaxy in the early game.
Omar gonna stack up these camps, make some juicy farm available for the Sven later. Ghost is already having a good time in the lane. Like, he is gonna be ecstatic once he finishes his farming items. Unless it gets taken away by the Primal. Somebody else might take the mid. Niku going with his gang. They want to try bring down Sumail here. The Hex out is there. Do they have the damage? The Echo Stomp holds him in position, but with the Escape Act, as well as the Sun Ray, Sumail will end up being A-okay, like nothing ever happened. Right back to farm.
Yeah, this support duo doesn't deal very much damage. It has utility, but ET and Lion are not going to kill your heroes until they have their 6s. So, Puck, not enough damage on his own in that situation to kill the Prophet. Well, actually want to go out to blitzed by the Stomp.
There's support coming in from Nigma Galaxy. Wrath of Nature flies in from Sumail. Big tame the beast as well. Lots of damage onto Got the Juice, but they don't have vision of him. Finally gets off Asunder onto Sumail. She's surviving the fight. They go north to the south with Niku, chasing away GH, who's forced to Icarus dive away. So they got the one kill. They thought they had enough to bring down the TB, but because of how quickly Noob died, they knew that he was going to get off the Sunder and Got the Juice would live.
Oh, they even find GH here. Nice find there from Niku. Chasing him down the whole way on his Puck. And things are going to stabilize now again. Now, the main story of this game is going to be how does Sven match up against Terrorblade straighter down the line. Because both heroes are actually having a very good start on the respective carries. Nature's Prophet should just be getting super farmed by courtesy of being the hero that he is. That is a given. But it's not the freest Prophet game in the sense that if you get caught by any of these stuns on the side of NAVI Junior, they definitely pack the punch to bring you down. And that's where Sven enters the picture as the great equalizer. Nice and easy pickup here. Nothing much to write home about. It's a 5 Elder Titan. He's just going to get stomped to death by Noob from Nigma Galaxy. And they're probably taking the tower too. A little bit of stacking and stealing action here though from NAVI Junior.
This is really good.
But they disengaged, so they didn't finish it.
Well, at least I got one of the Warpine Raiders. We'll throw in an Illusory Orb. How much will it get? Ooh, okay. Got a couple more there. Wrath of Nature being thrown out. Who's the target?
The neutrals.
Just farming.
Sumail's farming.
Noob. He's going to be the target, though, for this engagement from Niku and the gang as they go on to Noob. He does have Onslaught, 10-1 charges. It's not the easiest kill, so he'll be fine in the end.
Yeah, once again, Lion, you got to get those levels up. This hero does not deal very good damage until that 6, and nor does Puck without a Witchblade. So this kill actually, among the two of them, just flat out impossible. They were maybe hoping to bait out a TP, but Nigma Galaxy stay calm under pressure. Don't over-rotate. And he'll be just fine on Noob. Might look to farm these Ancients together with his buddy Omar. Nope, he just wanted to look at them and then go back up top. I mean, the wave is coming in, so take care of that first and then think about grabbing the Ancient Camp later. Noob looking
for the Sven.
Crimson, I guess. It's good this game.
Yeah, probably. I think Crimson's quite good against Terrorblade. We'll see what Ghost is going to get. He just picked up his Mask of Madness, but can he get out of here? Will they respond in time? He does not have any allies, so he just dies immediately. Wheel of Wonder gets thrown forward into the Lion, so they bring him down as well. Sumail, can he do enough damage with the help of Noob? Seems the answer is no. As soon as Niku and the gang all show up, Nigma Galaxy beats a hasty retreat, but only after losing 3 heroes. Niku cleaning up GH. So very nice pickup by NAVI Junior to get the twin gate rotation, find the kills, and then secure the tower.
Yeah, Ghost just dies too fast. They have so much damage between the Terrorblade and the Bristle with the minus armor, and I believe his Warcry might even have been on cooldown when initiated on him, so he was very, very frail. And a great find for the side of NAVI Junior. In addition to that, they also steal away this Ancient stack that PMA will grab on his Bristleback. Running the early Halberd. Very tanky, of course. The Vanguard component nowadays. It's very easy to farm up big stacks without any sort of pressure on you.
Just picked up a Maelstrom for Sumail, so he's going to continue using that to farm up. For now, I think if you're NAVI Junior, you're like, right, guys, we've accomplished quite a couple of things. As long as we can keep this Terrorblade happily farming. He's been involved in the game, but hasn't been a passenger. He's going to be super solid. Manta style, halfway there already for the recipe. We'll have it a lot sooner than Ghost will have his Blink Dagger being available. But Ghost is also farming really, really well, keeping pace with the Terrorblade. If not for the death, they'd be pretty much equivalent in the net worth.
Yeah, he'll probably be a bit ahead even on Sven. At this point in time, when you have the Mask of Madness and a little bit more, you start ramping up really fast. So, yeah, those kills from NAVI Junior definitely bearing fruit. Now, Nigma Galaxy looking for a move of their own here. They're going to find a fat stack that they might just choose to use their smoke on. This is actually quite valuable.
You steal our stack, we'll steal yours.
Yep.
Must all be fans of Full Metal Alchemist. Equivalent exchange. You love to see it. Right now, NAVI Junior almost have the 6. They just picked it up on the Lion, so they're going to smoke up immediately. Try to deploy the Finger of Death somewhere, get these charges going. And they also have the Witchblade for Niku. So 2 of the conditions that you wanted for damage increase have been met by NAVI. Let's see who comes across for them to find. They don't have any vision in this area, so they might have to twin gate. Oh, they got the Observer Ward. They see Ghost farming Ancients. They might go on him again.
Yeah, they were a little bit too late for the move that they were initially drawing, which was to try to steal the Wisdom Rune, or Shrine, but they recognize, all right, we're not in time for that, but fortunately for them, they do see the Sven. Now, the question is, can Ghost make this map read? At this point, this is starting to become more and more obvious that this is happening, considering NAVI Junior haven't shown 3 heroes for like 30 seconds. So, what could they possibly be doing with this trio? And actually, they don't even get him, despite him just continuing to farm. They didn't make it all the way over to the left. And that's a big time commitment for these 3 heroes to gain absolutely nothing. And they just have to go back and clean out their waves. That's an unfortunate outcome for the side of NAVI Junior.
The bright side is that the TB, being uninvolved in all of this, was still farming away. Continuing to not necessarily increase his lead, but keep pace as much as he can. They still bring additional heroes down bottom. They want to try and make sure that they have the positioning for the Tormentor. So we'll see if Nigma Galaxy want to defend this. How important is the first Tormentor is to them. And I'm not so sure it will be that much. Omar is not in position. He does have a TP to the tier 2. But I don't think they're going to be able to contest this in time.
No, this should just be a freebie for the side of NAVI Junior. Whistle back in Terrorblade. Great at getting this done. And, alright, they get the shard onto ET. Not really the best in this game. I mean, neither really is the best. The Lion one, I think, would have been a little bit better, probably, in terms of just overall utility. It's hard for Elder Titan to enter his Echo Stomp in a game like this with confidence against heroes like Sven and Primal, sometimes just killing yourself. But far enough down the line, this could be interesting, of course. GH.
You find the Phoenix. GH gets bursted down. Zayax will claim his first Finger of Death charge. Okay, that is definitely something in favor of NAVI Junior. And how did GH get here? Was he de-warding right here?
I'm not quite sure, but what I do know is if he had chosen to ult, this could have been an insane fight for Nigma Galaxy with a TP from Sumail, actually, but I think he wasn't anticipating getting stunned out of Fog from the Lion, so he was just trying to maximize his damage output from Sunray before popping the Supernova. They do get him, get the first Finger of Death charge. Slow and steady Lion can reach dangerous amounts of damage, but generally in Pro Dota you don't really get there. Sometimes you even see Lions saving Finger of Death instead of trying to get the stacks. Alright, he's not going to save his life here.
Came for the D-ward, ends up losing his life. Niku might actually find some revenge and spin back for his boy. Waning Rift out onto GH. Does he have enough damage? Supernova gets forced out. The Ancient Black Dragons, for whatever reason, came to give damage, but yeah, you forced out the egg. You're probably feeling good about this.
No, solid for sure. He didn't have coil even, so it was just with his other spells, and now with this bottom wave farmed up, he's gonna have the blink. Alright. Coming into trouble. Oh my god, he's so dead.
He's so dead. Escape back will be there, but there's no way. Yeah, there's no way. As he dies, though, Sumail was coming to find revenge, unable to halt the progress of PMA, who is sitting with the hatchet in his inventory, ready to get out of the Sprout at a moment's notice.
Curious to see what Noob is going to do here with his Primal. You look at his quick buy, he's got both BKB and Ags. Alright, he commits for the BKB now. Or rather, he changes his quick buy to only including that. But he was obviously playing around with the idea of maybe getting Ags immediately after Vanguard. Did not complete the Crimson. Just went for the casual Vanguard for value for himself. That will delay the rest of your build when you do this, of course. Ghost.
Ghost going forward with the ultimate. They want to try and find Niku. Echo Stomp will be there, but he gets out of the range, and Niku almost dies. ET Splitter will be back onto Sumail instead as he went in with the TP, hoping to finish off Niku. Niku does eventually get brought down, but Sumail, can he get out of this one? He's being given some protection by Nu, but the protection is not enough. Got the Juice also shows up right now, eating a lot of right clicks, but he gets off the Sunder. But Nu
nice
going up, going forward with the Onslaught, but the Manta dodge makes sure that they will not be pulverized to hold him up. He is going to be able to escape. Him and PMA live. But it's still a 2-for-1 exchange that Nigma Galaxy will probably be happy to claim at the end of the day.
Manta dodging Onslaught is really hard. I'm pretty sure that was in range to just clip him, and then I think Noob will cast his Trample and just keep chasing him down there. So, could have got scary for the Terrorblade, but overall still pretty good result for Nigma Galaxy considering the way they opened up that fight. They end the killing streak on Niku, get all of their heroes involved, and they show that they definitely have the damage if needed. This is duo of Sven and Prophet pack quite the punch. And Ghost being involved with the early blink. He's now aiming to get his BKB, and after that we'll be curious to see. I guess he just goes Revenant's Brooch because his core matchups are Terrorblade and Bristle. But of course there are other options. There's Silver Edge, as we mentioned. You could still go Daedalus if you want to target other heroes, but I think mathematically Revenant's Brooch has to be the better choice against TB with its high armor. The magical crit is way stronger, especially per gold. It's a cheaper item. We'll see what Ghost opts for. This definitely feels like the type of game where the carries are going to get 5 or 6 slotted, both of them.
Yep. Now we're in this for the long haul, the way that this is unfolding right now. It's elimination Dota. We spoke about this yesterday. Knowing that the stakes are so high will mean you'll try to minimize mistakes more so than anything. So 10 to 10, extremely even game. Barely any gold lead, barely any experience lead. There will be a smoke though by Nigma. They want to try and find a pick and potentially open up the Roche. And they ping towards the top side because that's where they see Got the Juice. Can they get there in time? Got the Juice is coming towards them. Oh my goodness, that is the worst case scenario. Shows up into the Wheel of Wonder as well. Ridis did his best to run interference, but it will not be enough. Noob and Sumail show up out of nowhere, assassinate Ridis, and what's going to be the next step? If it was a north side Roshan, maybe you can go for it, but to the south side, it might take too long to get there.
It's a decisive kill. You don't have to get more than this. It's already really nice for Nigma Galaxy to kill the TB and get a little bit of an extra bonus kill on the support trying to cover him. Yeah, it's all right. This is not a game where you need to get objectives very fast. I don't feel like Nigma Galaxy are under time pressure. Their lineup scales incredibly well into even a super late game, so if both teams end up kind of slowing things down a bit, I'm not too worried. Nature's Prophet is... They're approaching some big items too. Nigma Galaxy are going to hit a massive timing in 2 minutes when both Prophet, Sven have BKBs, and the Primal just completed his as well. This is going to be a really difficult lineup for the Dire to fight into for the foreseeable future. As when the heroes are magic immune, Lion is just garbage. ET doesn't offer too much, so then you're really putting a lot of eggs into the Terrorblade basket. But we've already established in the draft that hero should not be having free fights. And Aegis would help, though.
They're coming, though, Nigma Galaxy. They're sending some treants to go find information. It's going down too fast, though. Not going to be able to get here in time. And they have so many wards from NAVI Junior. They see middle, they see where Ghost is. Noob finally does show up, but they've already gotten the Aegis. Wheel of Wonder thrown into the pit. Can they get anything? Niku gets bounced on by Ghost and Noob. They ought to be able to burst through the puck. Can they get anything else? Sumail getting bailed out of trouble for the moment, but he's still taking a lot of damage on the reflection. Stays alive for now. Got the Juice, low HP. We do see Noob going in. There's a Supernova on the high ground. NAVI Junior, they don't want to fight around it. It will pop, but not stun anybody. At the same time, Ghost jumping in onto Got the Juice, who gets bailed out. For now, he will live. He's still staying alive. Sprouts get cancelled out thanks to the hatchet. They get through the trees. So as he moves to the north, unfortunately, we don't have such luck towards Ridis. So he is going to be a very easy pickup for Ghost. 3 for nothing in exchange for the Aegis on the enemy team.
With how that started, I think NAVI Junior should be very happy they retained their Aegis. If Got the Juice dies once, he dies twice here. There's no plan B. He's never going to get out of there. But they did a good job bailing him out with the Aegis in hand. It doesn't feel all that great when you lose 3 heroes and a tier 1 tower for it, but honestly, if they hadn't taken it right there and then, this Roche would have been hard for them to get without winning a team fight later down the line. This is probably the easiest way to get it, is recognizing, all right, Nigma Galaxy just used God Strength on the opposite side of the map to kill TB. And as soon as he respawns, they go and claim it. So overall, not too bad, but Nigma Galaxy are starting to build a bit of a gold lead here. And to make matters worse, Noob almost has the Ags. He's getting quite farmed. He's now ahead of the puck by 5 net worth. Nothing to scoff at. Now he's behind again, but it was a good time.
Just be glad it happened. Don't worry about how long it lasted.
Yeah, it was a beautiful moment in time. Nigma very grouped up here. No smoke, though, so they're kind of just covering, maybe anticipating a move coming their way in the mid lane, but not the case. NAVI Junior are very much playing the sides of the map currently. Power rune for Noob. It's an invis. Oh, Prophet is... Oh, nice play.
Oh.
Suddenly didn't connect in time.
Zayax.
He's actually going to play his way out of that one.
What a player. Goes. Oh,
Yep, he is.
he's out. Shout out Zayax. Getting this Blink Dagger on the Lion allows him to do the outplay. Good job. A little bit of time wasted by the side of Nigma Galaxy. It's not that big of a deal, though. Didn't commit all that much. They're coming back now to protect this mid lane tower. They've been trying to pepper this with damage for some time, but NAVI Junior just unable to get through these Ironwood Treants sitting with the static charge from the Mjolnir. Surprisingly good tool for defending a tower at this stage of the game.
Oh yeah, there's a Prophet in the game. Let's keep tabs on when he gets 25 so Nigma Galaxy auto-win as well. That's the second win condition we haven't really talked about. The amount of level 25 Prophets I've seen lose in modern Dota is... I don't know what win rate this hero has at level 25, but it has to be obscenely high. This is probably the most busted talent in the entire game. 3x Treant health and damage. NAVI Junior will have to solve that problem in the future as well. Trying to find some mail, but he has the read. Pops the BKB, just turns and starts fighting Niku.
They have to get out of here. Niku's gonna be trying to get out, but the Onslaught is chasing him. He does choose not to jaunt. He'll stay and eat some of the right clicks from Sumail, but that should allow him to escape. Zayax actually jumps to the back line. They're looking towards Sumail. He gets silenced, so he can't finish him off, but he still gets the kill with the help of Got the Juice. Now, with the Supernova being onslaughted into, they destroy it. Lots of right clicks from the Gyrocopter, not the Gyrocopter, the Bristleback and the Terrorblade. Noob, he's gonna be the one trying to escape. He was the one that made the initial jump onto Niku, but now Niku's hunting him down. And there is a BKB available, but I don't think it's gonna help him here. There's a lot of physical damage. They'll try onslaught back, still eating this Metamorphosis hit. Terrorblade, can he do it? Pulverize will buy some time, but eventually the right clicks will come through. NAVI Junior punch back with the power of this Aegis and the power of surprise, just isolating Sumail out of nowhere.
Yeah, they were... The big difference here is that Ghost had TP cooldown for the majority of that fight, so he was unable to connect and help his team out in that situation, and NAVI Junior, I don't know if they recognized that immediately or if they just, as the fight developed, were like, alright, Sven's not coming, boys, let's just keep going. But after the Sumail kill, if Sven had shown up, that could have been scary. He was unable to. Well, find himself a nice little snack here. Good halberd.
They might not be able to
finish the job, though.
The Glimmer Cape onto... I mean, even if he had BKB, they still had the Glimmer Cape, so Ridis would probably be fine. Sumail, he went to the back line. His BKB is still on cooldown, so he just gets bursted 100-0. Sumail, oh no. Thought he was going to be able to help out, but he just helps out the gold of NAVI Junior.
I was starting to think, alright, it's not going to be too long until Nigma Galaxy kind of take a decisive fight and build themselves a big lead with the 5k advantage they just had, but the last 3 minutes have been downright disastrous. Everything has gone wrong. They have been initiated on and killed on their Prophet. Now Sumail with a little bit of a facepalm moment, I've got to say. That TPN, kind of just naive. There was no way that was going to work. He didn't have the backup. He only had Ghost there. Obviously, NAVI Junior is going to show up with numbers to that type of situation. Suddenly, Ghost with this Revenant's Brooch, which was meant to be a strong timing for Nigma Galaxy, really slowed down by Sumail's 2 back-to-back deaths.
Yep. Definitely gonna have to wait before they feel like they want to do something else. Sumail's been dead for quite a while, honestly. They are gonna smoke up. Oh, Niku, nice escape away from Ghost, just as they smoked as well. You break a 3-hero smoke and you get out. Now he's blocked the Sprout. Shout out to the Lincoln Sphere, so he is gonna be fine. BMA showing up from the high ground, just throwing in a couple of smots, letting them know that he's here. And of course, they do have Ridders covering the high ground as well with the Echo Stomp. Nigma Galaxy cannot approach further.
Yeah, nice experience gained here from NAVI Junior as well. They'll get both Shrines of Wisdom, as Got the Juice and Zayat's secured the top one, or the left one rather. The right one is still up for grabs. They actually choose not to go there just yet, but maybe considering a play bottom into Tormentor. Got the Juice. Has some backup here.
Nah, it's not good enough.
Okay, he makes the read that Nigma Galaxy are coming for him, and he's right. Now they will just get a free Tormentor. Kind of an awkward situation. They were here just a moment ago on NAVI Junior's heroes, and now they end up losing this objective. Omar will get the spotlight.
That's pretty solid. Getting some additional vision in the fight, making it easier for Sumail to know exactly where he needs to go. At the same time, NAVI Junior, they smoke immediately. They want to come and stop them from retreating here. Ghost trying to form a camp right now. Niku, is he going to be able to find both him and Noob? They get the Hex out onto Noob. They try to burst him down. The box will buy some time for now. Both him and Sven are dream coiled up. The ET splitter will come. And eventually, though, Sumail on the back edge is able to kill the Lion. Although it's not enough to dissuade the rest of NAVI Junior from continuing this fight. They managed to burst through onto Omar as well. GH's Supernova didn't bother them at all. He barely escapes back into the base. But NAVI Junior, with this Eye of Skadi on the Terrorblade, that is a massive reveal from them. The damage output, they were not prepared to deal with.
You just have to insta-BKB in a situation like that on the Primal. It's not... He thought he was going to be able to be protected by the Ringmaster plus Phoenix, but the moment you get boxed, you're getting full comboed by ET. So it's not even... It's like a fake feeling of safety that you have the Ringmaster behind you. When you're in the box, the Stomp is not gonna... You're not gonna wake up from the sleep, so everything is just going to land, since there won't be enough damage that randomly breaks you out and you can BKB when you come out of the box. So he woke... or rather, he broke out of the box asleep. And NAVI Junior finished the kill, and as a result, Noob got absolutely nothing out in that fight. If he insta-BKBs when Puck shows on him, it doesn't feel great to just BKB a Waning Rift, but the alternative is exactly this. You're going to get hexed and blown apart. That's a good result once again now for the side of NAVI Junior, and on top of that, to boot, it's an early Roche, and they already scouted it out with Lion. So perhaps they could grab the big man as well. 9-second BKB on Bristle too. They're quite strong right now.
Also not that far away from Puck having access to the Aghanim Scepter. Perhaps they want to wait for that to be available. It's like, what, 1,500 gold? Then it will be up, but for now they're probably feeling quite confident. As soon as they finish the Satanic perhaps on the Terrorblade, that might give them the additional confidence to go in. You know, some of the issues we were mentioning at the beginning of the draft, how he shouldn't be able to freely navigate these fights, he's got low HP and everything. Those concerns are going away. Once he has all of this, plus an Aegis, Primal Beast is actually, not only is he not a concern, he's free food. He shows up, you just say, thank you, buddy. Prepare to die with all of this right-click damage I have to deliver.
Roar. Nigma Galaxy will not give this one up for free, and NAVI Junior know it. Gonna play it safe, smoke up and back around, hoping to bait in the side of NGX. They will see Noob charging in with their TBLU. And now look for the flank. Ghost. Can they jump and burst him with the Lion?
Let's see, Niku, he's full breaks, he goes forward, he finds the reveal, they get the stomp out onto Ghost, but no Hex just yet. Sumail trying to jump into the backline, looking for Xayax. Xayax is falling super low and he will end up dead. Wheel of Wonder also going to be thrown into the midst of all of these heroes. They've blown up the two supports. Buyback from the Lion will be coming in. Now we have a Dream Coil on the two, but unfortunately, Got the Juice is not next to them with the right-click damage. Finally, he is, but Ghost is on his face as well, trying to bring him down. He does get off the Sunder, but the Lotus Orb makes sure that he doesn't get his HP back. Ghost is still going to probably end up dead here, as he doesn't have a BKB to protect him from Niku. Got the Juice, keeps surviving. PMA cleans up the backlines.
and they have lost all of their heroes on Nigma Galaxy. Despite the fact that they had to give up a buyback on NAVI Junior, they will still claim a 4-4-3 in total engagement, as well as a Roshan.
And this is the worst case scenario for Nigma Galaxy, is you throw so much damage into the Terrorblade and you don't kill him. This is all wasted damage that could have maybe gone on a different hero and perhaps the fight takes a different trajectory. If you're committing hard onto Terrorblade, you better make sure you don't miss. And they don't have enough damage. Like, Sven can't kill this guy alone. Sumail immediately went in, popped all his stuff and tried to kill him, but they weren't able to fully combine their abilities. So got the juice, tanked through the first 3,000 damage, he gets off a Sunder, which wasn't even the biggest one, but it was good enough. With the Sunder plus Satanic, he survives that situation, and now, with another Aegis in hand, he can now look toward damage items. He's not even, you know, if they're struggling to win these fights, imagine when he gets a Butterfly. That's when this gets really bad. They will not be able to kill him. They don't have any True Strike. He will hit way harder than he does right now. It's starting to look great for the side of NAVI Junior. We could even argue that some of the worst parts are now over. Until Prophet hits 25, you know, we can always look forward to that. It's a lovely, wonderful time. It will be a while.
4 levels away. Here on the high ground, they've taken over the triangle. They will make sure that nobody from Nigma Galaxy is allowed to approach. Noob poked his head on the high ground, but not again. And Omar just gets dragged in, easily killed off. Even destroyed Noob's courier for good measure. It does have buyback though, so it's not the end of the world at this stage in time. Might have to use it though, because here they are on the high ground. Terrorblade with his illusions. They'll have a glyph to try and halt this out, buy as much time as possible. This is a dangerous moment. Satanic has just been picked up by Sumail, so he does have some additional survivability on the Prophet. They throw out the Wrath of Nature, trying to dissuade Navi from continuing, but with this Aegis Satanic, they feel very comfortable in going to claim the racks. They got the reflection out, stopping the rest of Nigma, and that will be a lane of racks taken. Navi will now back off. Niku, not going to be able to do anything about Ghost though, jumping the backlines and killing off Xayax. He needs to retreat. They bought back on Omar with the last couple of seconds.
Good
the Lotus Orb
Lotus.
cancels out the Pulverize from Noob. Perfectly done there by NAVI Junior. The escape back will be there, but like you said, Echo Stomp back onto Ghost. He will pop the BKB. Forced to back away after the Dream Coil was committed. We do see though ET Splitter connected onto Noob. Look how much damage this Primal Beast is taking. At the same time, got the juice in the middle of the Supernova trying to destroy the egg. He gets stunned up, but where's the damage? Climax buys time to get the Sunder onto Sumail. Nature's Prophet gives up his HP to the Terrorblade, allows him to turn around this fight. Noob, Onslaught back into the base. That'll at least keep him alive. But all they got out of that in the end was an easy kill onto the Lion, but it was an extremely heavy investment. A buyback on Omar, a death on Sumail, and now it might just be a dieback onto Omar.
And this might just be the end of the game. You've got a 5v3 for a minute, and you still have Aegis on Terrorblade. This hero, he's almost trying to get through backdoor here. They just need a wave to connect, but yeah, Nigma Galaxy going to do their best to keep the creeps outside of the base. Got the juice. Hounding GH. He has dive. This is a bit of a waste of time.
He will dive. Okay, get cancelled a little bit. In the meantime, they found Noob. He took his gem away as well. There's a gem on the deck, but they might not even need it. Just want to try and get the racks.
Thrown here if they realize the buybacks are not available. But minimum 2 lanes, of course. If top tier 2 wasn't up, this would be megas. Let's see if Ghost and GH can somehow pull off a miraculous defense here and buy the 30 seconds that they need to. They have 1 glyph. Better burn it while you have 2 towers. There we go. Don't know if NAVI Junior are even going to care all that much.
Seems they will not. Just looking around. Still 25 seconds before we have the Primal online. Tier 4s are falling. Ghost trying to go into the backline. Sumail able to bring down Xayax. And Ghost is here as well. Does have God Strength. Not activated just yet. But got the juice. Him and Niku. They're going on the Ancient. Niku finds a huge Dream Coil on the 3 heroes with PMA's quills bouncing everywhere. But they've got the juice. He's inside the Wheel of Wonder. But it doesn't seem to matter. He just pops Satanic without even the meta. Just outright clicks a damn Sven of all heroes. No buyback available for Ghost. The Agent's already falling. He will jump in with Noob looking towards PMA. They force the buyback from the Bristleback, but he is still contesting. He's still fighting. Meta comes back online. They will ignore the Primal Beast, go for the Ancient, and secure the victory. GG, well played is called. NAVI Junior get themselves game number 1.
All right, that was very sudden and very decisive. This is the last 10 minutes, all NAVI Junior written all over it. They won every single fight. They find the right moments of opportunity, and the Terrorblade was just a little bit too much for the side of Nigma Galaxy to deal with. They were playing this quite well for a time on Nigma, and then just a couple of team fights going the wrong way for them really sets things up for success for NAVI Junior. And you know what, Snare? This begs the question. You gave away Terrorblade, which teams have been banning against NAVI Junior, so maybe their best hero, and Bristlebank, one of the best heroes of the tournament, and also a hero that they've shown great promise on the side of NAVI Junior. Ends the game 5-0 and 12. Are they making it too difficult for themselves with the draft here? Is this... Because it's not like Nigma were in a bad spot this game. I'm not like, oh my god, you lost because you got outpicked. Because I don't think, theoretically speaking, that they're outdrafted here. I just think the comfort level in an elimination match, giving NAVI Junior these specific heroes, maybe you're better off giving them other heroes that are also great, but just not, you know, this comfortable for them.
I guess part of the rationale for them is, okay, we're giving them comfort heroes, but we're getting a lot of our own comfort as well. You know, Ghost plays a lot of Sven even before he started joining this team. We've been seeing a lot of GH Phoenix. Sumail, on the qualifying runs, played quite a bit of Nature's Prophet mid. But I think it definitely became clear over the course of the game that there was greater comfort for NAVI Junior. And for me, where it really emerged was the laning phase. I can't believe that Terrorblade didn't die like 2-3 times in the laning phase. The fact that they got away with so much early on, it meant that NAVI Junior they were probably expecting, okay, we're going to have a pretty tough early game. How do we bridge the gap in the mid game? But if you get to the mid game and things are relatively even with a draft that not only do you feel hella comfortable on, but you genuinely believe, you can see how NAVI Junior fights. They believe they're the better team fighting team, and they were able to prove that and demonstrate that. I do think it comes down to the early game more than anything, that Nigma, if they'd been more aggressive, that's what I think we didn't get to see. We got to see that, like, for example, that super early play from Sumail with the massive Wrath of Nature. How many other big plays in the first, after that happened, did we really see where this Nature's Prophet was, like, expanding the game, right? He stole that one Wisdom Shrine, but we didn't see, like, the TPs to the backlines to kill the Terrorblade while the Primal Beast is diving him. By the time we did get to see that, Terrorblade was too far. So I think it was a aggression issue as much as a comfort issue as well.
Yeah. The thing is, though, when you're playing the lineup that you are here on Nigma Galaxy, your catches are, one is the Sven, who's farming a lot, so he's not always available for the plays, and your other catch is a Primal Beast who needs items to catch, right? You're not going to be this obvious initiator until you have Blink BKB. So they're a little bit gated behind that by running a Prophet mid, that other heroes need to set up Sumail for success. But I also got to say, he kind of stifled his own game with 2 back-to-back deaths. One of them he got ganked, that one is more understandable, but even that one he was actually surviving if you just BKB TP'd out, but they took the fight and lost it. Then he immediately TPs into another fight and dies in the mid lane, and really ran out of steam very quickly. So definitely feels like Nigma Galaxy not exactly playing at their A game so far this tournament, and in particular this game. NAVI Junior, though, that's 3 wins in a row. You know, they're starting to feel themselves. They're getting warmed up. Now you got to win 2 in a row if you're Nigma Galaxy, or you are out. That's always a scary prospect against a team that is finding momentum this way.
Yep. NAVI Junior is certainly picking up the pace. They have additional momentum behind them, and so far they are looking like a team that I do not want to be playing in these high-stakes environments. Of course, Nigma Galaxy have been here before many times, and they'll be looking to make a comeback in Game 2. So let's witness what Kuroki's going to cook up for his crew after a small break, as we will return for Nigma Galaxy versus NAVI Junior.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Climb the Ranks. It is a Dota general knowledge show where we are going to be subjecting some pro players to a bunch of different questions. When they get one right, they will go up a rank. If they get one wrong, they will go down a rank. And now I'm sitting here with Noob from NAVI Galaxy. Let's hope you don't live up to your name. I mean, generally, how do you feel about Dota knowledge and you know, the mechanics and whatnot?
I'm usually bad at the knowledge, especially with teams and stuff.
Fantastic. All right, it sounds like the perfect show for you. Let's get into it with our first question, of course, starting nice and easy on the Herald level question. So, which of these has never been sold as Dota 2 merch?
A fighter jet.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, as you should be. It is, of course, see a fighter jet. Yeah, no, it hasn't ever been sold by Valve. Who knows why? It seems like an open market. But,
yeah. That was a tough question.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Those Heralds, they're very intelligent. All right, let's get down to the Guardian level question. What was the name of the 7.38 patch?
Wandering Waters.
Final answer?
Yeah.
All right, and the correct answer as well. That is, of course, absolutely correct. Great stuff. Get past the two easy questions. Let's make things a little bit harder now. Here's your Crusader level question. Long ago, some heroes had items they were not allowed to buy. Which of these was restricted? How long have you played Dota, Noob?
A long time.
A long time? Okay. Do you remember this? There were certain items being banned?
Yeah, I remember Luna couldn't buy some stuff, some Scadia stuff. So I would say Blink on Venge.
Blink on Venge? You sure?
Yeah.
Correct indeed.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. No griefing allowed back in those days, but now apparently it's fine. So, yeah, let's move on to our next question, the Archon level question. Which of these heroes does not have 3 facets?
Lycan has 3.
I know you do play some of these heroes.
Lycan has 3, Doom has 3. Which Doctor?
Absolutely correct. He got one of his facets removed, the healing with the damage healing thing.
Yeah, that was broken.
Restoration. Yeah, that was crazy. I loved it though. That was pretty fun. All right, let's move on. I mean, you're flying through these at the moment, getting up to our ancient level question now. During Wallachia Season 3, which role was Tiny most played in?
It's not carry, but we played it a lot on post 4. I would say mid though.
Okay, I think it was mid. Let's have a look.
Ah, no, it might be.
Oh.
Wait. Carry.
Going carry.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. Nice clutch there. I was worried when we got into that one. You said absolutely not carry. I was like, well, all right, good stuff. You're now an ancient. Let's get into the next question then. And again, another Lycan question. What happens when Lycan uses Wolf Bite on Warlock's Golem?
I have to think about that one.
Tricky question, and one which...
B, he doesn't get slowed.
Don't think it gets a hasted movement speed?
Yeah.
All right. You
Might
looking
be
at it?
wrong. I'm not confident with this one.
No? Okay, it's a hard question. Let's take a look. Unfortunately, it is not.
Yeah.
You can indeed get a weird wolf golem thing. Why haven't you guys done this in your pro games yet? I mean, it sounds...
Because we don't know, apparently.
Oh, okay. Coming up in Wallachia. Exciting. All right, that knocks you back down to Legend, but I'm sure we can get you back up.
It's fine.
Getting harder with the questions as well as time goes on. So, next question. What is the only ancient camp to not give an average of 164 gold to their killer? This is a very carry-coded question.
Flooded
This
camp.
is a hard one.
Flooded camp.
Just going straight in with the flooded camp.
Yeah.
Okay, don't really know. Let's have a look. Is it C, flooded camp? It is not, unfortunately.
Damn.
The Ancient Prowlers. Yeah.
Okay.
The most annoying camp from the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Can we get you back up to Legend? Let's find out with our final question. How many spells apply armor reduction to buildings in the game? 3, 4, or 5? This is the hardest question of the set.
Spells. I can't think of a single one, bro.
Well, a single one.
3.
Going for 3?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. Is it 3? I'm afraid, noob. It is not. It is 4.
I'm so low on armor,
Little
man.
Shredder.
I'm Crusader.
You're Crusader. Oh no, I'm very sorry, noob. Yeah, that's not a great rank. But what did you think of the quiz? Was it hard?
No, not really. Some questions.
Some questions. Okay. All right. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Noob, thank you very much, and good luck at the event.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 2 of NAVI Junior, taking on Nigma Galaxy in an elimination game to try and extend your chances to go to the last day of the group stage. So far, it's been NAVI Junior able to strut their stuff, playing a very comfortable draft, and that were able to propel them to victory. But Grand Emperor, please tell me that you have some ideas about how NAVI Junior should come back on this one. Well, who should they be banning first, honestly?
I can't. You gotta stop with the Grand Emperor, man. I can't.
It's too funny, dude.
So random, I don't know. What should they do on Nigma Galaxy? I think banning Terrorblade was a good start, which they have done this time, and honestly, I would go as far as to say maybe even consider the Bristle on top, like just potentially get them both out of there. Oh, NAVI Junior is going to do them a solid there. All right, we'll have some different heroes this time around. NAVI Junior will ban the Bristle back. So here we are with a fresh, I would say the two most impactful heroes in the victory of the last game are now unavailable. And that, if anything, probably bodes better for Nigma, because they were the ones who were struggling to solve the problems in the last game, right? Now they don't even need to worry about the Bristle down the stretch. The fact that that's already out gives them a little bit of comfort, I would think.
TB is gone, no Bristle. Obviously, NAVI Junior, you're playing up against Nigma Galaxy, so you have to ban the GH IO and the GH Cuddle. What a luxury it must be to have a guy like this on the team that requires an auto ban on a hero like this. But for Nigma, they will go for the Beastmaster as the opening pick after banning out the Kunkka. I like that Beastmaster animation when he dives off. Like, the rest of it is okay, but the dive off is pretty cool.
Now, this hero has been a mixed bag for Nigma Galaxy, to be honest. They've been playing it on Sumail in a decent chunk of their games, and it's just not necessarily worked for them in those cases, even though Sumail is very capable on the hero. I hope, for the most part, if they're able to, that they put this onto Noob if possible. Like, if the lane matchups are bad, sure, I get it. Obviously, the flex potential is very valuable in this, but I'd like to see some mail on something a bit more flashy, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You're echoing a sentiment that, like, me and Lizard a couple of months ago, when we were casting Nigma Galaxy, when they were, I think they lost that qualifier but won the next one. And the one they lost, one of the things we remarked was that whenever Sumail is on those flashy heroes, your Parked, your Embers, your Storms, your Queen of Pains, the team looks really solid. They make a lot happen. Then you give him a hero that likes to farm a little bit more, your Beastmasters, your Nature's Prophets, like we saw in the last game, for example, and things don't always follow the same tempo across the map. And, you know, they got a little bit better at it, but maybe this is one of those situations where under pressure you fall into some old habits. So I definitely agree with you that I want to see them be as comfortable as possible, give Sumail something that he's been winning with for a damn near decade now.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You know, falling into old habits is definitely something that is more likely to happen when the pressure is on than you're, you know, maybe autopiloting a little bit more in certain situations and certain play, like phases of the game. And, well, if you want to autopilot for Nigma, give Sumail his traditional heroes. Give him his Storm, give him his Puck, his Ember, you know? If your back's against the wall, I know what heroes I want Sumail on. It's those. It's not Beastmaster. And that's not because he can't play Beast. It's because it's just flat out less likely that you get this vintage Sumail pop-off performance on that hero because it doesn't lend itself to it in the same fashion. So I would 100% love to see that. Another hero that could have worked would be the Tiny, but they banned it themselves. So not available.
Yep. We of course have the Phoenix coming in from the other side for Ridis. So going to be having some Supernova, some slows. One of the heroes that he plays the most, I believe. And I see him win quite often on this hero as well. I like the fact that they've given themselves some team fight. Like you mentioned in the previous game, NAVI Junior is one of those team fighting squads, and they will always be prepared to do it. But now they come in with a hero that we've seen being neglected the last couple of days. PA emerges from her slumber.
This is a PA picked into nothing. It's not like inherently obvious why this is a good pick right now. I think NAVI Junior, maybe just looking at the carry pool, the fact that Terrorblade is out, TA is out, and Gyro are out. So a lot of the really high priority ones, and of course Terrorblade and TA, two of the best carries against the Phantom Assassin matchup. Maybe they think there's just nothing left in the pool on a carry-to-carry basis that beats the PA, and I could kind of see that. Now the question is, what do you do from here? Like, if you're Nigma Galaxy, do you try to counter the PA with a carry? Do you try to counter it with supports or with the offlaner specifically? And if so, what are your options?
Spectacular, the unbelievable Ringmaster.
We'll see. For now, they go with the Ringmaster. Well, that's pretty solid. Make somebody untargetable so the PA can't jump. It's pretty good so far. What are we going to combo this up with? I imagine that this is going to be the lane, right? The Ringmaster Beast. That does feel pretty solid into the PA as well. I would definitely like to see that. They don't have the greatest kill threat in that lane, but they definitely enough to continually force the PA and the Phoenix away from the wave. Well, that is if Phoenix is going to end up being the position 5 instead of 4.
Yeah, we'll see. The Ringmaster being brought back here again for Nigma Galaxy. I can't say I've been too impressed overall with how they've run this hero. That's obviously not because it's a bad pickup, but the overall performance they've had with the hero just hasn't really matched that of the teams that truly shine with it, right? This one is definitely one that's more in their wheelhouse. I feel like Nigma play some of their best when they have the Tusk. Whether it's Omar or GH playing it, I think the general level on this hero, they just show a different level of comfort. So definitely happy to see them grab that one. Matchup against Phoenix can be awkward though. If you're laning into the Phoenix with Tusk, you're just going to get Fire Spirited. You can't really use Tag Team or the Drinking Buddies very effectively. But for comfort, it's good. For the game, hard to say really.
Do you not perhaps play the Tusk as 5 and then match it up with like some Gyro in the off lane as a carry? On the safe lane rather?
Well, Gyro's gone, so you don't even have that option.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
You know what I don't want to see after yesterday? I do not want to see Nigma Galaxy respond to this Darkseer pick. Darkseer Clockwork, you know, I do not want to see them pick Ursa. I think we've established yesterday that this is not the hero for the tournament anymore. You need to get something else. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, it's tempting. You see the Darkseer, you know, you wanna beat that lane, but
I'm not convinced. Yesterday's Ursa really left a bad taste in my mouth. There's also so many items that you have to buy, right, to contest against PA.
yeah, that's the bigger problem here. It's like, I'm not worried about the Darkseer Clockwork lane in theory, but yeah, the PA, considering this got picked when it did, she is set up for quite the game, right? If you do well enough on the side of NAVI Junior, forgot the juice to give him a good start, you're only really concerned about getting roared into an Ursa with MKB. Aside from that, you're all fine and dandy. And we saw in the last game, got the juice eventually got tanky enough on the Terrorblade that he didn't even die when he got chain stunned. This could happen again here. It's hard for Ursa to reach a threshold where roar into just Ursa will kill you, especially when you have some sort of protection. You have a stun from the Clockwork that's pretty reliable to hit on the Ursa when he goes for a kill combo. You've got Cogs to cover your PA. You've got Sunray. Darkseer's going to buy auras. I like the look of this right now for NAVI Junior until Nigma win me over with their overall, not even last pick. Usually, when you have the 18 pick of the draft, so the one that ends phase 2, you want to be ahead in the draft because you are at an inherent disadvantage in the end with the overall last pick. And I think 18 pick is the strongest one in the entire draft right now because you get 2 bans afterwards. We see a ton of games becoming favored by this exact pick that was used for the Ursa slot. I just don't think Ursa was it. So, begs the question, what was better though? Was the PA pick just great because of the core bans? Is there just nothing there?
A lot of the big carriers are out, right? There's no Morphling, there's no Gyro, like you said, there's no TB, there's no TA, that was taken out earlier.
What other Vision, for example, you would have picked Meepo there, right? Into Phoenix and PA, and you would have played. You would have an easy way of killing the egg. There would be nothing to deal with the Meepos early and mid game on the side of NAVI Junior, and you would probably just snowball the game like crazy into the PA. But Nigma I don't know if Ghost even plays it. He might, but they might not have had the idea.
I don't think I've ever seen Ghost play Meepo. I'm gonna go find out if he ever has. They will get themselves a Medusa though, so that's gonna be the hero that goes off lane because now it's pretty clear that Beastmaster is gonna be mid for Sumail.
Yep. It's a solid Dusa game for now. Sunray does nothing to you because you have no health. You lane well into PA. So definitely should be. This should be a good lane without a doubt for Omar and Noob. Whether he plays with Ringmaster or Tusk, I think doesn't really matter. This lane should just be quite easy into Phoenix PA or Clock PA, whichever it is. But now you're also showing your hand fully. This is 100% a mid Beastmaster. So whatever NAVI Junior want to do, they can try to exploit this. If they want to run their puck back, they could do it. I mean, it's a decent game for it. There you go.
Yeah.
There were
not that
obviously other options too, but don't fix what ain't broken. Niku's just winning on this hero. Keep doing it until you lose, right?
100% today at the very least. They have very little catch on the enemy team. Even the catch that they do have, you know, they don't have that much follow-up massive burst until we do get those additional items from Ghost. So if you do get caught and all the tools that you mentioned earlier about the defensive itemization and the defensive skills that they have. Another thing I'm really concerned about is we're going to deal with having the big ultimate. Normally you have Beastmaster, you see the Phoenix, you're like, it's going to be complicated. But now that there's Puck and Phoenix, they just keep you away from ever reaching the Supernova. This one seems tough. I'm not going to lie to you, gang. The previous one, I think, was a lot more straightforward, the path to victory for Nigma Galaxy. Here, it feels like a lot of outplaying has to happen. Ghost lane has to go phenomenally. Like, I just don't see what happens in a game where Ursa gets his Battle Fury like 2 minutes or 90 seconds after the PA. I don't know, gang. And they don't have much team fight on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Their team fight is literally Primal Raw Stone Gaze. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I like Nigma Galaxy's chances better in game 1 on a draft basis, but the thing they do have going for themselves here is I think all 3 lanes should go quite well here. That doesn't mean they win all 3, but Ghost should definitely win bottom with the help of GH. I think this Tusk Ursa must win against Darkseer Clock. Your Beastmaster mid against Puck I think is kind of a draw. Beastmaster might even edge out an advantage, especially given that it's Sumail. And I don't see Medusa struggling top. So I think Nigma can find a stable entry into the game at the very least. But then I'm with you. In the mid game, is this the type of lineup that Nigma play well? Is my question. Because we don't have a Sumail Spirit hero to pop off. We've got Noob on Medusa instead of like a tanky, or I say instead of a tanky. Okay, she's tanky, all right, but she's not your like team fight entry offlaner that will, like a Primal or you know this Sand King, these types of heroes that I feel like just instinctively go work better for them. So the main thing I'm looking at from Nigma here is to win me over that they can execute the way this lineup is played better than their usual strategies, or at least better than they did in game 1.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be up to the task, because if not, this will be their final game of PGL Wallachia Season 4. Nigma Galaxy, of course, have been in this exact position an uncomfortable amount of times, and often have managed to clutch it out at the very end. We'll see if today follows that trend, or if indeed the NAVI Junior hype bus, the hype train, is non-stop. I really like their draft though, the NAVI Junior one. It just feels so easy to play, and just to understand what's going to happen next feels very straightforward.
The one downside that we didn't talk about too much for NAVI Junior, they actually kind of have damage issues for a while. Clockwork doesn't deal that much damage unless he isolates targets. Phoenix deals big teamfight damage, but not necessarily the best in skirmishes. Darkseer is not really known for his output, but more for like the control and the auras. And Puck needs Witchblade +1 item before it really starts picking off. So perhaps Nigma Galaxy's lineup will just kind of coast through not dying in this game. That's definitely something that could happen, but that's why I want to see them use that after the laning stage. Like, put pressure and don't just let NAVI Junior get to where they need to be in this one.
They're gonna try go for an early kill though. PMA finds himself caught in some ice shards right now. He will eat a lot of right clicks and he is going to end up dead. They give the first blood to Sumail. He's like, alright, let me show you what happens when the mid laner gets a first blood, boy. First blood for PMA. It gets got brought down, and Sumail quite happy about this. This is annoying though.
Yeah.
They put the iron shot on the wall.
Can't counterplay it.
Oh, it's so funny.
That's such an interesting interaction. I don't know if I've seen that before. Iron shelling the Hawk, but it makes a ton of sense because you can't counterplay it in any fashion. Except try to get it killed, obviously.
Now we're off. Nico, of course, will be looking forward to try and doing his best in this mid lane. Sumail wants to get the utmost. And Noob, you did mention that that lane should be pretty straightforward for the Medusa here. She does have the undulation. We shall see how quickly she's able to get to her meme hammer in this game, because she is going to, in tandem with the Beastmaster, be able to generate a lot of pressure onto these buildings.
Yeah, for sure. This has to just be a straight up, you know, double null into Meteor Hammer game. Cool to see the curveball fastest, by the way, from Niku here. Did not go for the Jostling Rift, but went for the curveball. It makes for some very interesting situations sometimes. It can also screw you over if you cast your orb poorly, so you've really got to be on your toes all game. Wonder what the rationale is here of going for it. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. Oh well. Who are we to say? We have to just accept Niku knows what's up for this game. Top lane, we do have some pressure being thrown out onto Xayax. Goes Swanson, but they do have battery assault now. And with the Iron Shells, vacuum back. In fact, it's them that's in danger. Beautiful cogs from Xayax with the double Iron Shell. This is going to be a disaster, Cinderin.
Am I wrong about Ursa against Darkseer lanes nowadays? This is the second time. We had a game yesterday as well where I was like, this Ursa lane should do well against Darkseer. It was Darkseer tiny in that game. Now, NAVI Junior managed to find a double kill onto another Ursa lane here.
I do feel that they perhaps overplayed their hand there. Both of them are only level 2 at that moment in time. And I think
I feel like you must be overplaying your hand. And also, I don't know. I just don't think this is how this lane is supposed to go. If it is, then don't pick Ursa. You know, like, then you have even less reason to run this hero. If you play some darks here, it's just not the right approach. So I have to say it's just a direct misplay coming out from Nigma Galaxy. Otherwise, they would not have gone about it in this fashion. I want to go back to mid a little bit here. It's quite interesting to see the Puck versus Beastmaster matchup. The Boars are helping out Niku quite a bit.
We'll have to talk about it in a second because we have aggression once more and Zayax. Yet again, 2 heroes inside of the power cards. 2 of them with the Iron Shell. They do end up losing the Dogs here though. Ghost still alive. Zayax, does he have enough to find this chase? He does. Iron Shell is still burning him out. So although they do claim revenge on the Darksier's life, ultimately Sind, that is definitely not worth it.
No, for sure not, because GH has no resources, so now you can't make the play again. Zayac could just send out a Mango. He's buying one up right now. I love seeing that. Just, you know, keep yourself going on the clockwork. This hero's all about momentum. It's a very fast level 4 on clock. This hero owns with early levels and generally doesn't find it in Pro Dota because his laning isn't the best. If you get off to a start like this, Zayac can pop off in games like this. He's a very formidable clockwork player. And he knows what's up. He's even going to get 2 stacks off here in minute 4. Very nice. Yeah, it's looking like a hot start here for the side of NAVI Junior.
We have some time. Doesn't seem like we're going to have a fight for a little bit. Talk to me about this mid lane. What is it that's intriguing about Beast vs Puck?
So Puck's innate, called Puckish. I guess they just didn't have... They were out of words. You restore health and mana whenever you disjoint an attack. And Beastmaster's bored out.
I don't think you're allowed to talk about this mid lane, man.
That's fine.
Sorry, because we have another kill onto GH. Dogs here involved in 4 kills. Ursa's lane is over. The lane is over. You can't lane top anymore. Like, what are you supposed to do here? They're gonna now just jump your waves, take your tower. Where do you go as Ghost? This is not a hero that I want to be jungling with at level 3.
Yep, he has to lane. You're not going to leave the lane, but you might need to bring more resources. Perhaps you rotate over a ringmaster for a fight or whatever. But your overall sentiment of the lane being over, I don't think over is the right word, but you've lost it, which is very, very bad for the fact that you picked this as a counter matchup. At this point, when Darkseer and Clockwork are both level 5, they can just dive the Ursa, and they're still here with Phoenix Ghost. This cannot happen a 3rd time, but it will. Oh my goodness.
This laning phase is over. It's over. You can't play this lane, man. You might have to, but you can't. They're not going to allow you to do it. Another kill onto the Ursa. His 3rd death of the game, minute 5. Well, Nigma Galaxy, we were hoping for a really good start to the game. Mid is going okay. You know, Sumail is winning this one quite handedly. Bottom for this Medusa, we haven't had really any call to talk about her. Now it's just her and PA playing 1 versus 1, so it's going to be free farm for both of them. So she'll get what she needs, but man, how do you help top? How do you recover the game for Ghost? They're going. Oh, Sumail had his hands up, looking for the primal roar, but Niku does manage to get away.
Well, he gets Ridis.
So lucky, and that'll be something. So Ridis will go down. There's a Dream Coil though. Zayax going forward, doesn't have enough mana to get off all the spells, but they do have the battery assault with the rocket flare. Got the juice shows up as well on the PA, wanting to help supply some additional damage. They will not be able to do so. Sumail gets a double kill. Niku wanted to try and bring down Sumail. He was really low, but the Ringmaster box will provide him a little bit of escape. Sumail throwing these wild axes this way and that, hoping to find vision on Niku. Niku went north, he looked to the east. Niku will be fine for now. I say that, but they finally found vision of him. GH sees him. But there is going to be the orb. Draws towards it. He's going to be okay. Ridis comes back as well. Will this fight ever end? Snowball going forward onto Niku, and will he die? No, he's still alive. Fairy Fire will be there. And in fact, the one that ends up dead is Ridis and GH. So it's a 1-1 trade
Sumail
by
could be in trouble too. Orb.
Niku has a Illusory Orb. Waning Rift. He's got it.
Oh my God,
Finds
he's
the kill. He's going for more.
No.
Does he have enough resources? No. His wand was still on cooldown, so he doesn't get to completely outplay them. But he does make it a very favorable trade for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, that is definitely a great result, without doubt. And now Ghost,
Oh no, bro, this is happening. Bro, Ghost, you didn't get the memo, brother. You're not allowed to lane. He lives by some miracle, but Rocket Flare is going to be up in 10 seconds. Okay, so he barely survives.
That is very, very close once again. Whew. Well, this is very, it's very intense for sure, this early game. Once again, I feel like the big win here is still going to be the top lane. Sumail at the very least getting involved here with multiple kills is very good news for Nigma Galaxy. He's going to have to do quite some heavy lifting of the Ursa for a while though. It's the kind of hero that can do it, can snowball games with the Beast. So not out of the question.
You see again Niku doing these sick outplays. What a long, ridiculous fight this was, honestly. Even PA showed up for this one. I still can't believe how long Niku survived this. That was really, really sick outplays from him.
He plays a monster puck, there's no doubt about it. Looking for potential pressure onto mid here. Riddies has rotated over on the Phoenix as well.
Does have access to the Dream Coil. But we'll also have the level 6 on the Clockwork, so they have Hookshot available too. They find the right angle. They certainly can pressure these heroes, and it doesn't seem like Nigma really want to spend too much time here. Omar's gonna come in, throw in these impalement arts, drag the wave, but the important heroes are definitely not gonna show with the puck. It's definitely angling for a kill. PMA now is his Vanguard. The stacks that were created by Omar, he will dutifully take away. Much appreciated, Omar.
A bit of a missed coil there from Niku. And they also stop Riddi's TP with a nice whip there from Omar. That should be... Oh, hang on. Who is it a kill for, really? Oh,
Sumail has the piggy pole.
By the Ancients.
Whew. Okay. Ancients and the piggy pole make sure that Sumail lives. Do they get out safely? Because GH is coming to look for them here. I guess it is a puck with the haste rune, so no way to catch up to them. So with all of this happening, how have things been looking for Ghost? A lot of the support's been drawn away from the top lane. Have they sufficiently shut them down enough that they should be playing like this? Or do you want to see them force the issue more on the top lane and secure the tier 1 tower?
It's not... You don't necessarily have to run over the top lane more than you already have. This is already a great win for the side of NAVI Junior. I think at this point, just make sure PMA keeps farming, keeps ramping up. If you see, I guess what I'm getting at is you don't have to force it. If it feels natural, you can go for it. Well, they are kind of forcing it here, which is perhaps going to cost them a big rotation.
They do manage to take down the tier 1 tower.
Though.
They missed the Wheel of Wonder. They missed the Ice Shot. They missed the Snowball. There will be a pretty big Darkseer wall. Vacuum back into it as well. These illusions, can they chase them down in time? They're looking to try and get to this Darkseer. Halberd immediately onto Ghost. You can enrage, but it will not matter. Darkseer is gone. The tier 1 tower is taken. PA got it and just got back to farm.
Another, well, they got away with murder there. If anything connects on the Darkseer, whether it's the whip or the Wheel of Wonder or both, he's definitely dead. But now they get nothing for their troubles, do Nigma, and they lose their tower. Once again, the progression looking great for NAVI Junior in this early game. And we haven't talked too much about the PA, obviously, since we've been so focused on Ghost having a miserable time. This means that PA is getting where she needs to be. So the overall game plan for NAVI Junior very much progressing the way they would hope. With Got the Juice sitting comfortably on the same net worth as the Ursa, which might not sound that great considering Ursa's deaths, but this hero just does more with the same net worth.
We did see them at least claim the tier 1 tower bottom. Noob did complete the Medusa Meteor Hammer. Used that to take down the tier 1 tower. Got himself out with the Stone Gaze, so it's not looking too bad. It's 1-1 in the trade department on the side lanes. And he's going to show up middle, make sure that he's able to defend here, whilst Ghost is in the jungle, trying to just get to his Battle Fury, finish off that progress.
Definitely going to arrive sometime after the PA, though. We'll see how deep the margin is. As middle, we do have the Dream Coil thrown in onto the Medusa. We don't have Stone Gaze for 30 seconds, but we also don't have follow-up. The Clockwork not here. Darkseer shows up with the clock, but they're on the other side of the fight. Can't really reach the Medusa.
And they're just going to put on more pressure here. This is a gone tower once more. Nigma Galaxy lose even more real estate.
So we're not that far away from having Ags from Sumail, right? Is that when Nigma can start playing together as multiple heroes, or do you still have to buy some time until Ursa feels ready to show up with a Blink Dagger?
You're only realistically playing around Beastmaster right now, right? Your offlane Medusa is going to farm and push waves. The hero doesn't really do much else for now, so... Yeah, you gotta buy Ghost time, and the way to do it is by playing with every Roar and Sumail's soon-to-be Aghanim Scepter. That's what's gonna bring you into this game and buy you the time for Ursa to come online. Ideally, the perfect play is to activate Beastmaster onto the PA, so that you kill 2 birds with 1 stone, you catch your Ursa up, and you shut down the enemy carry that's having a good time. But the problem is, all 3 cores of NAVI Junior are having a good time. So...
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Might have a better time because they could see GH here. We'll see if Got the Juice gets the angle. GH will reveal himself with the shards. The TPs will take too long, so he's out. Just waste some time, but they make sure that he does not steal their Wisdom Shrine. So the experience will go towards the PA on the one side and the Ringmaster on the other. Tormentor to spawn in a minute. We'll see if Nigma Galaxy, by then they should have access to the Aghanims on the Beast. We'll see if they want to deploy it onto that fight to also claim the Tormentor thereafter. Zax just getting some scouting done in the enemy jungle. They're zoning them out a little bit more. And now we do have the Battle Fury for the Ursa. Much, much better than I expected, given how terribly things were going early on. You know, only about a minute delayed after the PA. Has phase boots, does have the Orb Frost. So Ghost will be able to farm, but will get out farmed by the PA, but still, his game is definitely looking better than I thought it would at this stage.
Oh, for sure. You know, you just keep giving NAVI Junior time. They're definitely very comfortable with how things are going right now. There's no cause for alarm. If you're not getting it opened on by this Beastmaster, you can just keep scaling without trouble. It's looking quite good. Just keep the ball rolling. You don't have to necessarily take much initiative. You can just keep the farm. Eventually, you're going to hit a point of critical mass when PA gets too big. So this is a very simple game, really, for NAVI Junior to play right now. Avoid gank, farm up, you even get the Tormentor, that's great. I was going to trade it for Roche, but it's okay.
They've got the Drums of Slum available, so they are inside the pit. It's Ursa, Beastmaster. This thing is going to die super fast with GH there with the tag team as well. So bye-bye Roche, first Aegis for Sumail. We'll see how Nigma can play off the back of this one. It's a 4k gold lead right now, but as we've seen, certainly not insurmountable. You also get yourself a tier 1 tower, so that'll shave about a k off of it. Quite nice.
Tier 1 bot falling. So what are Nigma going to do with this Aegis? This is the big question. You've got an amp damage rune as well onto Sumail. Really want to try to put some sort of pressure, but NAVI Junior might just not play into you. And just keep splitting the sides, keep farming up. PMA might be on the receiving end though. Noob with the Atos.
We'll see if they roar him. Sumail was thinking about it, but the Glimmer Cape, yeah. By the time the dust emerged, he was too far away from the roar. And as we spoke about in the draft, it's one of their only real, like, initiation tools, right? It's kind of difficult before GH has a Blink Dagger to make any of these kind of plays happen. They will at least find Ridis. The Phoenix does have Icarus dive. Nice tame the Beast to fear him to canceling the dive. So this time around, they should be able to pick him up. He does not have a Glimmer, doesn't have Surge. Nice pickup for Nigma Galaxy. But the cores are just dodging them, like you said. They do not want to interact with Nigma whatsoever. Ursa, though, has caught up to the net worth of this PA. Blink Dagger is now available for this Ursa. Kind of an amazing recovery. They still will have an Aegis available for the next 3 minutes, so I would like to see them utilize this Blink in tandem with this, and he agrees. He's porting bottom, gonna go link up with the crew, and we'll see what they can make happen. Got the juice, actually got scouted by some of these boars. They're pinging him out right now, but they don't have a Blink on Sumail. It's kind of a hard catch. Omar, does he get a good angle? No, he's not.
Yeah, nicely avoids that just in time. I'm not sure he was completely aware of what was happening, or just following his natural farming pattern, but it's quite far over there, all the way to the left. And they won't find the move once again on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Time being expended without too much to show for it. But as you said, the good news is all 3 cores on the side of Nigma are also finding good farm. Oh, mid lane.
Try find a fight middle. Nope, he's throughout the rod of Atos, and now though, with the Stone Gaze, he's standing within the Wheel of Wonder. They're trying to kill off Xayax. Do they have the damage? Meteor Hammer connects onto this Clockwork. Still not dead just yet. Nice vacuum. PMA, though, gets himself roared for his efforts, and Ghost jumps on top of him. They are able to kill him off. Niku had a pretty good Dream Pearl on the back edge of the fight, but it's too far from the Supernova, so the additional stun doesn't connect. And the Galaxy just found themselves a straight-up kill. And they will get out of this one scot-free.
I think this is basically the best thing that can happen for Nigma, is that the side of NAVI Junior initiate on Medusa. They do not have what it takes to kill her yet. PA needs to be bigger than this. So you got a free setup, and they only find the Darkseer for their troubles, which is definitely a good kill, but it is a little bit concerning that when the fight kind of gets served for you on a platter like that, that you're unable to find more than a singular pick.
Actually chasing down bottom. They had a little bit of vision onto GH. They even poured down Niku. I think they want to try and look for somebody here. They get a little bit of vision. Does it scout Sumail? I don't know. Xayax, how crazy does he want to feel? He will get actually hit by some balls right now, so he's the one that's going to be tanking some damage. Has to back off with the power clock. Sumail now dealing with the damage coming in from Niku. He's falling super low on this Beastmaster. A couple of more hits is all they need. They just send in a dagger from the PA and they find that kill. The Illusory Orb removes Omar from play as well. Ghost has shown up with the crew. They're looking towards Ridis. There's no Supernova for the Phoenix, so that should be very straightforward for Nigma Galaxy. So 2 for 1 in the terms of the supports, but they did take away the Aegis from Sumail.
It's good enough for Nigma, you know? It's baby steps, but you're progressing in the right direction. You now have 3 of the top 4 net worths in the game all of a sudden, after NAVI Junior 5 minutes ago had all of the top 3. So you definitely are narrowing the gap, and you're taking advantage of your Aegis to find a couple of fights. Now it's not available anymore. So, see, oh, Omar gonna get jumped. I got the juice, nice fear, but not getting him into the, doesn't matter. It's a big kill. That's a very big kill.
Got the juice, has been spending a lot of time farming these top camps, you know, emerging in the wave here and there, and gets caught this time around. Nigma Galaxy not gonna allow him to just have free control over the map. We do see this Medusa eating some damage, but like you said, there's kind of no point initiating onto Medusa. Nigma Galaxy, we're getting to that point now where with this Ursa, eventually, once he gets to this BKB, you were mentioning some of the damage issues that they have on Navi. If he gets BKB, most of the damage from Navi is gone. He only has to worry about the PA. We're still not at the point where he has all the items necessary to do that, but that will not be true forever. He will get to that MKB after the BKB as well. And then even the PA doesn't have a free ride in the fights.
No, I mean, the game it genuinely starts looking quite good all of a sudden for Nigma with these couple of moves. So they've definitely pulled the game into a favorable position overall. I think the reason it was starting to look scary was that NAVI Junior were getting away with everything simultaneously, and now even just a little bit of a trade. Oh, noob, is he gonna get connected? No, they can't commit on him. They do force a little bit of a defensive rotation, but that's it. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, right? You need time to get these bigger items now for the side of NAVI Junior. I think the damage issues phase has officially kicked off. PA needs to get more stuff so she can really get in there. The Puck's Witchblade is starting to lose its effectiveness. Darkseer has full utility build as he should. And the Clockwork has a lot of dead gold. That's what Clockwork is like a lot of the time. If he's going for this Axe, that will be a nice damage and vision upgrade in the fights, but until he has it, this is just like some raw, small stat items rather than some higher impact utility. So there is a little bit of a down period here where NAVI Junior would probably be wise to just avoid confrontation altogether.
There will be some pressure atop with the Meteor Hammer from Noob, removing the final outer tower of the game, or the final tier 1 tower of the game. No way that NAVI Junior come to contest this, so it should just be a free tower. In the meantime, what are they able to accomplish? They finished the Parasma for the puck, so that's going to increase their damage output, but simultaneously, Sumail almost has his BKB on the Beastmaster. Down bottom. Oh, they got a kill onto Clockwork. Okay.
Nice.
GH and Ghost just make a quick rotation. That's a Blink Dagger coming out from GH right now. Nice reveal.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kill in the world, but it still continues the status quo of Nigma Galaxy kind of running the map. Mid lane. Nico gonna get shown the Hex of Noob here. Very farmed on the Medusa. A big item to have against both the PA and the puck. Could be a total game changer. Noob's just completely unfazed by anything right now. The hero just... It's a great pick. I really like the Medusa pick. I just wasn't sure if Nigma were comfortable playing the playstyle that this entails with the players that they have and what we've mostly been seeing from them, but this has been one of Noob's best games of the tournament. He's just very, very stable. He's taking a ton of attention. He just keeps farming. He's pushing towers. Super obnoxious in this game. There's just no counter to this Dusa until PA gets big enough, and NAVI Junior just have to give up the mid tier 2 as well. Noob, solo siege engine. Just keeping up the farm and simultaneously.
You now have that BKB from Sumail. He smokes up immediately with Omar. They're drawing the line towards the top side of the map. They will see the puck there. Let's see if they can find the necessary angle for this kill. They could Glimmer Cape Sumail and allow him to approach the puck to get the Primal Aurora. That's exactly what they do. Puck didn't get the silence out onto the Beastmaster, so he will get rolled. Wheel of Wonder. There's the damage. There's the kill. They find Niku, and Zayax is going to follow him. He tried to save. Not going to be able to do so. Beautiful rotation by Nigma Galaxy to find those kills.
Yeah, and they're going to get a Tormentor off it too if they want. They already have the bottom control. They killed this relatively early, I believe, so if they just stick around, they will get their second Tormentor of the game as well. And that will be an even further advantage. I'm both surprised and impressed simultaneously with how Nigma have been able to restructure the game after a rough start. It feels like they know exactly what they need to do in this point in the game. NAVI Junior are aware as well of the state of affairs. They're not trying to force anything. They're just farming a lot, but they can't keep up with Nigma's acceleration. Here goes the Tormentor Ghost. We'll solo it up, one of the boons of Ursa. That's a spotlight.
Nice. Sumail, of course, waiting in the Roshan pit. Big man is about to actually come back. So they'll just keep control here. He'll pop a boar in. But NAVI Junior also sensing the way that this game is going, that we are slowly but surely falling behind. They just picked up a Shiva's Guard for the dogs here. So that is some additional vision in the fight, some additional damage, a little bit more control. There is going to be a hook shot forward onto Noob. They have the Medusa inside the cogs, but it is a Medusa. Wheel of Wonder also thrown back. Most of the damage onto Zayax with the Meme Hammer. Tame the Beast is out. They get the reveal through the Glimmer Cape, and with the Wild Axes, one more Mystic Snake. They have the damage to find the kill. Noob now on a killing spree. Niku also hexed. He couldn't get out. He couldn't jaunt. It will be a Supernova, though, to dissuade Nigma Galaxy from chasing onto that puck. But when this happens, now they know there's no clock. They know there's no Supernova. There's no way they can contest this Roshan.
This Medusa is just winning the game. Like, I'm just watching the game unfold, and they can't do anything about it. Really overlooked in the draft just how good this is going to be. I just don't know what you do as Radiant here. It's literally just wherever Noob goes, you can't be there. And once again, Zayat, I guess out of frustration, kind of just gets baited to try to go on the Dusa. it doesn't work. Like, it's just a wasted initiation. You lose all of your aggressive potential by going on this hero. And effectively, the map is just on lockdown now. Honestly, can Noob just start hammering tier 3s? I don't see why not. Like, what's going to stop him? If he has the team backing him up, I think Nigma Galaxy could end the game right now. Like, that's where we're at. Just keep pushing one side together, finish it off. But even better if they could find this. Got the juice, gets caught.
Yeah, Wheel of Wonder is out as well. He does have BKB, but can they get out here? He needs somebody to blink towards, and it will be the clockwork that facilitates that. Okay. Barely manages to escape. Shout out to having Gale Guard in your neutral item inventory.
How could he BKB there? He was roared into Whip and Wheel of Wonder. I guess the layering must have been off there from Nigma Galaxy. Otherwise, I would think they could just chain that. Maybe he whipped him while he was unable to turn and it expired. If the whip finishes during roar, he never turns and therefore didn't face the wheel. That might have been what happened there. Or the stab resistance of Sanj and Yasha could have bridged the gap. Whatever it was, he did stay alive. He forced Nigma Galaxy to rotate over, and actually Noob comes back. This is a good situation for the Radiant if they can get Niku out of trouble.
He does have his blink on cooldown, and he gets hexed, so he's not going to get out. He got caught in one of the few places. They had the dust as well, making sure there's no escape. That's a pretty big deal, because if I'm Nigma, I would do exactly this. You just keep forcing the aggression on the fight. You were asking why not just go tier 3. Now it's especially why not. See if they can find this rotation. Sadly, all of Navi have decided to get as far back as possible, except Ridis, who's trying to take back this outpost. He's gonna die for his efforts, unfortunately. Oh, up top. Got the juice. They see him. They got him again. The Primal Roar is there. This time around, there is absolutely nobody nearby to help him. The chain disable is perfect. There's no BKB. So he will die. Looks like you were correct the last time that the layering was not correct. Omar fixed it up. This time they easily get the kill.
And Noob is just solo pushing mid 1v3 because he can't die. So he'll keep having fun. As he says sorry, I don't think he means it. Tier 3 tower is falling, and with the PA dead for 50, this is minimum 1 lane. Noob can just do this on his own. He even has backup, and now he has the Octarine core, so even more Meteor Hammers, even more Gleipnirs.
Shot forward. Get onto Omar. They're trying to do something here, but goes immediately back on top of them. He throws in the overpower, puts in the damage, and they get the kill onto Zayats. Yeah, buddy, it's nice, nah. You remember that lane, don't you? You had a good time back then, didn't you? You having fun still? Nope, definitely not. Still pushing. Still doing his thing middle. Tier 3 tower is gone. They're opening up the lane of Rax. I don't know how you stop this. What do you do? Even when Got the Juice returns here, they have an Aegis on the Ursa.
Just keeps pushing top. Like. Medusa, there was a reason. Oh no, they found. Okay, good response. Immediate force staff from Ridis will get PNA out of trouble. There was a reason this hero was a super high-rated pick in Raleigh, and then teams step by step figured out in which way to address it in the draft. But Nigma Galaxy got it so late in this draft that there's just nothing solving it. Here comes the Darkseer running in. Noob is laughing. Chilling.
Doesn't really have to worry about anything right now. They even pop the glyph to make sure that they can get this tier 3 tower with the meme hammer. They will do so. The backline is being peppered by Zayax with all of these usages of the rocket flare. But it's not enough damage, and most of the damage is going onto the Ursa. Maybe you can try and take it away from him, that Aegis. In the meantime, Darkseer gets a vacuum wall. It's going to catch Sumail and Noob. Can they do anything off the back of this? They do roar straight onto this Darkseer, so PMA is just going to die instantly. But they took away the Aegis. Now, what's next? What's step 2? They get the kill immediately afterwards onto Sumail. A lot of gold going their direction. BKB from Ghost. He's trying to TP out. He say no. Got the Juice actually has the right-click damage necessary to burst through the bear. The Grizzly is gone. Mega kill streak is ended. And the top lane of Barracks are defended.
Okay. Well, is PA going to get there, Snare? Is it going to happen? I'm still seeing this invincible Medusa, but is this a little bit too cute for Noob going the Octarine? Should he just have like transformed into a secondary core that can just hit the PA and win the game? Because inevitably you are going to depend fully on Ursa to kill the PA. There's nobody else that's really going to do it. Beastmaster in this one-to-one matchup does not have the damage down the stretch, especially with protection for the PA. So,
again, they wanted to go into Riddis, but Niku comes back. He makes the counterplay. They kill Omar already. Noob needs to get out of here. They do drop the Dream Quail out onto GH. The curved Illusion Orb will be able to chase them. Snowball forward with the Hex, but guess who comes in? It's got the juice, and there's no more Stone Gaze available. At the very least, the Gorgon's Grasp connected immediately onto this PA. But now Noob, no Stone Gaze, no Grasp, no Team. First death of the game is going to happen to the Medusa, and it goes the way of Niku with this amplified damage rune. It's a full team wipe on the maps, and
how did this happen? That's crazy. They just bled out 10k in a minute and a half. Step by step, NAVI Junior bring it back. You look at that win expectancy graph. 30 minutes in, it's 82%. Now we're up to 50-50. Literally in 2 minutes, everything has returned to the former state that we thought could not be achieved once more here for Nigma Galaxy. Or I should say NAVI Junior, but I guess it's a joint effort this time around. Oh dear. The entire lead evaporates.
Yeah.
PA is now working on a Skadi. She's going to be very, very tanky here. Interesting choice from Got the Juice to aim for this purchase.
He initially had the Nullifier queued up, decided to change his mind. He had Nullifier Shard going first, but after these fights, opting for the Eye of Skadi. I will say, in that previous fight, Riddis here on the Phoenix, super outplayed Nigma. Like, he gets the Glimmer Cape, forces some spells, 4 staffs away before they can kill him, just making it so hard for them to do anything. My man was dancing like he was Roy Jones Jr. in his prime or something. What a guy. Do you know who Roy Jones Jr. is, Sind?
Don't ask questions about pop culture references or music or
He's
movies.
A boxer. He's a
please.
boxer.
See, there you go. That's what I'm saying.
Not pop culture.
Close enough. I'll take it. Thank you. I don't know things. That's something you need to learn about me. You'll understand over time.
Nigma is smoked up as 4 right now. They obviously are not going to be happy about where they are in the game. And unfortunately, one of the drawbacks of how these fights have been unfolding is not simply just losing them, but losing the vision control that they've been slowly but surely establishing over the last course of the game. Now they barely see anything on the map.
Yep. Waiting for Roche. Nigma Galaxy. This is a test of mentality, right? You know you had a big lead and you know you just lost it. You're experienced. You understand what happened and what changed in the game. Can you restabilize, get the next Aegis, and get the job done? They lose another fight, things can get quite scary. And NAVI Junior have learned not to go on this Medusa, so they're not going to initiate on Noob here. He's trying to bait out a fight. Not going to take the bait.
They do have this new Eye of Skadi waiting to be able to reveal it on this PA. Like you said, they're not going to eat this bait, but one thing about this positioning makes it kind of hard for them to loop all the way around. So they're going to be patient. The big man's not up just yet. The boar is waiting for Nigma. They can keep throwing in the rocket flares, but now that they have some decent idea of where Noob is at, they're going to go for the long wrap. Not the easiest one though. Nigma are going to be prepared for this. Look where GH is standing, ready to break these high ground smokes.
Good rocket flare vision though. They're immediately going to try to disengage with their glimmers, but the chase is on. GH. Okay, gets the blink, but Ghost. Ghost got hit by a dagger. They're going to try to poke here? Literally poke the bear? No. Not going in. But in the meantime, okay, Noob.
Yeah, they get the BKB out on the PA, but the Primal Roar is still going to be there onto her. Supernova from Riddis got down. PMA is going to be the first one to fall here. Caught in between the Stone Gaze, Wheel of Wonder, and the rest of Nigma Galaxy, but he buys back instantly. Noob, now that he no longer has the Stone Gaze available,
Not necessarily the best target to jump, but can't necessarily move forward himself either. With this buyback, NAVI Junior, they see that the Roshan is up. Primal War was used. Wheel of Wonder was used. Stone Gate was used. BKB on Sumail was committed. So was the one on Ursa. They feel more comfortable heading into the base, into the pit. Can they stop them, Sin?
I don't think so. They used all their stuff. Nigma Galaxy have nothing left in the tank, so they have to concede this against the Darkseer buyback. They will claim everything to get the hook shot. Are they even going to try this?
Yes, they are. But the Juice jumped in, but might actually regret doing so as he's taking a lot of damage. But now Niku goes onto the back line, trying to separate the fight. Gets a pretty big Dream Coil out, but got the Juice. Gets brought down by the Ursa. However, there is a back wall to threaten the Ursa's line. He's trying to TP out. He's going to make it. Will everybody else be able to follow him? GH is going to be the first one to die here. Now they've caught Noob within the power cards. He does have the Stone Gaze. This is going to help quite a bit. Sumail also has the Primal Wall right behind him. Can they do anything here? Yule Scepter into the air. Trying to get out. He's still alive. Quite tanky nonetheless. They need to kill everybody else before they can get on top of him, especially after GH brought back on his tusk.
And they need to take care of the waves. They're losing barracks top to just creeps now on the side of NAVI Junior. This fight has been going on for so long. So we'll get a pause here, a bit of lag being called out. This game is tooth and nail right now. Extremely important in that situation that Noob hits his Meteor Hammer, by the way, onto the PA. If that had missed, I don't even know if they managed to grab the Aegis out of that scenario, but with that accomplishing and connecting, they will get rid of it. He'll now have no Aegis, but he has Refresher cards. So he has 2 BKB, 2 Satanics. You still got to be very careful that you make sure to take him down in one go, or he can get the full reset twice over. They need to kill the PA during Roar. That's the one way they reliably do it with their Ursa, as we've already established. And it also begs the question if you should just be looking at a potential Wind Waker here for the side of NAVI Junior on Zayats. Now that you have the rules already, if you go for the Wind Waker, you could just save the PA with that from Aurora plate. Hook shot in insta Wind Waker.
They have started finally adding additional damage outside of the PA as well, as they picked up now an Aghanim Scepter on Niku. In tandem with the Parasma, he's going to be hitting a very, very hard in the fights, but Quick told me, goes the way of GH. We now have the deep eye shards as they take the tier 2 tower from Nigma Galaxy. So all outer towers taken, still are in a precarious position. One lane of racks down. You know full well that if you start losing fights, you've seen how easy it is for Nigma to take your buildings.
Yeah, they're just going to force the issue.
Without an Aegis? Okay.
Yep. Rocket Flares will start scouting. Just Noob doing this alone right now. Knows he can get away with it. And NAVI Junior, you gotta find a flank, or you gotta force Nigma's hand here. It's got the juice. Without the refresher though, he put it onto the puck. Now he only has the cheese. So can't reliably get that double BKB Satanic off. The cheese, of course, will also work wonders as long as he gets it off in time when he gets jumped. And there is the single hero smoke onto PMA. It's going to end on the Ninja Gear, so we'll not find initiation with that one, but perhaps with the blur? No, they see him.
He did already get out the Gleipnir. And also just picked up an Abyssal Blade on Ghost, so they have an additional layer to go into the PA with. Abyssal, BKB, Blink, MKB, Battle Fury with the Mindbreaker as well. Very, very fat Ursa. Especially considering how the game started for him. My man was like 0-3 minute 5. He's only died once since then. Now the smoke from Navi. They're looking for the wrap. They know that going headlong into the Medusa just simply cannot work. They're gonna make it a very long wrap. They might get lucky enough to approach Ghost. Gonna see him actually forming this camp here. Ghost is gonna get gone on. Dreamcoil with the additional jump. He does have a BKB active, but he's caught right now within the power cards. Chasing forward, he wants to try and find Zayax. It will be a Wheel of Wonder. Will they be able to get the secondary layer of spells out onto him? Not just yet. They went for the Ringmaster first with the Dreamcoil there, out onto this Ursa. One more Illusory Orb. That's the kill that they needed. Noob forced the Stone Gaze and TP himself out of there. Sure, they did get the 2 supports. Ridder Spy's back. But losing the Ursa, definitely a huge coup for NAVI Junior.
That's still, they leveraged their refresher there. Without the refresher, they might actually not kill the Ursa with the puck. So they had to dig quite deep to find this, as unfortunately on the initiation, they don't have an instant stun to prevent Ursa from getting off the BKB. The hookshot was not able to connect because they were kind of clumped up. I think when you're making this kind of a move, make sure Clockwork is like 300 or 400 range ahead of the other heroes so he gets a clean line. And perhaps you just kill the Ursa immediately and don't even need to use all this stuff. But still, it is a good reward here for NAVI Junior, despite having to use their Phoenix buyback. It doesn't look like they feel confident that they can squeeze a lot of advantage out of this, despite the dead Ursa. They're not really pressuring a tower even, just using this as farming time. Got the juice though, there's a big item in the quick buy. It's coming. He has the gold for it now if he wants to commit. Could buy that Divine Rapier. And with the triple Stifling Dagger rather than the -1 attacks to trigger, with the Rapier, might just be able to blast some heroes off to the side instead of the primary target in the Ursa. I'm guessing that's why he took this one, is that the carry-to-carry matchup, you don't really burst him much better with this talent, but you do so much more teamfight damage with the daggers. Similar on Dusa. Refresher now on Refresher. Okay.
Double Stone Gaze, double Hex, double Meteor Hammer.
The double Hex is the bigger part here for sure.
By the way, trivia question. How many games of Medusa do you think Noob has played, and what do you think his win rate is?
He has played it 5 times, and he is 3-2.
Very close. 4 times and 100% win rates. 4-0.
Close enough. Well, he's trying to keep that win rate alive, but scary times ahead here. It's just a matter of time before God the Juice will inevitably buy up this Rapier. I still think the Dusa is quite safe, though. You should still be looking for the other heroes. Now he grabs the shard, so Fan of Knives finally picked up 44 minutes in.
Nice. 45 minutes are about to approach. We are getting to a point in the game where the important thing are buybacks. PA has one, Sumail has one on his Beastmaster, Nico has it on the puck, and very shortly the Darkseer will have availability after it comes back off cooldown.
It's kind of crazy how much he fell off on the Darkseer, right? If you look at the net worths, you think back to the game state at 12 minutes and how Darkseer was topping the net worth overall. This has been quite the fall from grace. I've seen a lot of Darkseers just continue to stay up in the top 3 the entirety of the game, but PMA well down below everybody else. Despite having 350 CS, just some costly deaths here and there. It plays a pretty big role that he doesn't have his next item, whether that's the Hex that he has here or some sort of defensive item like Eon Disc, so he's sure to get spells off, or BKB, whatever it is. Lincolns. There are so many good items in this game for Darkseer. You would wish he had another 5,000 net worth right now.
It's a big smoke from Nigma Galaxy, hoping to take control of the triangle, maybe find a kill or 2 before the potential of the Roshan respawn. Keep these waves shoved in, especially the mid one. They already have the creeps there. So let's see. Big man comes up. Is it a quick or a long one? Relatively short. She's back. Oh, immediate. Not relatively short.
Very quick respawn, yeah. If Nigma checked this now, that could be big, but you also have to worry about the siege down bottom. Got the Juice is going to work.
We'll see if the Clockwork decides to spend in some rocket flares into the pit to see what's happening. Does not seem like that's going to happen, so they will retreat, they'll come back. They already lost the range racks though, the boars from Sumail making this happen for them. Now an Aegis onto the hands of this Ursa. Sumail picks up the cheese and the refresher, so now we have double roar, double BKB available for the beast.
The double roar is massive in this game. That is a clear path to killing PA. Even when she gets the Rapier, not safe with the Satanic, because she can just get 100-0'd by Beastmaster and Urza without any trouble. They do have the X factor of Niku being able to put a potential Lincolns onto him and buy him some time. But things need to line up well. You need to be ready for it. You need to anticipate this play and be fast. For Nigma Galaxy, it's a pretty clear game plan now. Blink Roar, any core. Make sure you kill them off. Develop the fight from the Zayat's ambitious.
That's one roar being used already.
Outpost. Also, may even BK beat that. That's maybe a little too defensive, but whatever. They get the clock. Now here's the tricky part for Nigma. I actually think the best play is to not push now, but rather... Oh wait, this is a very short cooldown roar. Never mind, he has it again. Okay, I take it back. You can push.
I was literally about to say, why is Roar a 30-second spell, bro? What's happening?
5 talent.
What's happening, dude? It's so silly. I don't like that. I don't like cooldown reduction talents, honestly. Top lane. Noob is going to be pushing out this here. There's a final melee racks in the top lane. The boars are going to supplement some damage. And now you're only left at the bottom to save you from being megaed. Meteor Hammer connects, a couple more right clicks, and they got...
The dream now for NAVI Junior is to initiate on Beastmaster and blow him up. You have the Rapier and PA, you know you can kill him very fast, but of course GH, with the snowball saves, can very much turn things around. NAVI Junior, I think, would be wise to try to find Sumail or GH first and build your fight around that. If you, once again, if you open on Medusa, it's just a death sentence. It's just not a good play. They're not going to, but they will inevitably be forced to have to take some sort of initiative.
Another big item just emerged. We have a Blink Dagger from the Ringmaster now, so both of the supports, both of the saving supports no less, have easy ways to access the fight while sitting quite far back, not getting caught out by Niku simultaneously. So for Nigma, they are gonna start slowly moseying over to the bottom side of the map, looking towards game 3, because they just need one more lane of Rex. Of course, anything could still happen, but they're definitely feeling quite favored right now.
It definitely could happen. Anything could happen, because the last time they were in a more favorable position than this one, they kind of botched the fight up top and gave Navi a 14,000 gold comeback, so definitely not going to count them out until the GG is called, or they kill the PA and recover, or rather take the Rapier away from her. Cute little play here from Zayat, stopping the Meteor Hammer, cogs into offensive Force Staff. The poke onto Medusa begins. Yep. She is very tanky.
It's almost like she's the one that's pushing with the Aegis. Who needs the item? And just keep doing this. Meteor Hammer does get interrupted by the vacuum. That was kind of cute from PMA.
Little bit of proof of concept there with the damage too. Well, some solid damage onto Noob with a PA crit. So he needs to be careful not to be too aggressive here. Okay, trying to find a new angle. That one worked. God, this is so disgusting, man. Oh, and they're going for a wraparound in the meantime. This is clever. This could work out really, really well if they find the opening onto Niku. But remember, he has Lincoln, so you have to break that first.
Meantime, though, they're just going onto Medusa. Stone Gaze will be there. Is Nigma going to take advantage of this? They get the Hex out onto PMA. The Roar's going to go into the docks here, but there will be a Glimmer Cape to keep him alive. Wheel of Wonder doesn't connect perfectly either. Now Hookshot catches both the Ursa and the Medusa together. The Diax will get bursted for this one, but he's setting his team up for success. They need the escape back to get the Ursa out of here. He is falling lower and lower towards the north side. Look at Sumail running away from Niku. Him and PMA are trying to isolate this Beastmaster. Got the juice. Wants to be able to blink on top of him. GH will buy some time. He'll be able to get the additional health out, but it's not good enough. GH now TPing out. No. Yule Scepter as well as the Vacuum deny that opportunity, so he ends up losing his life. Nigma Galaxy lose 2. They do not finish off the lane of Rax bottom, and game 2 continues, Cinderin.
In addition to that, the Aegis will expire, so this effectively also counted as taking the Aegis away from Ghost. So yeah, it is a hold here, and yeah, what a hook shot. If Zayats could have somehow chained that a little bit better defensively as well by getting a self-Yules off or Yulesing either the Ursa offensively or using the Ogre Seal Totem after finding that hook shot, this could have been even better for the side of NAVI Junior, but it's still a win. But it does cost them the Clockwork buyback. He's a pretty valuable kill to find now for Nigma Galaxy if they can. But let's see first if NAVI Junior can force out any buybacks of their own going down mid.
Taking the tier 2 right now. Sumail has bought a full refresher. Still has buyback available. And it does seem like Noob is starting to angle into building more damage. A Mjolnir has just been completed by our Medusa to just keep farming out. But taking the outer towers now. Bottom tier 3 tower, half HP. So if NAVI Junior find another opportunity like that, they could leverage a win into a lane of racks.
Ghost buying up the overwhelming blink. I thought perhaps we were going to see him prioritizing the Ag's synth here against even just the coil stun. Could be quite big, or against the hook shot, but trusts that he won't need it and rather upgrade his blink and now go for a nullifier, so full-on offense focus here. Yeah, this is entering that territory where it's just impossible to predict what's going to happen. It's actually kind of crazy that there are 2 heroes in this game that are still not even level 20. Finally, Riddies will now get his from the Shrine of Wisdom being taken by Niku. So that is the Sunray talent, which is quite strong, the level 20. And the Clockwork's 20 here. Rocket Flare damage or Rocket Flare True Sight, both good this game. Getting the True Sight against the double Glimmer when you have this massive Rocket Flare barrage coming in. I think I would like to see him take that one, just as a way of ensuring offensive kills. He's not always going to be next to the targets with Gem, but his teammates are going to not be available to have any True Sight, right? That's always, you run into this slot issue late game with cores where they can't find Glimmer Capes. So Rocket Flare True Sight will be a big help.
Just needs a little bit more experience to get there, and they might find that experience from the smoke as they are going offensively. It's not easy because you still have to deal with these super creeps. Now Medusa seems to have a good idea of where they're at. She has an Aghanim Scepter now as well. But now look at this jetpack. They get on the backline. They find Omar, but the immediate jump back by Ghost. He's looking towards Zayax and he gets him. That's a die back onto the Clockwork. But now that he's committed to BKB, he needs to get out of here. There's going to be a great team coil. But the jump back onto Niku, they burst him. Simultaneously though, the PA is bursting everybody else. They've already ended up losing Sumail. The jump forward, got the juice for final triple kill. Noob has deployed the Stone Gaze. But does he get out of here? Has a secondary one, got the refresh. But will it be enough to get him out? Wheel of Wonder trying to buy space, but there's a refresh from Niku. The additional Dream Coil makes sure that Noob stays in position. Got the juice with this Divine Rapier, takes away the mana, takes away the life. That's 3 heroes gone. Tusk barely surviving down bottom on GH. But that's a trade they'll take. They had to buy back on Niku, yes, and they witnessed the buyback on Omar in the opposite direction. But in the aggregate, send 4 for 2, 5,000 gold swap.
This is easily a big win for the Radiant side, and above all else, they get to finally push out their waves, right? They've been kind of cornered in their base for 10 minutes, and now you get to push out all the lanes because you killed all 3 enemy cores. And Nigma Galaxy, fortunately for them, they might end up having to use 0 buybacks here because the waves were this pushed, but this does give NAVI Junior the possibility of finding an offensive play on the map for the first time in what seems forever. So this is definitely a big moment. Got the juice, almost level 30 now too off of that fight. I think the second level 30 talent or 25 talent will be big without a doubt. This tower's gone. They're going to get a lane of barracks, I think. Nigma Galaxy will probably not use any buybacks aside the Medusa. Token prod from Niku. Getting info. This lane is gone. I think wisely NAVI Junior now should just back out, take their win, stabilize, and try to get Roche. They know it's up. They rocket flared it. This is where the game could just flat out end. If Nigma Galaxy take a bad fight here without Dusa buyback, the game might just be over. Otherwise, NAVI Junior could find themselves in Aegis and Cheese again. And Refresher. Did they kill it too fast?
So fast.
Nigma aren't getting there in time. This is so quick. They have it.
They got all the goodies.
Oh, that is huge.
That's painful. That's painful.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Well, you already struggled to deal with the PA. She now has access to the Aegis. She swapped out the Battle Fury, opting for some single target damage. Doesn't need to cleave through anymore. Now, how do you defend? It's an 11k gold lead for NAVI Junior. Nigma They don't have all their buybacks. Omar buyback down. Medusa buyback down. Either of them died, the game could just end.
Yeah, got the juice as well with 12,000 gold in the bank. So he has a buyback rapier ready. He's going to switch off into a refresher now for the... Not sure he's going to commit for this. Oh, he has bought the recipe. That's not really commitment. That's 200 gold. That's nothing. Pocket change for this Phantom Assassin. Looking to finish his level 30 here in the Ancients plus Hard Camp and get his soon to be tier 5 neutral items as well. We're only 3 minutes off. There comes the refresher.
Refresher PA with all of the goodies. Still enough for the buyback. And a couple of minutes away from having the tier 5s. Puck also just picked up an Arcane Blink. At this stage of the game, having this, given how deep the spell output has been from Niku, this could be massive. And they want to reveal it right now. They smoke up 3 heroes moving towards the north side of the map. PA is with them. And maybe Omar's ahead of them.
Going to see them with a flare.
Oh no, Omar. They miss Sumail up on top, but they do get the jump onto GH. They're actually jumping 2 different targets at once, but they instead decide to focus onto GH. He should be dead as soon as he finishes off this Ghost Scepter. Good attempt. Also gives up the gem in the opposite direction.
Yeah, NAVI Junior should be able to find these Nigma wards placed outside the base soon if Phoenix goes close enough, but they are heading down south for now. Zayat's with a block of cheese. Wondering who he's gonna... If he's gonna... Like, okay, if he wanted to give it to an ally, he could do it now. So is he holding it for himself? Might just be. Oh, rocket spam. Give some info. Got the juice. Is he gonna muster up the courage to start hitting the tower? This feels risky, despite having Aegis and level 30 PA. This is not an easy push against the side of Nigma Galaxy. They have the banner though, that'll help. Vacuum on the ground.
Doesn't connect. Unfortunately, he was hoping Noob would come a little bit further forward. Niku, got the juice, putting out this damage. They know that it's 4v5. There's going to be the primal roar. They forced off him away from the Wheel of Wonder. Got the juice though, gets off the Satanic, putting the damage back onto Sumail. He gets saved by the escape bot for now. Kind of nice going everywhere, and with the Stone Gaze, they back out from NAVI Junior. Sumail almost died, and they forced the buyback out of GH. NAVI Junior could re-engage this. Snowball was going forward onto the puck. There's going to be a vacuum. GH is going to get caught and killed. That's a dieback on the Tusk. Noob now, he's inside the Hex. Has the refresher, can get it off if he needs to for the secondary Stone Gaze. But there's nothing he can do to defend the mid lane. It goes down. And for sure, they're going to have to defend 100 seconds 4 versus 5. How on earth do they accomplish this?
Yeah, if they couldn't kill the PA with the initiation they just got from the free roar, how are they going to kill her twice?
Oh, might want to kill Niku, but there's going to be an immediate save with the vacuum wall coming in from PMA. Look at the disarm onto Ghost. He can't do anything. That is a teddy bear, not an Ursa bear. He's gone, buys back. Noob went in with the Stone Gaze, doing his best. But these heroes are just not dying. There's no damage output. And now there's no roar. He's going to be back online in 10 seconds, but he will not have refresher. Tier 3 tower going to fall now from Got the Juice. Noob doing what he can, but he's kind of taking the PDA. And now look at her. She's just going right in onto Noob. Noob almost about to lose his life. This could be a dieback. Wheel of Wonder will be there, but he still ends up dead. Got the Juice though, during the primal roll. Do they have enough damage? No. Yet again, it's a teddy bear. Doesn't punch hard enough. Niku with the triple kill. Tame the Beast almost killed the PA, but they can't even take away the life of the Aegis. That's it. They throw in the towel. GG, well played, a score. NAVI Junior with the comeback of a lifetime, eliminate Nigma and continue in PGL Wallachia.
That is 4 straight wins now for the side of NAVI Junior. They started out yesterday 0-2 from the Swiss, and since then they've 2-0'd Talon, and now they have 2-0'd Nigma Galaxy. And you and I both, yesterday, after we saw them play, felt like they were the best 0-2 team that had a showing that day, and they're carrying forward that momentum. That's another 2 games in the bag, and now 1 series stands between them and a top 8, which would already, for this young team, be a great result. But the question is, how high up is the ceiling? You know, this is a team that it feels like when they're playing their best game, they can take games off of pretty much anybody in this tournament, you would think. if they start figuring out a little bit more here with the momentum that they're getting and their ideas, their heroes that are working for them, perhaps this is a team that you will be seeing for a couple of more days here in PGL Wallachia Season 4. But for Nigma Galaxy, it is time to say goodbye. This game, it was a marathon. They definitely were in a winning position for a big chunk of it, and they've got to be very, very disappointed with this outcome. It's one thing to lose the series 2-0, but in this fashion, we felt like this was their game to win for a major part of it. But congratulations once again to NAVI Junior on taking the next step.
Going step by step by step. Like we say, they started poorly. It's been improving for them. They've really grown into themselves, and they've gotten to the point where they no longer just simply need to revolve around, all right, guys, we have to out-team fight them. They're making good map decisions as well. A lot of good reads in this game, I think, dodging some of these Nigma smokes. And their team fight execution is still top notch. And look at, got the juice, man. Look at him go, putting in the hurt onto these heroes. He's just so strong on this PA. I will say I was quite impressed as well by Niku. I mean, obviously it's Niku Puck, but he had no right dying as few times as he did in this game. He should have been getting chain killed so many times. The amount of times you saw him get roared and still survive, PMA would come in, and he doesn't leave the fight. He re-engages despite being at like 30% HP and still gets out half the time.
Yeah, it's true. I'm looking at the endgame numbers here as well. The top damage in the game by far was Niku on the puck with 51,000. Second place on his team was the PA with 32.5, which was basically tied with 3 of Nigma's cores, Ghost, Sumail, and Noob, all sitting around that 32 to 36k. So Niku really... I'm not going to say he was the unsung hero of that game, because I feel like we did sing his praises quite a bit, but it's easy to fall into this trap of focusing so much on PA because of the big numbers and the big crits toward the end, but Niku really glued that game together for his team and ends up getting another win on his puck. When are people going to start respecting this hero more? We saw it yesterday and now we see it today. Games with very little lockdown and very little catch. Niku just knows how to play this hero and play the map so well, and just a massive force of nature in this game. Well-deserved standout player for the match here. Look at that kill participation, 83%, 51k hero damage, 650 last hits. Just these are the numbers you want to see from your up-and-coming... This guy is a very young, talented mid player. I believe it was maybe... I feel like I've heard some... Maybe it was Insania singing his praises, maybe it was Blitz, but recognizing that this guy could be the new hot shit around town, and you know, he's showing up. Got the juice, also getting his flowers here, deserved. 69% kill participation, nice.
I will say I also really like his itemization. There was a point where before he bought the Eye of Skadi, he decides, let me go for the nullifier, right? And then he changes his mind to go Skadi. Park is the one that buys the nullifier instead. And what him having Skadi meant is that he spent so much time being able to actually tank damage during the roar. And you were actually mentioning it at some point, right? That he might get tanky enough to get roared, survive, get off Satanic, and then turn the fight. It took about 50 minutes to get there, but we got there eventually. And when we got there, it felt like, what do you do now on the side of Nigma Galaxy? So he definitely deserves his flowers. Shout out to Got the Juice. Shout out to the whole squad, like NAVI Junior. I'm on the hype train. I don't know about you, and we're no longer casting, so we don't have to be unbiased no more. NAVI Junior all the way to the moon. I'm buying these stocks. I'm super happy with what I'm seeing from this team.
Yeah, what are you going to do, though, if they have to face your favorite team, Tidebound? Who are you cheering for then? You know, it's a tough challenge. Well, that obviously is dependent on other outcomes, so you can hope to avoid that entirely.
Let us hope that that never comes to pass. I hope that Tidebound just gets a clear ride into the upper bracket right now today. Of course, we still have more elimination games to go as we do say goodbye to Nigma Galaxy. So that means we move on to our next matchup, which we can only hope and pray is anything half as exciting as the series we've just witnessed. Although for me and Cinderin, that's going to be it for us. So thank you for joining us for the last couple of days here at PGL Wallachia. Next up, John and MLP will bring you into the final series of the day, the final eliminations, and the great action that is available here at PGL Wallachia Season 4.
The new breakthrough breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
stăpâni, stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are here for another series for Wallachia Season 4, day number 4 of the group stages, and it is MLP Dota and Dronix Fire taking over for the lovely Snare and Cinder. And Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great. You know, I watched the last series. It was kind of crazy. NGX felt like they should have had that second game. We could have gotten 3 games, but NAVI Junior, the young squad, pulls ahead. So it's already an exciting time. Unfortunate for NGX fans. They get eliminated, but hey, could have been worse. They could have been dead last like Talon. They're not dead last. They managed to find a win somewhere. So, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. NGX will rise up eventually, unlike Southeast Asia, but who knows, I guess, with Shopify, right? Like, we count them as Southeast Asian.
That's 4 days in a row, Jonathan, that you and I have casted, and we haven't casted one Talon game, and yet we hear Talon every single day from your mouth, as we do get to see the lovely faces, of course, of Shopify Rebellion. Jonathan, I know people like to meme about these boys. Listen, this team is a good team. We keep seeing it over and over again. These guys, they're able to pull off a game of strong teams, but they just don't seem to be able to close out those game 3s. And I'm not sure what they've got to do here up against Xtreme Gaming. I do believe, though, this could easily be a very close 3-game series.
That it can. I think Shopify, as we saw in their series up against Tundra yesterday, they've had some shining moments. Heck, that one up against Tundra didn't look like a runaway win for Tundra. It was pretty closely fought. Maybe Game 3 was a little bit more in Tundra's favor, certainly so, but Game 2 was tighter. Game 1 was a hard-fought victory for Tundra. So I think they just got to go back to comfort. They've got some great ideas. I think Hellscream playing the Kotal was a pretty big part. Up against Xtreme Gaming, though, it's going to be interesting to see because we've seen Xtreme Gaming pull out some very different drafts, right? Like Ame went into Faces Void day 1. It didn't really work out. We were having some fun watching that, but you know, they try stuff out here on the side of Xtreme. Ame still has this very specific carry pool that he does enjoy, like stuff like the Drow that you don't tend to see as much nowadays. It's still something that Ame rates very highly. So I want to see what ideas, what comfort Xtreme wants to bring out, because again, they had that idea with Faces Void, didn't really pan out. I'd like to see Faces Void again. I would like, well, that's just me cheering for Time Zone. No one's ever going to pick that, but a man can dream, Mikey.
They're not going to do it, John. But we can dream. We can dream that it's going to happen this series. And you know what, John? Sometimes dreams do come true. Maybe today's your day. We're going to find out. Draft has begun. I mean, I'm just pumping your ego a little bit here, John. I mean, we all know there's 0% chance of your dreams being achieved. Not the void thing, John. I mean, there's a chance of the void. Yeah,
there's a chance of the void. No, my dreams are already crushed. Southeast Asia, again, just in debilitating pain. But what can you do, right?
What can you do?
We got to look forward. You got to cheer for the other Southeast Asian boys in the honorary C team of Shopify Rebellion. Right, I do like the start from Xtreme on the draft, banning out that Kotal I just mentioned from Hellscream. It was a pretty big part of how Shopify was playing. They were kind of linking that into the Ember competition quite a fair bit. Taking care of the Bristleback as well, which again was one of our top contest heroes. Just so hard to manage. Very tanky. Snot Rocket's been a menace. TA and AA being banned out. Well, Shopify take care of that Slark that we've seen shifted on support every now and again. Mind you, not the most successful outside of a 9 class. Along with a Venomancer as well. Surprisingly, leaving Tinker, leaving Ringmaster, leaving, Tinker, Ringmaster, and Medusa alone. They ban out the Sand King, they take the Nature's Prophet to start. So that should be our Yamato Temado hero. He does a nice little spin going out.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was a nice little spin, John. I wasn't quite anticipating they'd prioritize the profit of all things, and as you can see, Jonathan, I mean, it might have been highly contested, but 30% win rate currently for the profit. I was assuming what you were saying, just it was either going to be Tinker or Ringmaster first pick. I imagine Xtreme now will take one of those heroes, probably preferably Tinker, but we'll see what they do want to prioritize here. And no, they're going to go the Beastmaster route, so both of them get left alone, and perhaps now we'll see them banned.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to take care of at least the Tinker. I think Ringmaster is also just obnoxious. It's probably higher priority for Xtreme to ban out the Ringmaster, as its save potential against Beastmaster is much higher. So it should be the priority in their one ban here for the side of Xtreme. For Shopify, I'm with you. I don't think this Nature's Prophet is a high value hero. We've seen it on carry. It's been its best position in recent times. So again, if this is our Yamato hero early on, I'm not sure how to feel about it. I say that, but normally when you see Nature's Prophet with a team that has Skem normally plays this hero on support. I just don't know if it's that high value. Like, the Treant's annoying, sure. You're never going to get the healing sprout because why? You know, it's like, I mean, it's not, you know, if you're going to go healing NP, you might as well have played Tinker, right?
Yeah.
Like, the sprout healing's really nothing. It's such a dumb little facet. Maybe they buff it up a million times, Mike, and then NP healing is going to be the next big thing.
I can't wait for that. I wonder what they're going to follow up with here. Like, what other global heroes do you see here? Or do you even bother with the global strats? You know, like, Coddle's obviously already banned out, so you don't have that kind of busted-ass hero to have on your side of things. Xtreme Gaming, they'll have one more ban. We'll see if they do ban out the Tinker, and they do indeed. So Tinker is gone, Ringmaster gone, Xtreme Gaming right into the older Titan. I do like myself an AT, Jonathan. I think this hero is always very, very strong in the right hands. And as you can see, win rate is 75% currently. For Xtreme Gaming, mind you. So there you go.
Yeah, I like this as well in terms of blocking out the Medusa. So now picking something like the Medusa doesn't feel too comfy. Straight into the two supports for the side of Shopify. So it is looking like perhaps we just stick to the Nature's Prophet 4 or 5. Get the Muerta and the Ogre Magi out. Ogre, not the highest win rate. Again, we've seen a couple of connections. I think we saw it a lot yesterday, actually, in some of the series. It was all Shopify Rebellion. 2 picks in this tournament. And it's a 50% win rate, 50-50 as the Ogre would like it to be. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Honestly, looking at this opener, this is going to sound a little bit insane. I would rather you have a pos 1 Muerta with the Ogre Magi and just run this support NP somewhere. You know, just get the Muerta up and rolling. She scales nicely. Ofrenda is actually decent for core Muerta, as we saw in one of our matches before. Ofrenda, even in support, makes you win lane. Scale, go added attack speed's always nice. Nice little growing tiny. That's pretty sick.
That was
no
very
Earth Spirit, by the way, Mike. Still no Earth Spirit.
No Earth Spirit, John. Don't choose
just
the
an
voice.
update, just in case.
Oh! Oh! Look at that, Jonathan.
What's happening?
Marana.
Oh. Oh, I get
Kunka
so
immediately picked here by Shopify. Jonathan, what do you... I mean, this is starting to look like a pretty tanky draft. I know you have your doubts about the Ogre Magi. I think it's okay. Like, it's a walking bloodlust for Skem. It's a nice little stun. It's annoying in lane. But mostly, and I know people are going to laugh every time it happens, but he's a good hero at just tanking ganks. Like, he's really good at just putting his body forward and just tanking all the ganks for his cause to survive. And, you know, to the naked eye, it might look really bad that the supports died 10 times in, 30 minutes, but it's really not that bad if your core's able to farm. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, I think it works out well. Again, I would just rather the Ogre Magi with Muerta. I just like Muerta's power spikes a little bit more, or her scaling into the late game. NP is very much a tempo hero, right? Like, it hits this nice spike by, say, 10 to 15. Start pushing towers. Late game, you start to split push, but your damage is kind of variable, right? Because of how your innate works, you kind of have to take certain fights in certain areas just to have that added base damage. Otherwise, the hero hits like a wet sponge, so it can be a little bit iffy. I'm curious to see what the idea for Shopify is. It does feel like they are just going to run the support Muerta, though. Chances are you're running the Muerta Conca for the Pacans lane out there and Health Scream, and you just give Yamato with that NP1, which, again, can still be fine. What I'm more curious about is this draft from Xtreme. We were talking about this when we were seeing the initial drafts in day one. Xtreme has been going a little bit different from what we've seen, and again, different in the previous tournaments. Like, the Tiny is not so uncommon, but the Mirana certainly is much more rare nowadays. It's going to be a cool one because she does have a lot of damage with Starfall now. With that facet, the mischance annoying, the secondary hit being stronger is a ton of output, and you can't underestimate that. You do have decent setup, or you have decent follow-through for the Mirana to kind of connect through, right? Roar into arrow, avalanche toss into arrow, or even just the stomp out from the ET. There is some good ganks that can come in off the back of that. So I like the aggression here, actually, from the side of Xtreme. I think their draft is feeling a little bit more well-rounded. For the side of Shopify, yeah, it's looking tanky, but you don't have anything that instantly bursts. You're right, you're playing into a Tiny who's also just very tanky without having to rely on a spell. Like, he hits 6, he has Craggy Exterior, you try to twack onto Tiny, chances are he's not going to die that fast. You don't have Magical Burst on hand here on Shopify. And even the Beastmaster, once he has, like, say, Dominate or even just the Ags up, is also going to be a little bit of a harder one to burst down. Heck, even the ET is also just a very innately tanky support. Only the Mirana is something that you can kind of pick off here on Shopify, and you don't really have that much damage to deal with these cores in a prolonged fight, which you are gunning for. Like, you've caught Kunkka, you kind of want longer fights, but I don't think their damage is scaling all that well, at least early on in the match. Like, say around a 15-minute timer, it does feel like Xtreme has a better lineup to kind of play that time in the game.
I'm just curious now as to how these two teams are going to be finishing off these drafts. I mean, it does seem like Xtreme perhaps still looking for a position 1 for Arme and Shopify Rebellion. Well, we'd assume it's an offlane that they're looking for. Could still be anything for all we know with this Kunkka Prophet core duo. Like, we don't know where they're going to lane yet. We're assuming it's a pos 1 Prophet and a mid Kunkka. See what Bulba's got up his sleeve here. A lot of chatter is occurring between him and Yopaj at the moment. So perhaps the mid pick hasn't been decided yet. 25 seconds reserve time left here for Shopify to make this this final ban choice. Of course, you are still just banning out position 1s for Arme. They'll get rid of the PA, which has been very, very popular, and they are going to go for Storm. So that's what we were talking about earlier, John. Like, what's the global presence that's going to play with the Prophet? Turns out it's going to be a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, but you don't have the connection with Kotl. You don't have a man battery for yourself. Your mid matchup against Tiny should be fine if you do end up against the mid Tiny. There's a very weird flex here for Xtreme where you could run pos 1 Tiny for Ame, go something else dominant on mid for XM, and just kind of run down. It's open enough for you to adjust here on the side of Xtreme. I do like this. Like, it is still very decent follow-through for the NP, but I'm not sure if you're really playing around that style. It really depends on how well your lane goes and what targets you find, because, again, jumping a Beastmaster, jumping a Tiny, and now jumping the Ember, all somewhat hard targets to pin down. I like that flex. Again, they just shift Ame onto the Tiny, give XM that mid matchup on the Ember Storm, so it's now a relatively even matchup. You would give the edge to the Storm Spirit, as he'll play with Static Slide. He can play around with the 1-1-1 build if you wanted the double Vortex. Chances are you don't even need that in lane. Just Static Slide Remnant at level 2. Level 2 at level 3 is going to be more than enough to control the lane. And my concern now for the side of Shopify is, how do you pin heroes down? You've got one stable stun. You've got the X back at the very least. So you'd have some way of holding one hero down. But the wider team fights for Xtreme just look a lot tougher. Looks a lot better, right? Like Chun Ming on the ET with a stomp and the Earth Splitter can be impactful. Your follow-through for, say, Roar, for Avalanche Toss, for even Chain's combination with Mirana. It's pretty painful. There's a lot of ways to make these connections early on the side of Xtreme, whereas in comparison for Shopify, if Yamato was going to make an early rotation out, chances are you're only going to be able to really apply pressure on supports unless you get a full 5-man rotation or 4-man rotation early on, just to commit onto one of these cores, let's say at around the 10-minute mark. And I don't know, the pacing from Shopify just looks a little bit slower. I like the timings lining up here from Xtreme. I think you're going to have some interesting issues in terms of how do you start to take care of the Tiny, especially as the game scales on, as we've seen this Tiny before. And with the with the resurgence of the new tech of insurmountable Tiny, that's not an easy hero to pin down and burst down as the game scales up.
It certainly is not, Jonathan. We do head into it. Game number 1 now officially underway. As you did see Xtreme, they are the 3-1 favorites here in terms of the odds being offered at the moment. So there you go. Seems like most of the betting crowd is looking at Xtreme Gaming at the moment, which I do agree with. I would certainly say they are looking to be the favorites here up against Shopify, at least based off the results we've been seeing and the way that both teams have been playing. Again, I'd never underestimate Shopify, though. They're a team that can really pull out some really fantastic performances when it comes to it. And of course, their backs are against the wall now in this series up against Xtreme. So both sides looking for a big win here in this best-of-3 series. Otherwise, their hopes might just be over. See if we do break out into level 1 team fight here between these two sides. Of course, Xtreme would love one. They'll have a look around, but Shopify playing a little bit more defensively. Like SingQ and XXS, they'll start to move their way up into that dire jungle. XXS will take the Watcher. Skem and Hellscream just going to chase the board down, hoping for a kill. They won't get it though. Denied away. And no fight to break out, sadly, John.
The battle begins.
Nah. Gonna be happy enough with an early trade. Oh, well, a much better trade coming out for Xtreme as they snag 1 extra away. 3-1 start. Gonna spell some nice times for XM on mid. A faster battle. It's gonna do a lot of work here, especially up against a Storm while we're looking at that mid matchup. Again, for Yopaj, static slide up, you can play this lane quite fine. It should be Storm favored, but it's not like it's completely unplayable for Ember. With a sleight of fist, with some dodge potential coming in there. There are windows for XM to kind of just play this lane, try to get his double impact going as well. And you're already seeing some of that aggression. No overload yet in Yopaj. Level 2 is when it starts to get a little bit better in terms of trading back onto XM. Just, again, that double whammy of hits can feel good, but you also do have to show respect to XM once the Sleight of Fist cooldown does start to drop. His uptime's a little bit more manageable. And I do like what XM's doing. Gets the Searing Chains, early value point already set up, just kind of opening up some possibilities for when Yopaj oversteps into the lane, or potentially down the lane, say 4 minutes in, you're going to get a nice rotation in with your Mirana with an arrow setup.
Absolutely, and Yopaj already taking so much damage from XM. Almost goes down, but of course XM not going to dive the tier 1 tower too early on. But you can't underestimate the amount of damage you do deal with that Sleight of Fist plus the double impact facet. It is pretty disgusting, as we are going to have a quick pause from Pakaz. Side lanes wise, it seems like this Prophet's having a good old time up at top lane at 5 CS so far. I don't expect Shopify will have too many issues up at the top lane here up against SingQ and XXS, unless they cop a Rogue Arrow, which definitely could happen. See what SingQ can do with the angles here from the tree lines, but for now, I do believe that both sides of this top lane should be pretty cool.
Yeah, it should be fine. It's a very even farming lane overall. Again, a little bit more favorable for Yamato, as he's able to just leverage the treant. Not much of a threat of it getting instantly bursted down. So, unless, again, you kind of try to aim around here with SingQ and focus it. But you've got some tick bodies to put forward. You've got a lot of protection for that NP. Probably the most static lane up top, actually. Just going to boil down to farm. No pulls. No need to at least creep, skip, and pull. Just kind of get that build up. At the least, perhaps, if Yamato sees an opportunity down the line with a value point teleportation, again, he can help things happen across the map. Just whether or not you have that foundation kind of remains to be seen. We'll see how else he develops from that start. Down bot, the last lane that we were briefly looking at, Pakaz and up against that lane of Ame. Like, the Tiny should be really fine. Yes, you can play around with Tidebringer, but Ame is just so tanky, he's not going to care. He's got his own cleave mechanic with the tree grab. Avalanche Toss is a threat once levels her up. Sean Ming's getting some good pulls back, so is Hellscream. So at the very least, you're trading even in that respect. The camp block did come a little bit late here from the side of Xtreme Gaming. And I do feel like the aggression that Shopify can get out here is a little bit stalled out. Like, it's really interesting as well to see Broad Blossom come out from Pakaz. And we haven't seen too much of the off-lane Kunkka in our games. We tend to see Kunkka on mid with the Tidebringer facet, so we do get the tanky Kunkka in this game at the very least. Although, without the X, you're not going to see that impact anytime soon, and it's going to take some levels before you start to play around with that. So, you've got a lot of leeway here to just play poke with Sean Ming and with Ame. And again, Ami's having a slower start in comparison to Yamato, but he's having a decent enough time slowing out Pakaz at the very least.
First blood, Yopaj getting dived by XM. No rotations to help him out, and XM finding a solo pickoff on the mid lane of Shopify. That is not a great start for Shopify Rebellion, and we did actually see a lot of this yesterday. A couple solo pickoffs yesterday as well onto Yopaj, and it does make the game a lot harder when your mid laner is 2 levels behind the other, as now bottom lane Pakaz ends up also going down to Tianming, and you really can't underestimate this Elder Titan with the Astral Spirit damage, man. It's pretty ridiculous during the laning stage.
And it is. I do like that Tianming did go for the other facet as well, not the move speed one. He went for deconstruction, so even more reduction in armor and magic res, as long as he stays within the area, get that aura going from him. It really softens up the targets. Again, this lane of Conca Muerta just doesn't have that much great aggressive synergy, especially up against someone like the Tiny and BT. They're just way too tanky to play. So you can just leverage that on the side of Xtreme. And this start is just very overwhelming. At least a nice little sneaky move here from Scam to get D-Ward and the block going at the same time. So the build-up can't really be there in terms of ancient stacks for Xtreme. But I want to get back to that point about Yopaj. Right? Like, him having the slow lane mid, it's going to snowball pretty bad, especially into the first power rune. At the first power rune, chances are he's not going to be 6 yet. You're going to have that arrow set we've been talking about. There's going to be a big opportunity to keep that pressure going from Xtreme, and there's really not much you can get done there on Shopify's end because of how badly Yopaj is getting beaten down. In terms of CS, he is keeping up, but that one little death kind of sets a tone in that lane.
It certainly does. Of course, XM going to hit that level 6 mark very soon, and Yopaj got to be careful not to get caught another time before his own level 6. They probably will try. See if he does at least hit it before the 6-minute mark. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Pakaz in trouble again. Yamato, though, going to rotate over to ensure that Tianming cannot continue bullying this Kunkka. And with that, Yamato looking at TP. Oh, he cops the arrow. Sinkyu, what a menace. He'll have to do it the old-fashioned way through the Twin Gate.
You waste some resources out at the very least. And that's the kind of rotations you are looking for. This is the aggression you were expecting here, Mikey, from that NP. So they do get the ball rolling. They find an opportunity. It's not the most important target, but you certainly want the launching point. And the NP having such a great start is a decent enough setup for that. 6-minute rune coming up. You can see the focus onto Yopaj's lane already here.
They're going to jump in. Yopaj being targeted. He's still level 5, so he's got no zip to get away from this, but he can turn around now that he's got the support here to help him out. Yopaj, though, will go down to Sinkyu. Gets a little bit greedy. Sinkyu walks away with a double kill. And you had the chance to run, but he wanted to try and salvage this lane by finding a kill onto Tianming. But it doesn't happen, and once again, I feel like for the 3rd game in 2 days, he's stuck at level 5, while the other mid laner, XM in this case, will almost be level 7.
Yeah, and it boils down to that single pickoff that XM found. I think this also maybe goes back to the skill build. Like, he's going all in on stat requirement overload, going for a 3-0-2, so he doesn't have this double overload threat. He doesn't have that vortex. At least try to buy him some time and spacing if XM does fully commit. And I get why you go for this on Storm. You do get faster farm in the jungle, but it did cost him his lane. It did give that opening for XM to get this snowball start. And now the side of Xtreme Gaming, you're kind of sailing away. Outside of the lane of Yamato, everything's been going the way of Xtreme. Arcane Rune for XM, early rotation out. Already trying to punish for the Shrine of Wisdom, maybe a bit more here.
Yeah, I mean, they've certainly got themselves a conqueror, I do believe. The car's not able to get away. XM securing the kill with that sleight of fist. Not 100% sure how happy Arme is about that, but nevertheless, another kill onto Pakaz, and boy oh boy, already 5-1 in favor of Xtreme Gaming. They are just proving to be so aggressive in this game one, as Tianming now getting caught out by the Dire Triangle. So Hellscream able to secure a kill for himself, and Yamato with another rotation on the Prophet. And that is the one saving grace for Shopify Rebellion. Like, Yamato's had a very good time in that top lane. He's topped the net worth board. But you look at the rest of the net worth, and it's all 3 cores of Xtreme, which is probably going to make it so mid-game is looking a little bit challenging for Shopify. As Yopaj again caught out mid-lane.
Oh, Lord.
He's gonna die another time. And now poor old Scammer was just here to help out. He might make it at least. But you got the big boy. You got the target you wanted in Yopaj. And Xtreme, they're more than happy with that. Who cares about the Ogre?
Yeah. You already got what you wanted. You take away his free Galvanize stack, so Yopaj really has nothing to play with. It's been a very dead time lane. He doesn't even find a rune.
Oh,
Spawns in the wrong spot. Oh, Lord.
SyncQ, just an absolute menace on this Mirana, looking for another kill, but it may cost him this time. As Yopaj will say thank you very much. Skem, he will be able to get away now. XM, trying to find Yopaj. He will juke out the Earth Splitter, but Hellscream looks like he is set to fall. Yopaj now going to turn back onto Tianming as Yamato going to TP in. XM still chasing Hellscream. Will finally get the kill, but he's out. He's running pretty low on mana here, XM. He's going to be a little bit cautious. Yopaj, he will zip away. Yamato, though, getting roared, being left behind. In XG, they win another fight. Just all the trades, they're still just XG favored.
Oh yeah, and you know, we've got to highlight this damage in SyncQ. This Starstruck facet, again, we don't see the support Mirana too often nowadays, especially since you know, you lost the Daylight, the attack speed talent facet. What? Hold that thought, Ame.
Uh-oh. Ame in a bit of danger though. He's a bit of a tanky boy, but he's got no help incoming. He's gonna try though for a TP.
Really?
Oh, that's just... That's just revolting, John.
Oh,
I mean,
it is.
Come, I mean, this hero's meant to have 0 armor, dude. There's 0 base armor, but he takes no damage. Yeah. He took no damage.
Look, craggy exterior, he took his point and grow, and we were talking about this in the draft. How do you kill this Tiny? I was expecting this to be a problem at 15, not at 10.
Here we go. Mid lane, Skem already dropping. Yopaj, he will at least trade for Tianming, but maybe they can get XM. And they will, that's a big one. XM going down on the Ember. Yamato picking up a killing spree off of that, and yeah, that was worth quite a bit more, I think, XM. Certainly a kill you didn't want to see as an XG fan, but he does go down.
Yeah, for a Shopify fan, you're going to be very excited. Getting some activity out in Yopaj. Already starting to recover. Look at that net worth gap between XM and Yopaj. After a very atrocious lane for Yopaj, he's only about 300 gold behind. Right? Like, and this is also what we saw yesterday from Yopaj. His laning phase, kind of atrocious. Not gonna lie, it's been pretty bad from Yopaj. He's been getting outplayed. He's been getting solo picked off in the 1v1 mid. But he comes back in with a couple of pickoffs, and things do start getting rolling. SyncQ?
Well, they're gonna get the dead shot the wrong way there. So SyncQ gonna be able to walk out of the calling. Is now Ame gonna rotate to ensure that they get something for all of this. And poor old Skev is just stuck as SyncQ will secure another kill on the Mirana. XG, they'll be happy with that. Now a 3k advantage in their favor as Shopify. The thing is, you want to play fast with this style of draft, but it seems like they've got to take the time to farm a little bit. They just don't have the net worth right now to really be trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, you really need more build-up, mainly on, I would say, Pakaz. Like, Yopaj, he's kind of fine. I mean, after he gets probably his first item up, his Kaya done, Kaya or Witchblade is going to Kaya first. Once he has one of those items up, he's pretty fine. It's the Kunkka that I'm kind of concerned about. Pakaz has not had impact in the lane. We haven't really seen any big plays coming out yet. He needs more time as Hellscream. Jeez.
Yeah, getting taken down through the Pierce the Veil, and now Yopaj, I mean, did zip in. Gotta be a little bit cautious because XM's still looking for a change, but we'll run into Skem instead. So Skem's gonna tank the gank for his mid laner. Though he's still actually running. XM now gonna be in a little bit of danger, I think, as he does get Vortex back. And XM, oh, he remnants out. XM, how do you get away like that? Tianming trying to get away. Yamato missing it uphill. He misses. How unfortunate. In XG. But by a cat's head, Jonathan, they get out of there.
Yeah, a little bit risky. You know, XM, I do appreciate that high risk, high reward play he's doing. But it is, again, giving avenues back to Yopaj. If that stomp didn't connect, he'd probably be dead at that point. Yopaj would have been able to get that extra right click off, or at least set up a static remnant, kind of open up that kill. Still, all of that effort's paying off for Xtreme. They'll find the mid-tier 1 off of this. They'll start to open up the map a little bit more, get that invasion going. And big benefit still for Shopify is all this farm in Yamato as they're starting to encircle top here.
Be a nice kill onto XXS because he's been ignored the whole game and he's already got the Aghanim Scepter up on the Beastmaster. Thing is, he could turn around with a Roar here and I think he just might.
Yamato?
In fact, he's not even needing it. He's not dying. Skem's the one to go down. Yamato in huge danger. XM will be able to pick him off and now the Roar finally comes out. XXS still running, does finally die. But what's it going to cost Shopify? XM's cleaning up. A triple kill for Sin-Q of all people. And now Yopaj. He's out of mana. Good luck, Yopaj.
Oh,
I wish you the best, sir.
Oh my god, Sin-Q.
Sin-Q. Ultra kill on the Mirana. Oh, it's getting dark, Jonathan. It's getting dark for Shopify. And in XG, proving the odds may have been maybe a little, not enough favor for them. Maybe they needed more in their favor, John. My goodness.
Yeah. Like we were talking about it again in the draft, right? Like the way Extreme Draft is a little bit different. It's not necessarily in line with what's the most popular in the meta right now. Bringing out the Sin-Q Mirana, seeing the power of that Starstruck. Because there was, when the patch launched and we saw these changes, like, all right, poor Mirana's dead, but Starstruck, this Facet, it's a stupid amount of damage for ganks. It's a stupid amount of damage with the Ags if you manage to get that build up for Sin-Q, which I would not be surprised down the line if he manages to pick that up after the pipe, after some utility comes in. Like, Sin-Q is 10 of the 17 kills. He's been in 13 of the 17 kills overall. Like, this guy is a maniac on this Mirana.
Pretty nuts.
And
it is pretty
he is above Pakaz and Yopaj's net worth. That is not a good sign for Top. We've seen this so many times. Phosphor is just higher than the enemy cores. You know you're in for a pretty rough game if that's already happening at 15 minutes in, Mike.
That's pretty tough. That is a pretty tough situation to find yourself in. The thing is, a hero like Mirana as well, like, you can keep up the farm. Like, you know, arrow some creeps, Starstorm, the creep waves, like, you can really escalate quite quickly. You can appreciate Sin-Q going for a utility build as well, building the Yules, looking for a pipe now, bottom lane. Pakaz in the middle of nowhere is gonna try and just pop the Blade Mail and run. Skem and Yopaj, they are nearby him. In XG, good game sense to not try to run uphill and force a fight. So Shopify now, they're going to smoke around back through the bottom lane. It's like a big wraparound towards the Tormentor now. But a Moonlight Shadow's been popped by XG. They're also having a look. Neither finds anything. So they're going to go through the Twin Gate here, Shopify. Up to the top lane where they could find XXS. XXS no help around him, but he does retreat at the correct time, and ultimately both teams miss out. Nobody finds anyone. Another smoke, this time from XG now. Thing is, this Beastmaster is about 20 gold. In fact, never mind, he's got the blink up now. Perfect timing if you can get it out in time for this fight. Shopify won't be expecting it. Pakaz getting chased, chains out. Are going to be there from XM into the arrow. He's taking too much damage here, Pakaz. Almost dead. XM still looking to chip away eventually. Pakaz surely gets some help, but no, apparently not. Nobody wanted to help out, so now XM going in for more. We'll find a courier. But if you're XG, you might seriously consider a T2 tower. I mean, at this point, they're so far ahead. There's no real reason to not just take objectives, but they will play it the smarter way, John, and they'll just keep the farm game up.
I'm more surprised by how Shopify is playing. I don't mind Extreme playing it slow. They've got scaling on hand. They should be confident about how their late game's looking like if they do decide to drag it longer. It's Shopify that I think is missing the mark with the aggression. And you mentioned it in the draft, right? We were seeing it earlier from Yamato, before he had even the Mjolnir. He was showing up in lanes, looking for gank opportunities. Just leaving Pakaz alone that long, this is your tankiest hero. It takes him a long time to kill this Kunkka.
Can they kill Arme? I don't think they can actually kill Arme like this. No, they can't kill Arme. In fact, Arme's killing them here, John. John! Oh, no. I'm saying, John, as if you could fix it. You know, do something here, Jonathan. Well, what are they doing? You couldn't kill Arme with 4 heroes earlier.
Yeah. And again, I was harping about this in draft. Like, what is this draft supposed to do against Tiny? What are you supposed to do against Craggy Exterior up against Insurmountable? Even just that little bit of stat res he gets for free it's a dumb amount. 10% is nothing to laugh at. Oh no.
Yamato, he's getting soloed by XXS.
No way.
I thought he had some help on the way. Here they come. Turns out he didn't need it, John.
No. He's way too farmed. Like, having the drums up, having that beast mode, you twack it on, get the right click damage. It's kind of falling apart for Shopify. They've missed their window, to put it straight. Like, they've missed their window. I like what they were trying to achieve in lane, even though the only kills they were finding were Tianming, not the most meaningful kill on the ET, but they were trying to play that aggression with early teleportation out. And now they're playing a farming game with tempo heroes.
Maybe they can kill XXS. It's a big maybe. They're jumping in. Calling is down. He'll walk away, but the X into the boat back is there. He's so tanky, though. XXS is not dying. In fact, it might be Shopify who go down. XXS will finally drop. Can they get away, Shopify, or can they keep going? Tianming, he'll be targeted. They'll take down Pakaz at the very least, and Skem also dropping as now they move on to Yamato. That's your carry down. XM's out of control. Complete and utter chaos. Shopify, they find 2 for the price of 3, which actually isn't really bad for them, John. They actually get the gold change to go their way, but it's also not very good. You lost your POS 1 and 3 in the process.
It's a huge sacrifice, but in some ways, you kind of need to do that. You kind of need to trade like this. You just need to hope that, you know, Yopaj starts to pull a little bit ahead because, you know, you're still behind. You're still behind Sin-Q. Pakaz and Yopaj are still behind Sin-Q's farm. AVULUS is up.
Oh,
Yopaj.
Yeah, speaking of we didn't catch that on camera, but basically all that happened is Sin-Q ran into him and AVULUS'd him up into an arrow. And XM just took him down. That's what... What is it, John?
It's that 16-minute early AVULUS Scepter at flame. That's how fast Sin-Q is this game.
Yeah, it was fast. Here goes Skem. And by here goes, I mean he's going, John. He's not staying, I'll tell you that. Arme will find that kill. 15k net worth advantage now for XG, as we are going to see. In fact, we did catch it, Jonathan. There you go.
Yeah.
Another sad death for Yopaj.
Our boy Japoy not having the hottest tournament overall, frankly. But I'm trying to think of ways you come back here now on Shopify. What they have to do. Yeah.
XXS can literally just roar anyone and kill them by himself, and they can't do anything.
Yamato, I don't think he wants to be
get
here.
out. Get out of there. You saw what happened. You saw what they did to Hellscream, Yamato. What are you doing? Get out of there, Yamato.
What?
Oh.
What was...
Back to the 1-0 country for him, John. Back to the 1-0 country. XM. Yeah, Skep. No commentary required. XM's doing all the talking here, John. XM having a brilliant performance here for XG.
And they're all having a smashing performance out on the side of Xtreme Gaming. They've shared the load of dying evenly outside of Tianming, the outlier with 5 deaths, but he was the one being ganked up early. They have the opening for Roshan. Nice and quick. No complications, no threat of literally anything from the side of Shopify at the moment, as they will just clear it out. And I have to say, none of these item timings from Shopify are also filling me with a lot of confidence. Pakaz is rushing the pipe, which will certainly help, especially up against the damage of Sin-Q. It's not going to help with the damage of Ame once he's ready to go. Yopaj?
Ame's ready to go, John.
Oh,
Yopaj is dead.
What?
I can hear the frustration, Jonathan. That's literally
it's not frustration.
What can you do?
It's not frustration, it's disgust. That Xtreme Gaming are just so good. Shopify is... It's starting to look like, you know, they need a little bit of mental reset almost.
Hellscream almost dies. Gets the Pierce the Veil off. Sin-Q just gonna actually use him up. No worries, mate. I'll let XXS take care of it then. Meanwhile, mid lane, Skem's gone as well. I mean, just every lane you look at, somebody's dying from Shopify. 31-9, 21k net worth. Did I say it was going to be a close game, John? Is that what I said?
I believe so. We've gotten on record. If you're watching on YouTube, you can scroll back to the draft and maybe kind of figure out chat. But I'm pretty sure he did say that. Yes, you did. I mean, look, I would have expected a little bit more, especially with what we saw from Shopify yesterday against Tundra. And Tundra, I would rate, no shade to Xtreme, but I would rate Tundra higher than Xtreme Gaming at this point. And Shopify looked decent there. And this is not the same Shopify we saw in that series. Maybe they start to reel it back. They're going out for a smoke play. They've haven't really gotten anything new in items, at least I guess the Kai Witchblade.
They've run into XM alone. Nobody else is with him right now. It is literally just XM. And look at this. They can't take him out. He's going to run at them. 1 versus 4. And XM, he might actually find a kill. He doesn't. Skem will be saved by a pipe. Oh. But Arme's here now. There goes Skem. But see, that's the story of the game here, John. XM runs at the whole squad and they do nothing. Because they can do nothing. It's like they're versing John Wick, John. Well, what are you meant to do?
I don't know. You call it. You press enter, you hit G twice, and you hit enter again. I don't know how you come back. Maybe okay, this is reaching. You somehow get sharded because Xtreme Gaming somehow dive behind tier 3s into tier 4s, and then you take that team fight. Perhaps. We really haven't. I don't know. They don't have team fight play for the most part on the side of Shopify. The side of Xtreme, they're just kind of punching down now. 34-9, 25k lead. At this point, this is either the biggest stomp we've seen in Wallachia so far, or if Shopify somehow wins, it could turn into the biggest throw. But I don't see that one happening anytime soon, right?
I mean, it could. It could. You know. Shopify, they're going to smoke up. Sinq's going to break their smoke immediately, and Sinq will leave for now. Can they kill him? Yul Scepter will duke out the dead shot, and now they'll leap away from the Sprout, and they can't lock him down. Here comes Arme. There goes Yamato, or does he? The 4-star away is there, but Yamato's still copping so much damage. He'll get away with the Sprout for now. Pakaz and Skem, they're just stuck. GG.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think it's an early call, John. I think it's a respectable call, to say the least.
Yeah, I appreciate they held out as long as they did in Shopify, but man, 39-9. That's almost looked like a turbo match out from Xtreme Gaming with how fast Matt kind of run. Yeah, he spammed a lot. That good game, well played.
GG will play spam at the end. That's usually a pretty bad sign in my experience, Jonathan.
Oh yeah. And we've got like lively palms out from Xtreme. They're feeling it. You know, they're like, hey guys, man, that was a little bit too fast, wasn't it? This disgusting tech from Sinq, what the hell were you doing there? He was just a maniac. I would say, while we're looking at the highlights, I would say Sinq certainly deserves it. 100% Sinq. Sinq all the way. Sinq MVP forever. For this match alone, because he just played insane to it. Marana support.
Well, I mean,
it's a thing.
We asked. Yeah, go on, John. We are looking at highlights. Go on. What is?
No, I've run my mouth about Sinq. I've lost ways of repeating Sinq over and over again.
It was a fantastic performance, I must admit. He literally did just completely dominate the game. Like between him and XM, it's hard to know who really was the biggest standout. But yeah, I mean, it's just. That facet does feel pretty broken, I must admit, John. That Starstorm facet, it's a bit much. It's like 600 total damage if both of them land on you? Like, what the hell's that? It's a bit, you know, it's a bit ridiculous if you ask me, John. You basically get a free finger, you know? Who needs Lion when you can just pick Marana?
Yeah, who needs Lion? It's certainly so dead of a hero. I think, for Shopify, like digging into this a little bit deeper, yes, you know, you outplayed in the stream. A couple of factors here in Shopify that I don't think helped the cause. This NP pickup being prioritized, we didn't feel the impact from Yamato at all. Like he farmed into Mjolnir, sure. He was getting free farm for a lot of the game, yeah. It didn't do anything. He got some rotations in, yes, it was all kills on Chanming. When they finally had to rotate onto Ame, it didn't work out. He just went back to AFK farming, and again, the hero doesn't do much. I stand by my points when we were talking about the draft. If you had Carry Muerta instead, and you had a Muerta with that farm, sure, she can't join fights instantly, but the potential for damage output might have been better. Your Nature's Prophet would have been more free to rotate around the map to maybe help Yopaj earlier, and then maybe you have a game. So I think this idea with the draft as well, with how they're kind of picking and choosing your heroes on Shopify, isn't matching up to what we were seeing yesterday, which is a bit of a shame because we know this team can do so much. But Xtreme Gaming, again, we saw them in the first day, Mikey. It looked a little bit rough in that first day, but now that we're in day 4, this is a team that I would not want to play up against. 9-39. And again, Sinkyu had an outstanding game. XM will get the standout player as he did a lot of work. I mean, that solo kill on Yopaj was also kind of ridiculous, not gonna lie. And he did just kind of go ham. It's hard to say. They all did a great job. XM, he gets it, and well-deserved for him as well.
Oh, absolutely. Props to XM. He certainly had a fantastic mid-performance there up against Yopaj, and as you saw, Jonathan, they just couldn't control it at all. He just had one of those games. And for Yopaj, I know you already said it, and John, you know I love this guy. I hate beating down on him when he's having a rough day, but we saw it yesterday. There was 2 solo pickoffs during the laning stage against him, and then today, first game, same thing happens. So it's a little bit like, what's happened to my idol, John? This is not how I remember it. This isn't how the script usually goes. Let's see if they can reset a little bit and force us to a game 3 up against Xtreme Gaming, who look very damn good. They look ready for this game 2. Of course, we'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between the side of Xtreme Gaming and, of course, Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Climb the Ranks, where we are putting professional players against our questions. Every right answer will gain them a rank. Every wrong answer will lose them a rank. We'll be starting from Herald. The questions will get harder as we go along. And I'm here with Skem from Shopify Rebellion. Skem, how you feeling? You confident about your Dota knowledge?
Not really.
Great stuff. Love that attitude. Excellent. A real can-do attitude over there, Scam. Let's get into it. We'll start you off nice and easy, of course. The Herald level questions. Everybody should be able to get this one. Let's have a look at the first question on the list. Which continent has never hosted the Internationals?
Yeah, C.
Antarctica, absolutely correct. Let's move on to our next question. In 2012, a set called the Alpine Stalker was added to the store and then removed shortly after due to the community's concerns about it not fitting the theme of the game. What theme was the set?
I think it's C.
I think it's C, going for the cowboy hat. Do you remember it?
I don't remember. I'm just guessing.
Just guessing. All right, well, it's a very good guess, Scam. It is indeed correct. Yeah, it's a lovely fetching cowboy hat for Ursa, recently remade as an immortal, actually. Which brings you through to our next question and up the ranks. What item is referenced in Undying's voice lines?
I don't even know the Undying's voice line.
That might be an issue for this question. I won't lie to you, Scam.
I think A.
I think A, Milkshake?
Yeah.
What's your reasoning behind Milkshake?
I don't know.
All right, no reasoning at all. Just going for A. Let's see if it's correct. And unfortunately,
it's a B.
It is B. Yeah, it is B. Gummy vitamins. Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next question. It does knock you down a rank, but hopefully we can recover. Which of these heroes is not listed as the highest complexity?
I think it's Rubik.
Think it's Rubik who's not complex?
I think it's Rubik.
All right, let's lock in Rubik and see if you're correct. I'm afraid not, Scam. I'm afraid it's Broodmother. I don't know why. It seems more complicated than Rubik in my opinion, but it is what it is. We are back down to the start, unfortunately, back down to Herald, but let's see if we can climb up a little bit further. Let's move on to our next question. Across all pub games, statistically, what is the worst facet in the game?
I think it's B.
Think it's B?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's worse, I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's good logic as any. It is indeed Visitor's Faithful Follows. You're absolutely correct. Alrighty, that gives you another rank up. So let's keep that going into our next question. Are getting harder here. Which hero was unpicked in both Wallachia Season 3 and Rally? Do you have any ideas about what it could be? What do you remember being played, Scam?
I think it's Chaos Knight.
Chaos Knight?
Yeah.
All right, let's lock in Chaos Knight and see if you are correct. And you absolutely are. Well done. Yes, indeed. Chaos Knight unpicked. So let's move on to our next question here. We've got 2 more to go. So, which of these spells is not reflected by Lotus Orb?
I think C.
Think C?
Yeah.
It can indeed be reflected. It is Death Seeker that cannot be reflected.
I don't know that one.
No, it's definitely a weird one, that's for sure. That's going to knock you back down again, but let's see if we can get you back with one final question. And that is, which hero has the fastest attack projectile speed? Morphling, Wind Ranger, or Vengeful Spirit? What are you thinking?
Vengeful.
Vengeful?
Yeah.
All right, going for it. Well done, Scam. You get that one absolutely correct. Yeah, indeed. Venge. Alrighty, well, that ends us at Crusader, I'm afraid, Scam. So, not the best rank, but not the worst. So, yeah, thanks for playing. How do you feel?
It's okay, because I feel I'm not good at this kind of things.
Too busy playing, not
yeah.
Who cares about this stuff?
Yeah.
Absolutely right. All right, Scam, thank you very much for playing. And, yeah, I'll see you next time on Climb the Ranks.
stăpâne, stăpâneți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our Game 2 draft here between Shopify Rebellion and Xtreme Gaming. And as you can see, we've already kind of begun. Jonathan, Shopify Rebellion, they had a pretty bad time. Game 1, Xtreme Gaming kind of just showing their class in that first game up against Shopify. I know you had words about the draft of Shopify. Do you want to... This is your chance, Jonathan, to really carry on about it if you do wish.
Yeah, look, I think prioritizing the NP was a little bit strange. Again, it's the most contested, one of the most contested heroes, but in the games it has shown up in, it doesn't feel great. And you had a lot of room there for Xtreme Gaming to look for an answer back. I think even just a Murano was already a pretty good solution, even from the laning phase. This tiny carry just out damages it and is so tanky until, say, Silver Edge comes out from Nature's Prophet, which takes some time. You tend to go Mjolnir, you tend to want that first. So I don't think that's the priority we're looking for in first pick. I want to see something better from Shopify. If not the NP, they had the chance to take like a big support. They banned out the Ringmaster themselves. Tinker was banned out as well, but something like that. I think if they manage to slide away with a big support pick, it sets a better foundation for Shopify without revealing their game plan. And again, they also had the opportunity to switch the NP onto support. You have Skem in your team. He played a lot of NP5, a lot of NP4, and he knows what to do with it. Even though, again, the hero doesn't get that much showing in that support position, you could have still run the Muerta 1. So I kind of want to see Shopify not be too stuck in a certain idea, especially from first pick. We'll see. You get the Sand King sliding through here for the side of Xtreme Gaming as Tinker and... Oh, wow. Tinker, Ringmaster are left unbanned. Even the Dusa, if you want that kind of idea for the tanky offlane here for Pakaz, which I wouldn't mind. But the Sand King has felt pretty impactful. We've seen Xtreme play this before. We've seen XXS have a great time.
Oh, again. Well, guys, this is your stage, Jonathan. You said you didn't want to see it. I don't know. It's rare that I agree with you this strongly, Jonathan, but I agree with you.
Yeah, nah. Picked once, win rate 0% for Shopify. Look, I think it's a fine pick if you can flex it. It's your first pick. You can't allow yourself to pick your first pick like this, and your win condition's not that massive. NP as a win condition is so timing-based, so laning-based as well. And there we have an even deeper stat versus Xtreme Gaming, 0% win rate for Shopify, as we saw in the last game, of course. But, I don't know, like as a scaling hero, he's very reliant on taking fights in certain areas, in wooded areas, to maximize his innate. If you take a fight, like, say, into high ground, especially on mid, your damage isn't that great. If you take a fight in Roshan, your damage isn't that great. You have a Treant at the release, giving you a little bit more of a multiplier, but it's really not like the best scaling core. As Tempo, they didn't win the laning phase, so that was out of the picture. Maybe this time around they could, as we do get the Ringmaster that, again, didn't get banned out by either side. 50% win rate specifically for Shopify in 4 picks for them, so it's a stable start. It's a good save, especially up against something like the Sand King with the added magic res and the untargetability. So I do like this coming out for the side of Shopify. Much more stable. But again, you could have picked this in first pick. I don't think the NP is that high priority. Like, if Ringmaster was banned, I don't know how you plug the gaps. Do you go back to the Ogre Magi again? You go back to Ogre Magi Muerta, run it back all the way? I don't think so. Xtreme Gaming, they covered the bases very well once more. Very similar to Game 1, where they go ET. This just blocks out Dusa. They don't have to waste the ban on Medusa if you're expecting that for Pakaz. So he can't go for that tanky off lane. You get a really strong combination lined up already with Sand King ET. And then, mind you, the Sand King, we talked about it, XXS can play it, but so can XM on mid, if need be, if the matchup can work. It's just this kind of fluidity in the draft from Xtreme is just what you expect a lot of teams to be doing. For Shopify, unless we see the NP flex, I'm not seeing it.
I always appreciated how much the team XG talks with Zhao 8. Yeah, in comparison to other coaches, they're speaking to like usually the mid laner or the captain. Zhao 8's speaking to the whole team, and you can kind of see how well coordinated they can be with this draft just based on the fact that everyone's talking. They go for the Xtreme Gaming Wind Ranger, which I imagine is going to be for Sin Q.
And we've seen a lot of Wind Ranger popping out on support. The kill shot does feel good. This is a better win condition coming out from Shopify. My one concern is if it's a mid-tiny, you're not getting the same scaling as you would with, say, the safe lane, Insurmountable Tiny. I actually do prefer safe lane Tiny overall, just because I feel like Insurmountable as a facet is good for mid to late game. That added stat res is not to be underestimated. Your strength gain as Tiny is pretty high. So you do get a lot of value from just having free stat res. You get Sanjin Yasha, suddenly this hero can't be pinned down, and he's so tanky. The Bane is a much more interesting pick. We've been seeing a little bit more of that Bane coming in, and it does feel good when you do have a good game. My issue here is there's a lot of backline hold. Like, this is not a free Bane game to just Fiend's Grip someone. You've got Shackle, you've got the Stomp from the ET, you've got Sand King with Burst Strike. There's a lot of reach into the Bane, so whether or not you can actually maximize your grip here remains to be seen, but I do like at least having these conditions out now for the side of Shopify. For Xtreme, though, the Morphling, you have a lot of good heroes to turn into. Turning into NP is not bad. Turning into the Tiny is amazing for this hero. I like seeing this for the side of Xtreme. Very clear win condition coming out now. And you're going to have the... Actually, you don't even need to ban the AA. The side of Shopify banned that for you, so you really don't have anything major to be concerned about.
It's a great Morphling game. I think it was yesterday we saw just how fast Morphling attacks as a Tiny. Like, he gets the tree grab, and it's just so ridiculous how quickly and how much damage this hero can do. Not to mention you have other targets. I mean, the Prophet's always nice as well. You know, it's a great game for Arme Morphling. See what they want to do with these final banouts. Shopify Rebellion, they will ban out the Storm to get things started.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I think you should probably think about respect banning, say, Puck is probably a good idea for Shopify. Unless they're planning to pick it up, but it does look like a pretty good Puck game for XG.
And it does. I think you do have enough hold, I will say, from the side of Xtreme. Again, it's not hold that will last long. It's Nightmare and Fiend's Grip, but you have some way of instantly locking in something like a Puck or Ember. But it is still concerning, right? Your follow-through control isn't the best until you get the leash up in your NP, and that takes a long time. They'll ban out the Doom instead, just to make sure that, again, if they flex the Sand King, you don't have to contend with a very strong off-lane for XXS, something that just pins down Yamato's hero or potentially Yopaj's hero. It does look like the side of Xtreme are expecting something like the Pakan's here to still show up, so probably thinking that it's an NP safe again. It's going to be a tiny mid, and you're just going to pick some off lane here. What's left? I think Beastmaster been banned out. Yeah.
I mean, I think if it's a Pakan's hero coming last, and we are seeing the Pos 1 Prophet again, like, you really want something Pakan's is going to have a good time on. Like, last game around, his Kunkka falling apart during that laning stage, like, it's going to make it impossible for you to do much with this Prophet. Like, either Yopaj or Pakan's has to pop off, but one of them has to pop off. You know, at the very least, don't have a bad lane. I mean, Yopaj could have a good lane for himself, but I dare say it's probably a good idea to ensure Pakan's is going to have himself a good lane, as we are going to see at least XG are going to make their final pick. Still looks like a pretty good Puck game to me.
5 seconds remaining.
If they wanted to go down that route.
Certainly so. I feel... Okay. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say just run Sand King mid, because it's obviously a tiny mid. Like, unless, again, you do something weird, you give Pakaz like NP and you give like Temado safe lane tiny and you last pick something else here for Shopify, your Sand King mid is just going to stomp. And I think this
really nice pick.
This Dawnbreaker feels really good. The hero honestly still feels strong. We haven't seen it at all, but its output in lane is still really high. Its new facets are interesting. You're probably not going for any of them. You're just going to go for the good old cooldown reduction. But it's still the same hero. You just nerfed down the Ags, but the Ags timing is still very impactful with the added little duration as she lands in. That quicker landing is also massive for the team fights. So I like seeing this for Xtreme. For Shopify, I don't know which way you go. Like, if this was any other team, I would say the flexibility is pretty damn good. but it's likely we really are just waiting for... Okay, maybe not the... Okay, yeah, just the because... Punka again. No, no, I'm not feeling this, no. It's better than last draft, I'll say that. I think this is a better setup for it.
Say what you're thinking, John.
I don't know.
It's okay. Say it with your chest, John. What do you think?
It's pretty bad.
You hate it, don't you? You hate it.
I really do.
Let me say,
I don't like the Kunk off lane. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all right.
That's all right.
I get what Kunkka does in the game. You know, he buffs you up, he keeps you tanky. I don't think he's the strongest lane dominator. Ame should be fine as long as he's not running around full Aji. That's not something you'd expect Ame to do anyhow. And it is an XM mid Sand King and an XXS Dawnbreaker coming in there. Solar Charge, nothing too strange with the facets. Pakaz does switch to High Tide, so he's not going for the durability on X, which we really didn't see anyway. So maybe a little bit more impact with the lower cooldown Tidebringer. But I'm not convinced. I think the mid lane matchup for Yopaj, it's a little bit better. Melee into melee. Sand King is pretty fine. You can actually play with a Stinger build here for XM. Chances are he will just go for the normal Sandstorm and just stand the middle farm up. At least the threat for killing Yopaj is a lot lower considering just innate Craggy. So you shouldn't expect the mid to be as crushed out for Yopaj. But man, I don't think you fix your issues fully on the side of Shopify. Like, your lane partners, Bane and Peep, can be aggressive, but XXS and SinQ are much more aggressive. Dawnbreaker and Windranger, once they hit like a level 3 timing here, they drop you low enough. The threat of level 2 Celestial Hammer with Starbreaker or even just Luminosity to help sustain the lane, it's a lot of output. And NP is just not that tanky. You can buy some spacing out with your Bane, but it's not much. I know. I'm so confused why they went back into this.
I feel like this Dawnbreaker pick was just really lovely, right? Like, it's just, as long as Solar Guardian's up, you're never going to feel comfortable actually jumping anyone with this Prophet Bane. It's always going to feel a little bit awkward knowing that the added healing is going to come in. So I really appreciate this last pick, Dawnbreaker, from XG. And we'll see what they do about it. Shopify, they are going to run into Ame. So Smoke broken onto Skem. So they are just setting up for some wards, but they'll stick around just in case they have a shot at trying to take Ame's life. Seems like XG this time around will be avoiding any kind of level 1 team fight. Just wanting to get into that laning stage where they probably are going to have a pretty good time. So important for Shopify to ensure that the lanes don't go as badly as they did last game, because as you saw, the game will only last roughly 25 minutes if it does. So here we go. They're going to go for a fight over this top bounty. Tianming probably not looking to jump, but he does have Astral Spirit up. We'll move in with that added damage. Hellscream's got to be pretty cautious here. Tianming with the briefcase, doing a lot of damage, but eventually does get stopped. And in fact, he does go down. Skem able to pick him up with the Brain Sap. And so that attempt does work against the side of XG.
And they do finally find something here. Setting a good tone for the side of Shopify, giving the kill to Skem. Probably not the biggest deal, but you're at least finding your movement lining up. And that's I'd say the morale factor, finding first blood, is pretty big.
I think Skem's dead if he connects. And he does.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. SinQ. I mean, he's already started, John. The lane's just got here. Like, we just got the creeps in the lane, SinQ. Take it easy.
No taking it easy here. Do have to appreciate that early ward that Skem did drop earlier, allowing them to get that flank in. So that did enable a lot from that early smoke, even if it did pop early. We'll take a look at the lanes they break out after that little bit of a trade. The mid matchup again for Yopaj here up against XM. Not going to be comfy, and I do appreciate XM just going back to Stinger. Melee lane matchup for Sand King. You've got the innate Caustic. You play with Stinger. Yopaj has to walk up to the creep wave every single time. So you're going to be doing a lot of damage trading back. And sure, Yopaj is pretty tanky. At the very least, he's not going to get shoved out of lane. But he's always got a second guess every single time he's going to come in for the deny or a last hit. It's a lot of openings for XM, and it just feels easier to play. You're the one setting the tone for this lane, not the Tiny. So it's going to be a little bit slower going once more for Yopaj if he's not too careful.
Yeah, absolutely a very ugly lane for Yopaj. Of course, you're looking at bot lane where you do have SinQ and XXS against Yamato and Skem. Yamato, again, I'd actually say this looks like a more dangerous lane than last time around. I think Yamato had a really good laning stage in game 1. Didn't really get picked off at all, but this one could be dangerous. You get a nice Shackle or a nice Starbreaker set up, and he will just melt to the damage output between these two heroes.
Yeah, it's quite high. And again, the Nature's Prophet, not the tankiest tier in the world. At least this time, your Treants are protected. You don't have a Mirana arrow to worry about. So they will always kind of have some impact zoning out XXS and Sin Q. But you're also going to have to watch your spacing when you do go for those last hits here for Yamato. So it is kind of a double-edged sword. He is doing fine in lane though initially. He is finding that farm, but so is XXS. And again, this Dawnbreaker timing into, say, level 3, that's when things start to get really dangerous with the Celestial Hammer at level 2, with a follow-through for Starbreaker, with the burst damage the Q would have as well, with that kill shot. Can get very dangerous very fast once the levels are secured.
He might be dead now. In fact, no, he's not. The Treant does go towards XXS instead, so Sin-Q gonna make his way out. XXS will protect, but here comes Yamato. Still, Sin-Q, of course, does have a Quelling Blade. Had Tangos anyway, in case he needed it. But it is a very annoying type of Sin-Q because of this great Treant just chasing him the whole lane. Because we can't talk about top lane as well, where you do see Pakaz against Ame and Tianming against Hellscream. Seems like another lane where Ame probably not going to be getting that much pressure applied to it. It's probably going to be a pretty good lane for Ame. Tianming, chasing Hellscream, but is not going to be able to keep up with the Ringmaster.
No. Doing a great job of at least stacking up these creeps as Pakaz.
I'm going to move in. Tianming does get taken down. Very nice rotation from Pakaz, seeing the opening there in Hellscream to secure the kill. Yamato, bottom lane, he got very low. You've got a power shot in 3 seconds. Yamato's still showing as well. He could just die here if Sin-Q can connect. He does have 10 1 charges though, so if he's clutch enough, he could avoid it, and it seems like Sin-Q not going to bother going for it anyway. Although maybe now he will. Yamato! Oh. Oh, he was waiting for the Celestial Hammer from XXS. Just wanted that bit of bonus damage before they do go for it. Sin-Q already on to his second kill this game.
It's feeling good for the side of 3. Mind you, Shopify, they're doing a lot better in this laning phase in comparison to game 1. And you're getting some movement out from Pakaz, you're getting aggression in the Kunkka, you're finding some punishment down bot. Although, again, losing Yamato is not exactly what you're gunning for.
Skem chasing, wants XXS. Sin-Q taking a fair bit of damage as well. He does successfully force XXS away. In fact, I believe he's actually going to have to run. No, he won't run to the fountain. Does bring a salve out via the courier. Desperately, though, trying to ensure Yamato still continues to have a good lane. Like, CS-wise, it's a great time. You just had that one death earlier. But you don't want to have any more. Right? Let's avoid the dying part. XXS. Sprouted up, has a quelling, he'll be okay. But no regen for this man.
No. And the big change for Shopify as well is that they're focusing on mid a lot more, trying to help out Yodpaj. Hellscream's just looking into that Sand King now.
They move in. I mean, XM's quite low. Here comes Yamato to really try and help out. XM still just standing his ground, but can't survive the damage output of the Tame the Beasts. So very nice rotations now from Shopify Rebellion, trying to avoid the mistakes from last game. And they're the ones now applying the pressure.
Timing lines up into the 6-minute rune as well. Yopaj should be able to get himself topped up, no problem. And again, Shopify are playing a lot better. Last game was... This is not the same team we were seeing last game. It's almost reminiscent of the Shopify we saw against Tundra.
Jianming's going to die for this. He did take the regen rune for himself. And I guess it is, you know, still going. He does have a chance of surviving, but not really. Body blocks will come out from Yamato. And eventually Tianming does at least deny the rune away, but does give his lone life away. Sin-Q still trying to snipe Skem. Does throw a cheeky power shot out just in case he can connect, but he does not.
Not quite. And again, the warding from Shopify to enable this aggression is just on point. They've been really good in keeping watch of XM's lane. They've got that ward behind the tier 1 in a very sneaky spot. so they were always aware as to whether or not XM's going in for the camps. Doing a great job of punishing. The side lanes aren't snowballing too hard in comparison to that game 1 as well, although Ame is starting to pull ahead by a decent amount in terms of last hits up top. It is a little bit slower going for XXS with all of that poke back here still.
Bottom lane, now moving into the Shrine of Wisdom. Xingqiu might just die and does do so. Tianming trying to chase Yamato now. He's doing a lot of damage on this Elder Titan, but Yamato's trying to fight back for the Starbreaker. It does land. Yamato, he'll survive a little bit longer. XXS surely one more hit, doesn't get it. Oh, he does. The Celestial Hammer, it'll pay off, but it's just at the cost of 3 heroes for the side of XG. A very expensive cost, and nobody will get caught on their way out.
That's the aggression we were looking for. Again, from game 1, they're doing a great job in Shopify of using that map presence that Yamato has. Sure, it cost him his life, but they take both Shrines of Wisdom off of it. They get some good punishment out. They're slowing down XXS. They're forcing responses out to that lane. They're freeing up a lot of room for Yopaj to just kind of recover as he enters late. Although XM?
XM? Oh, I thought he almost committed it there for a second. Nightmare out onto Tianming. Slow walk back here into Yopaj, but he doesn't have Avalanche available. In fact, now XM's going to jump in. Solar Guardian also committed. They want to go for this fight into the Tiny. And Yopaj, he finally had the Avalanche, but it's too late. They'll still pick off Tianming eventually, as now Yamato is also going to rotate over. XM, he's also been dusted up. He's going to try and fight this one out, I think. He'll pop the Epi. He'll chase down Skem, but he's got a haste route. He's got a haste route. Oh, here comes Xingqiu, but it's all too late for you, sir. He'll maybe try for a blind power shot. Let's see if he can land one onto Skem. Oh, he does! Oh, the sniper Xingqiu. And the whole of Shopify give him the tip. I mean, he deserves that. My goodness.
Oh, yeah, 100% he deserves that. That was just, again, strange decision-making from Xtreme this time. Like, we saw that hesitation out from XM, he trying to channel out that epicenter. I figured he was just going to run into that haste rune himself. Like, they knew the rune was on the other side. They already scouted out the top power rune earlier on. Instead, opting to make that play, not having enough of the stun duration to connect with the Solar Guardian cleanly, and they miss an opportunity. Like, that is level 1 burst, right? It's not the longest hole in the world to help set up for your combination. So Shopify, again, finding some punishment. XXS.
Nightmare setups are very nice here from Skem. He's not even level 6 yet either on this Bane, so you don't have the Fiend's Grip to play with. Yopaj, a very nice cut-off point there from the Tiny. And that's going to be a quick death onto XXS. More kills for Shopify Rebellion. And now you've got the Fiend's Grip up on Skem, so he can go for another. He's got the vision onto Xingqiu. A nice easy grip. Yamato will move in as well. And it's going to be a kill for Skem. You love to see it if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan.
Yeah, it's looking like they've got the energy to drag this into Game 3. They course correct from Game 1. I wasn't a believer in running back, but they identified their issues still.
Skem gonna avoid the stun with the Nightmare. A very nice avoid, in fact, from Skem. He'll eventually go down, but it's gonna come at a heavy cost. It looks like, though. The X-Pack was not onto XXS. So he's all right for now. He'll run back towards the T2 tower, but Yopaj will catch him with an avalanche. Problem is now Xingqiu is going to go right after Hellscream with the focus fire. It's not enough, though. They will save Hellscream for now, but the chase continues. Tianming, he's going to find Pakaz. Meanwhile, Xingqiu's still hunting for this Hellscream, but he's not going to catch him. Instead, they will have to settle for Pakaz. But that is still a very nice kill for the side of XG.
And it is still much more impactful, I want to say, from Shopify. Again, they're working this aggression nicely. They're getting this timing on Yopaj. This is the Tiny without the blink just yet. Once you have that initiation lined up, the game becomes easier to play. And for Xtreme, it just, maybe it feels a little bit desperate almost, right? Like they're going for these burst strike combos with Solar Guardian onto a Bane. It's not the biggest one you'd want to commit your combination for. And they're not finding that simple kill either. It takes a lot of concerted effort. The one silver lining for Xtreme is that Ame has had a very free time. He was left alone top for a long time, makes his rotation out now. Into the Yasha he goes, into the Manta, already having that full Vlad's up. So he has some good sustain to play with and a lot of damage on top of it. But the side of Shopify is hitting those spikes. Again, Yopaj and his blink 200 gold away. Yamato going into that same Mjolnir build-up.
Arme able to pick off a quick kill into Hellscream is Skem now. Trying to set up onto Tianming. XM's in with the epicenter and Yamato. He's been caught out. You really don't want to lose Yamato like this. Not for Tianming, but they'll take him down. They've got Skem to boot, and now Pakaz. He needs to find an escape route. He's got no TP though, and XM's caught him. Solar Guardian, just in case. Because why walk? Pakaz trying, is dead. Xingqiu to secure the kill. And this seems about right for the timing where XG start to slowly take over, John. Because, you know, we really haven't talked about Arme. He's still been free farming, Jonathan. He's still just been farming the whole time. He's well and truly ahead of everyone else now on the map. And I'm starting to feel like XG, that they found their footing.
And that was the trade-off of all of that movement. That was the silver lining. Again, Ame showed up when he had his Vlads, not even the Yasha, but he had the parts for it. Now he's basically at the Manta, just lacking recipe. You'll find Chanming again, but you need bigger kills than this to really feel good. Yopaj, that's also his blink reveal as well, so they're going to be ready on the side of Xtreme.
The XM was there, but he was just kind of just casually watching because he didn't have epicenter ready anyway. Couldn't really do much about the jump onto Tianming. They will stick around to defend this tier 1 top tower, at least Xingqiu will, but Yopaj immediately going to jump in with the blink. Toss back into Pakaz. Arme's going to show himself, trying to move it onto the Tiny, and Yopaj actually almost dies. In fact, XM does move in with the Burrow Strike now, so Yopaj in pretty big danger. They'll get a Fiend's Grip though onto Arme. Maybe they can get the Morphling, and they can. They set up perfectly here, Shopify. They'll even catch XM. That's the one thing that Fiend's Grip. You've got to be wary of the Fiend's Grip, Jonathan.
Yeah, they didn't hold their stuns this time around, committing all in to try to catch out Yopaj, but with the saves in the back, just too hard to pierce through right now. XXS.
Bit of danger here, Yopaj. We'll just chase him down, and that's going to be another nice kill for Shopify, as we are seeing some highlights from that last fight. As you can see, that Will of Wonder kind of screwing up Arme in terms of finishing off the kill onto Yopaj, but Skem, look at the position, right in the tree line. They can't see him. It's very hard to get there for XM. And with that, like, if you can't stop the Fiend's Grip, Arme's got no hope in hell of surviving. Not if he's not already strength morphing. And that's a great fight for Shopify. Not allowing XG to take a big advantage.
Yeah, they reel it back their way. Again, the side of Xtreme Gaming. In terms of these fights, they've been maybe a little bit brash, right? Like, we've seen this time and time again when they go for the Burrow Strike and Solar Guardian. That's one big example. It's just not quite lining up. That combination, I feel like you need to have a little bit more coming out from Chanming. He's got to be able to get these Echo Stomps off. And in that fight, it reflects in the fact that they go all in on the stuns without looking for the backline. Like, it should be down to either XM or Chanming to actually spot out this Bane. Skem is a very easy target to go on if you can change something away. He has to be the priority target. That or even Health Screen. Right? Because we are seeing the effect of that escape that kicked in. And that save is still as obnoxious as ever. And with the space that Shopify has made, they'll take a free Tormentor for themselves. Nice and quick. Side of Xtreme are running down here though.
They might want to fight. XG, they'll get a bit of vision on Pakaz. In fact, they get a stomp onto Pakaz. He'll be okay though. No real big jump in from XG yet. And it seems like it's going to be about it. They really haven't brought the whole team anyway. It's just the supports. Just scouting out what's going on. So free Tormentor now for Shopify. No Roshan to be taken as the counter. Seems like XG just back to the drawing board now, looking to farm as bottom lane. They do find Xingqiu. Both will connect. Xingqiu in pretty big danger, does die. But he does at least tank the gank for Arme to be able to escape freely. So you lose your Wind Ranger, you allow Arme out of there, but it's going to be another kill for Shopify. It's XM now, finding Skem. Skem trying to make it hard. Epicenter does get committed though, and he's been stopped up by Tianming. He'll still run though. There might be time for Yamato to move in. In fact, the Fiend's Grip is out from Skem, but a beautiful Burrow Strike from XM. The Solar Guardian to buy a bit of time. Tianming, though, still dying. XXS now in the middle of nowhere. He's also going to die. Oh, XG getting a little bit too excited here in this game, too.
They are. Again, just the way they're taking these fights are just messy in comparison to how it was in game 1. They're not staggering their spells. They're holding back on some spells, giving some openings here again.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Skem, he's setting up everything here, John. Another nightmare set up into Sync Q, and Yopaj can very quickly follow up with the Avalanche Toss combo. And for me right now, I really do feel like Skem on this Bane's been the big difference maker in this game too. You know, it's just the constant setups for these easy pickoffs have really paid off, and just the constant threat. Am I going to get nightmared? Am I going to get Fiend's gripped? Is someone going to catch him? You just don't know. Here we go again. He might find XXS here. Misses out the initial jump. XXS running. Yamato does see him. Yopaj will be on the chase to boot, but XXS is a pretty fast dude. It looks like this time he will escape.
You look at the control that Shopify have in that area. They've got good forward wards up top. They're all just playing in this area. No one's crossing back into their side of the river. Xtreme Gaming can't go across the river either. There's some good defensive wards to allow some movement back in for Shopify if anyone kind of staggers back into that jungle. XXS still in danger?
Let's get caught by Yamato. He's not really that tanky. Yamato able to take him down, though he does almost end up killing himself in the process because of that blade mail, but it'll be alright. He does get there in the end. Bottom. They're looking at Skem. We've seen this before, though. They're going to actually pop the epicenter to just try and burst him down, though Skem is not dying. He's got the escape back here from Hellscream to help him out. Skem surely dies and does eventually. But here comes Pakaz. Pakaz looking to go into Tianming. How far do you want to go, though, Pakaz? Earth Splitter's out now. That's going to connect. Pakaz is down. Yamato now moving in with the Solar Guardian is out onto Arme to try and protect Arme. Dropping low, does go down. Still XM, still continuing, does kill off Yamato at the very least, and now Yopaj in trouble. Yopaj trying to man up. He'll toss up XXS, but it doesn't matter. And Sync Q, you know he's going to try and snipe Hellscream. Can he get him? No, he cannot. He goes the wrong way. But that's a great fight for Xtreme Gaming. And Pakaz, I mean, you kind of saw it. He was running in by himself. It was a little bit early. Yamato felt forced to come in afterwards. And it just felt like they could have left. They could have left the fight the way it was. They forced it a little bit, and sadly, it works out the other way.
Yeah, it comes down to the fact that you lose Skem first, and you get threatened on your Ringmaster, right? Like, he's forced to Wheel of Wonder to try to cut off the rest of the aggression. Not catching out XM in the taunt is a pretty big deal, as your Sand King's starting to do a lot of damage. To catch more, though.
They're trying to catch Skem, but Skem's a real nuisance. It's very hard to pick him off, as Sync Q's actually the one to fall first. And now XM! XM getting caught, Skem with the Fiend's Grip, locking him down. It's just a bait every time. Like, every time they jump this Bane, it always feels like it works against them.
It does. I mean, outside of the one time it did work last time, they need to find them kind of fragmented here on the side of Shopify. Easier said than done for Xtreme. Shopify have been playing, for the most part, much more disciplined Dota in comparison to Game 1. They maintain that 6k lead, 27-15, and their aggression is still on point. Like, they know how to take these fights, except for the last one, where, and maybe Pakaz overstayed his welcome once Skem died first. But as long as Skem's alive, you've got all the opportunities you could possibly ask for. Still, big timings lining up here for Xtreme Gaming. Ag's timing for XM, one part away, around 200 gold left. For XXS, it's about 700 gold away. You're going to have that double Ags, you're going to have the lingering Solar Guardian with the Healing Pulse coming online, and a shorter channel duration, which means the connection with Burst Strike should almost always connect at that point. For Ame, he did finish up his Dragonlance. He's going into the full Butterfly next, so the damage output of our Morph starts to really come up. I'm a bit surprised we're not seeing anything defensive in respect to Skem, right? Like, something like a Linken's on any of these heroes would be a massive help. Maybe down the line, just looking for more damages. It does take a while to kill off some of these heroes, compared to how fast Shopify has been murdering the side of Xtreme Gaming so far. Again, 8k lead for Shopify. They've done a great job in actually getting the strengths of their draft running Like, right, this is the ideal sort of NP game. This is the ideal sort of tiny mid, high tempo, high aggression gameplay coming in, and they'll go again. Smoke already out. Yopaj joining his 2 supports. Has the disassembly on the Echo Saber for the BKB to be up. That's going to be a big surprise. They're reliant on that Epicenter Solar Guardian at the moment to kind of get these kills on these cores from the side of Xtreme. That BKB puts a spanner in the works here.
I mean, it really does feel like XG just need to avoid fighting until they have some defensive items up. There is a Lotus Orb coming on Sync which certainly will help, but I agree with the sentiment. Arme probably going to want a Lincoln Sphere at the least to try and make things a little bit more challenging against this Bane that has been a real nuisance towards his Morphling. We shall see. He'll finish the Butterfly first, and respectively, like he probably does want some bonus damage, and the evasion obviously going to help a lot. But yeah, I mean, that Lincoln's or even just the Lotus would be a godsend right now for XG. They are going to smoke up. XG not waiting around for those key items. BKB now available on Yamato, so 2 BKBs that they haven't seen yet. Shopify could have a pretty big lock on the next team fight. With that debuff immunity coming, Yopaj already looking for an initiation, not going to find anyone yet. Xtreme Gaming also just casually waiting. Arme is getting... He's pretty much 1k away from having the full Butterfly, so you'd love to just wait it out a little bit. There's your Lotus Orb on Sync now being ready. The problem is Shopify, they're not waiting. They want that T2 top tower, and they'll take it very quickly. But they probably will have to retreat after this. Shopify maybe having to start looking at the Roshan attempt very, very soon. Jump in, XM, he's actually going to try and defend. Yamato gets his BKB off, but he is stunned in the middle of it. Yamato just trying to retreat, losing half his HP already. Is he just dead? Oh, he is! Yamato gone with his BKB, even as XM jumping in for another 2-man stun. Arme looking for that Bane, unable to find Skem yet, so they'll have to focus on everybody else. He'll finally see Skem, but he wants to avoid him now. XM in the meantime, he does get caught out. So does Pakaz though. It's a 1-for-1 on the off lane as they can move in for more now. Arme looking for that Bane, moves on to Skem, but Skem's on the run. He's all alone though, they've left him be. Skem looks like he will survive. And it ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of XG. The funniest part about that fight was Arme literally barely hit anyone. He was just chasing Skem the whole fight.
Yeah, showing a lot of respect for that control. But I'm amazed they managed to get that damage through to Yamato with his BKB up. It's this double act, right? It's the lower duration Solar Guardian channel along with getting some physical damage out on the Epicenter with the Stinger. The double ags timing does line up, and it does overwhelm Yamato overall. At the least, Yopaj, you know, he wasn't quite in the area. He didn't have to pop BKB, so he still has his fresh one. But yeah, it's that double ags combination. Damage going right through that debuff immunity. You've got the spacing out for Ame, turning into the Nature's Prophet in the wooded area as well. And then he just plays cautiously. That's the one thing that held him back. If they could play more aggressive, if they could find Skem faster, they would have gotten more, but they have to show a lot of respect in these kinds of engagements.
Mid lane, Shopify, they have smoked up again. They're running directly towards XXS. Ward's down. XXS has vision around the area, but they are still smoked. But Shopify, they don't see him. They'll try and mid lane instead onto Tianming. A much easier kill to secure, and they do get it. There was also a scan out right on top of Arme, and Bane's already rushing towards that area. Skem wants to find a Nightmare or Fiend's Grip, but doesn't quite get there in time. So Shopify is still desperately trying to keep that pressure applied onto the side of Xtreme. Sadly, they only really find Tianming. It's not really that big of a deal. Update, by the way, John. Even now, Arme is not going for the Lincolns. He's going to go for a Hurricane Pike instead.
It's rather interesting that he's not valuing that protection. I guess, again, maybe they're just thinking they can always catch out Skem. They've got a lot of stuns.
Roshan.
They have to be careful about stacking it, though.
Well, they could make it in time here, John. They've got the vision with the power shot. Roshan's still healthy. XM, he's going to go in with the epicenter. It's on top of Cars, but he's taking no damage with that pipe up. Bakars just tanking all of it. Now they can turn around. XM, he did more damage to himself than he did to Bakars, but it doesn't matter. He still managed to get out of there. Roshan still surviving on 3k HP. Shopify, they'll slowly move back into the pit. It's like XM's rushing towards the fountain, trying to reset. He should have time. Does have a TP ready so he can get back in. XXS has been spotted top lane. Skem's already rushing there. If they can pick off XXS, it's basically Roshan guaranteed, but the creeps should see him, and they do. Arme's already getting there to make sure he can help out. And if they can kill Skem, Roshan might just be theirs. They'll jump in. Skem. Does he get out? Meanwhile, Xingqiu does end up dying. There's another fight broken out. Tianming being chased, might just drop, and does. Skem, he's bought all this space, John. He's not even dead. Skem's not even dead. He's coming back. Here come the buybacks from XG. They've got to fight for the next Roshan. Skem's going to cut some people off here. He's on the other side. In fact, never mind. XG do back off. And Roshan, once again, might just get started. There was 2 buybacks committed here, so XG are in a pretty awkward position. How do you go and fight this Roshan now, knowing that you don't have those buybacks ready? They've got Epicenter in 10. But as we saw last team fight, that pipe basically took all the damage away. And XM nearly kills himself with the Blade Mail active of Bakars. Looking to move in. XM, Epicenter is channeled. He's going after Yopaj, and Yopaj, he is not saved. He does go down to the Earth Splitter. Hellscream also caught out. Hellscream, no, he's okay. He'll be saved here by the boat. Xingqiu, meanwhile, does end up going down. That's a dieback on the Wind Ranger. But here comes Arme. He'll waveform forward. They get the Will of Wonder down. Another Fiend's Grip. Skem will hold him down. Do they have the follow-up damage? He's surviving. Arme, he'll strength morph. He'll make it out. In fact, he'll waveform back in. Arme, what a Giga Chad! What a Giga Chad! Arme's not dying. Call an ambulance, but not for him. 4 down for Shopify Rebellion. And Arme will take his prize in the Roshan pit.
I mean, I guess we're seeing why Arme doesn't need the Lincolns, Mike. He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't, John.
He doesn't even have his shard. Yeah, he doesn't even have his shard. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. He's tanky enough. It's this butterfly, to be fair, right? Like, you don't have anything like the MKB up. You don't have like a Bloodtorn to worry about. So even if he's gripped up, the grip damage alone at this point for Arme, not going to be enough to kill him off. You took care of Yopaj earlier on. That's the best target you could ask for. And that position from Yopaj causing all of these issues. Like, it's a great grip. The stomp as well, stalling out from Chanming was massive and saving. But when he's hit, look at all those misses. They can't pierce through the evasion, and Arme is just so tanky.
Yeah, nothing like an MKB being built here on Yamato either. He's trying to go for a Revenant's Brooch, but you might have to switch that one out a little bit, I think. Things are looking tough here for the side of Shopify. All of a sudden, the net worth advantage finally swinging back the way of XG. And you're seeing Arme, like, he just morphs into that Prophet. That added BAT, it's pretty rough. Yamato, don't go there, sir. He'll try for Tianming, but he didn't realize Arme's right behind him. And Arme, he doesn't care about your BKB, Yamato. He doesn't need your BKB. He's just hitting. It's all right-click, sir.
Holy. 300 plus 300 damage whenever he's NP. That is insane. That is insane, Arme. That is ridiculous. Good lord. That innate in the tree line. He's a better NP. He's just better.
Yes, he is. He's just a better MP. He's the guy that your wife tells you not to worry about, John. That's what he is.
Yeah.
That's him right there. He is him. Anyway, Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify have to play a cleaner game now. Like, that mistake, Yopaj walking into the power rune spot when they're all contesting Roshan, that's the consequence. You can't afford to make slip-ups. That little play for Yamato to just pick off an Elder Titan at this point in the game, and that changes the game. 4K lead, 33 to 23. Not quite the dream numbers, unfortunately, not lining up the way you'd want it to, but hey, we've got a lot of trees in 1-2. A little bit of a reversal. As they start to siege away, they still have the secondary life on Ame. Daedalus not too far off either.
Oh, Yopaj jump in, avalanche toss up. Ame could give less of a crap. Yopaj forced the BKB and walk away. X up onto Ame. Means nothing though. They missed the torrent. He is currently 400 gold away from the full Daedalus, John, so I think Ame may as well just go farm that. He's got 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so plenty of time. And if you're doing 600 per right click with the Daedalus, Jonathan, and attacking that fast as a Morphling, I'd imagine things are about to get a lot more dire for Shopify Rebellion.
And it is. I mean, it's dire for Shopify, but you gotta have fun here for Ame. He's been having fun the entire game. Maintaining that top net worth spot the entire time.
He's gonna be critting for like 1.5k.
Yeah.
As the Prophet.
He's Phantom Assassin.
Here we go. Look at this, John. Pakaz is... That's your offlane, by the way. See you, Pakaz. Ame, I think Ame could confidently jump into the whole team right now, and they probably wouldn't be able to do much about it. Let's see. T3 towers under siege. XM jumps in. Who is he caught? It's going to be Skem. That's a big target. They've got Skem down. Ame's not dying either. Yamato's forced the BKB and try to attack, but who are you attacking? Like, no, at this point, nobody cares about your profit as they jump in again. Yopaj is down. XM, just an absolute menace. They wipe him. Call it, boys. It's over. There's no buybacks. That's it. GG's call. Shopify will have to go home. But Xtreme Gaming, they will proceed, Jonathan.
That they will. And they do it in very strong fashion. Game 2, a little bit topsy-turvy. You know, Shopify were managing to play their draft a lot better in comparison to Game 1. This is the Shopify we saw yesterday when they did take a game off of Tundra. Unfortunately, just not enough. The small mistakes they made, especially around that Roche pit, just overextending a little bit, being out of position, giving these angles to open up with, and allowing Ame to freeform for so long. This guy was uncontested. All of those kills were happening on bot and mid. Ame was just free-farming top the entire time, and that investment paid off. Unfortunately, the last hope for North America and Southeast Asia, well, back to the airports. NA, nearest airport, it still stands, unfortunately, for chat. Or, well, fortunately for the memers in chat. But this movement up for Xtreme, they've got a lifeline. They are just one win away from making it through. They've got another chance to play tomorrow. For Shopify, I think when you look at the games, especially in their series yesterday, when you look at the games they've had, they're improving overall. I'd say their land performances are actually looking a little bit better. There's just some draft ideas that I feel like they get a little bit too tied into. Maybe it's like this adjustment period for Pakaz into offlane, right? Where maybe his hero pool is not as wide as you'd want it to be. Constantly going into this Konka, which Game 1 really didn't feel like it had to play. Game 2 a little bit better, but still not the most impactful compared to what Yopaj and Yamato was doing this time around. I think that's something they'll have to look back to and reset and kind of figure out for possibly the next season of Wallachia and any other major tournament. But I'd say the foundations are there. And for Xtreme, again, another lifeline. They're going to be feeling good. If they make it all the way, you know, a little bit of hope for Chinese Dota.
I mean, absolutely. They look fantastic here in this series today. And again, props to XG. You're looking at the highlights. Here was Ame just giga-chatting it up. You thought they'd had him. I mean, there was a lot of misses here for poor old Yamato. There's no damage being dealt, and Ame just says, no problem, sir. We can throw hands as much as you want, as long as you can keep standing. And with that XG, I mean, this is the fight that really kind of put the nail in the coffin here for Shopify. And after that, well, yeah, there you go. There's your spoiler alert. We've got a standout player. It's probably Ame, in case you were wondering. And here you go. Here's the final highlights, Jonathan. Where they're trying, like Shopify are at that stage where they're like, well, how do we actually take this fight now? Yopaj getting caught. There goes your tossbacks. Everyone else dying to XM. And that was all she wrote. Of course, no buybacks mean GG is called. And XG, I mean, you got to give them props, John. They were certainly the better team today. I mean, I appreciate we've gone to the scoreboard. I think everyone knows who the standout player is at this point. Jonathan, would you like to do the honors?
Oh yeah, certainly Ame. Ame had all the space in the world. He farmed up. He used that farm really well. He pick and chose his fights really nicely, actually. He came in at Vlad's plus Blade of Alacrity timing, which is weird, but he came in, he joined in at that point. That's when they started to find some openings here on the side of Xtreme Gaming. And then he just had this confidence to just go forward, knowing that his team would back him up, knowing the limits of his Morphling. Again, no Lincolns, no care. Even if the full grip came out, he knew with the butterfly up and running, what are you going to do? None of you built evasion. None of you built an Orchid into Bloodtorn to hit him. And he just had a pretty free Morphling game. Big props to Xtreme. But again, I want to give some props out to Shopify because after game one, not going to lie, Mike, I expected this to be a stomp, right? And they did go all the way. They got 33 kills. They actually executed on this draft. They got some really good early aggression. But overall, even at Shopify improving, Xtreme just still is the better team today.
They certainly were. With that, I mean, we do have our next series as well that will be coming up. I believe it's going to be Edge versus Heroic. So that should be another interesting one. Of course, there is one more team that has to go home, sadly, today, Jonathan. One more team that does get to proceed through the groups of Wallachia Season 4. We did say it. I mean, the Swiss format, Jonathan, unforgiving. Unforgiving indeed. And you know, if you're in this position, Jonathan, it's all on you. You know, nobody else forced this upon you. You are here because you are here based on your scoreline. With that, of course, John, that before our third series of the night, of course, we are going to have to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 1 between Edge and Heroic. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Stăpâni, stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că l-a pus de soare vreau vreau să mi te o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our final series of the day here for the B stream, and it is going to be between Edge and Heroic, and it's MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A brand new series on our hands. How you doing?
Doing great. You know, we had a spectacular time a while ago with Xtreme Gaming. Shopify, unfortunately, out. We'll have another heartbreak here, as this is the South American special. Edge up against Heroic. And this is a very interesting one because Edge started the group stage very strong, right? They got the 2-1 up against Xtreme, then they got 2 losses in a row. They're in this spot now because of that. They lost to Parry, they lost to BetBoom. For Heroic's part, they started it rough. They lost to Tundra and Shopify, but they did find their win yesterday up against AVULUS, so they get to recover. This matchup, again, very interesting because Edge theoretically has the edge. The last time these two teams faced off against each other in other qualifiers, Edge didn't manage to win out. They've been the ones knocking them down when they were still under Mosquito Clan. So I would give the edge to Edge. I'm not trying it on purpose, Mike. This time around, it's just not even a thought. I would give the edge to Edge. And I think it's going to be interesting to see this South American special because we don't get it as much nowadays when you are like in the group stage. You don't tend to see same regions paired up against each other. But it's always kind of a treat. And if I recall right, this SA versus SA matchup tends to go pretty spicy. Like there can be a lot of aggression, there can be some all chat as well, but Heroic, even though I would peg Edge's favorite, Heroic has the experience behind them. This is an org, this is a set of players that have been to lands, that have had deep runs, maybe not had the most decent times recently here, Mikey, but certainly still one that you have to respect a lot on the side of Edge.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anyone's underestimating anyone here in this best of 3 series between Heroic and Edge, and Heroic certainly not looking to be underestimated either. As should be a very, very exciting best of 3 series. Hopefully a 3-game series for our sake and the viewers' sake, and hopefully a close one. But I imagine we should be in for a lot of action here between these two sides. Again, one of these teams has to go home. It's another team that has to leave. One of these teams will proceed. We do have a draft on hand, Jonathan. One more band to go before we can see some opening picks.
Oh.
And it's going to be a Morphling priority here. I was going to say Ringmaster was left, but they ignore that as well. Elder Titan will come out from Edge.
I like this. I think it's a good answer to Morphling, who's going to have high base armor. Elder Titan can kind of fix that. For Heroic, this is a 50% win rate hero, but it has looked amazing in games where it is strong. Like, this hero scales up so damn well. You don't have to worry about the Ancient Apparition counter whatsoever. The ET counter is still effective, I would say. Again, just dropping his base armor down because of all the agi. He doesn't build plus armor items, the Morphling. So you've got a way to soften up this really tanky hero. And it's very non-committal out from Edge, right? Like, they instantly snap it as soon as they see the Morphling. They're like, all right, we'll just take this. It doesn't really... you're not tying in your entire draft to the ET. You're still open enough to make adjustments. You're still open enough to look for bigger win conditions coming out there for Pyke. Or, just something to crush the lane perhaps for Vitaly later on in the off lane. So, I like it. I think the strand of Morphling is counteracted nicely here from Edge. It's just a matter of what you'll want to do next. Like, what's your laning counter that you'll want to bring up into that? And you have a lot of time here on Heroic to protect. They already ban out the Enigma. There's still stuff like, say... I think one that could be interesting is maybe something like Brewmaster, although it does tend to get blown up later on. In lane, it can be pretty decent. It makes it a little bit hellish for the Morphling to try to shift around. And the Brewmaster is a little bit too tanky to shove away. That could be one angle as well for Edge if it's not banned out.
Dire team ban.
I'll see. One more ban to go here. Heroic, they'll get rid of the PA. Bit of a mixed bag here with the bans, but nothing too surprising being banned out yet. I mean, I guess we have seen so much profit that it seems like Heroic just don't want to deal with it. Which is fair enough. It is an annoying hero if it does take off. Edge still thinking about this final one. Again, another game where Ringmaster's just been kind of left alone so far. I'd imagine one of these teams will pick it up in this next pick phase if it is still left unbanned by Edge.
Dire team pick.
And it does get banned.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is fair enough. I just think Escape Act is just too strong.
Yeah, Escape Act is too strong. Its laning presence is wild, and the utility of Wheel of Wonder is just kind of sickening as well. Like, the hero does it all. So it's a very respectable ban. Keeper of the Light's still there if you want it for either side. I think it might fit in better for Edge, as I don't think it's that bad to run Kotl ET. I think the support duo is fine, as long as you've got some playmaking, say, coming out there for Vitaly on the offlane for Edge. So you could just pick something like the Kotl. Again, you're not revealing too much in your draft. The one concern is that the Morphling can just absolutely melt this Keeper of the Light. Like, there's no protecting that hero. It will be in the firing line. It has to be somewhat close to get max use from, say, Chakra, Will-O-Wisp, and the Illuminate. So it can be riskier, but it does have net value. Again, just having the heal on hand, just having a way of dragging heroes around to take these fights can kind of simplify the aggression. We'll go with a tiny pickup instead, which, as we've seen, is very strong, although you're picking it into Morphling, so if the game goes on, you have a very strong morph target here for Heroic to kind of turn into, and it's open enough at the very least for Edge to figure out what they want to do with it. Whether or not they'll want to give that to Pyke, or they'll give it to PP. It works in either lane. I do prefer it on safe, as insurmountable, again, is a very strong facet for scaling core Tiny. but we saw the value in crash landing last time as well. If you get a strong start, you snowball pretty damn fast with a tiny from mid.
That's cool. That was a cool Clockwork intro for the draft. I appreciate that. At least one of my heroes gets one, John. The Heroic. See what they want to follow up with here. Clockwork. We still see Clockwork quite often in the meta. Wasn't nerfed that badly. Still very, very useful as a hero. So we do want to see come out from Heroic. Jakira's also left unbanned, which is another very popular hero right now in the support role.
Yeah, I like that. I like the potential for Jakiro Clockwork. Plays nicely with cogs. You already have a frontline support. You can get some decent follow-through damage going, decent follow-through control with the Ice Pad, even the Ice Pad Facet can be quite nice with a Clockwork on hand. Could be one way if you just want to double pick the safety. There you go. Good call, Mikey. Bravo.
Thank you, John. Sometimes I get lucky. Wedge. Third pickup. That's about as lucky as I get, Jonathan. That's about it for me. I can pick heroes sometimes in Dota too.
You can pick Earth Spirit.
Well, don't say that, John. I don't want Edge losing now.
They could make it work, you know, maybe. No. Standard Muerta.
Responsible.
Yeah, nice and responsible. The Muerta support is, again, very strong. You're going to go for probably the calling facet, although, again, Ofrenda does provide some interesting possibilities, but losing that utility can also hurt. Support 2 of ET Muerta, you've got some good reach. You already have, again, it's kind of the same idea as you have on Heroic. You've got a frontline support in the ET to an extent, and a backline with a lot of damage, some pseudo control. They get access to the Bristleback as well, which is surprising that it was not banned whatsoever. So you've got two pretty tanky cores online from Edge. Mind you, you end up playing Bristle into a Morphling as well. So that can also be a little bit of a scary factor, although chances are you will just prioritize the tiny Morph form anyhow. But there is a lot of utility for that Morphling coming in, but there isn't any direct counter to the Bristleback with what you have here on Edge. There's no instant magical burst to kind of deal with this high tanky hero. You do have some kite ability, I guess, with the cogs, and again, the Ice Pad, Macro Pyre down the line, especially if you get the Ags, can still do some decent work onto this hero. I'm curious to see what position Edge wants this in. Is this just their off lane for Vitality? Are we gonna get a shift for Bike onto safe lane Bristle, or is he gonna play a Tiny? Like, it's open enough, but chances are, considering the historic usage for Edge, this is just our off-lane Bristleback and mid-Tiny, leaving no surprises here. And Heroic covered their bases. They get to pick up that very special analog Monkey King coming out. This is something that we have seen him absolutely crush on many different lands. Matchup against Tiny is very smooth. It's a melee matchup for Monkey. It's very straightforward. And this is a hero that can also build Silver Edge if need be. So you do have some options for break for the Tiny and the Bristle as well. I like this from Heroic. Very well-rounded so far.
It certainly is. Very, very strong here on Heroic. Edge not looking too bad. Bans to come out. Quap will be removed here by Heroic. It's just getting rid of those MK counters in the mid lane. You want to have your MK having a very good game here if you are Heroic. See Edge, what they do want to remove, I mean, they are looking at what appears to be an offlane ban. I don't think Heroic's intending on running that the offlane Jakiro here, John. Though I would love to see it. Edge will ban out a Slaughter.
That's fair. Although I would say it's actually worse if Edge tried to pick the Slaughter themselves, as I mean, you would have room for it. It's just we've seen Slaughter Morphling as well. That is just hideous. Like, the amount of damage Morphling does, how fast he can get a bash off, it's pretty dumb. So I would say you probably didn't need to ban it. You kind of have to deal with the Monkey King mid anyhow. We've mainly been seeing Slaughter mid for the most part in this tournament, although there has been a couple of offlane. Whisper has played it. So it is a fair call, as it can soften targets up for the Monkey. And another offlane ban with the Mars taken out of the picture now as well. So what big options do you have for offlane? Tidehunter is still there. That's a big one. you're into double melee, you can get some good value from Anchor Smash every single time here for Whisper. Speaking of Whisper, something like Timbersaw still there as well. These are high strength heroes, showing at least 2 of them. Timbersaw wouldn't be too bad here.
Certainly doesn't feel like it'd be very bad, John. Heroic do need to make their final ban before we can see these final pickups. Still looking to ban another mid laner out here against the MK. I mean, I'd say you might want to get rid of cheesy heroes like Husker, but we've seen MK actually beat out Husker pretty easily, so maybe not, as they'll actually get rid of the Puck, which is a pretty good ban. Heroic, though, looking for an offlane pick for their final pick. I do like the Timber idea you just gave out. It's a matter of whether the Heroic feel comfortable running it. In this meta, at least, is what I mean, John. I'm sure they're comfortable playing the hero.
Yeah. I guess stuff like Darkseer is still there if you wanted something a bit more bog standard, along with Crown Beast. Oh, Batrider, so... Okay.
It is Whisper. It's Whisper, John. It's a Whisper Batrider. It's different.
Yeah. And it should have, again, a very decent time in the lane. I'm surprised this is the first pick of the Batrider in the tournament. It has faded away in popularity, especially as a support. Right? Like, I don't think we saw it much in Rally either, but before that, before the big Wandering Waters patch, Batrider was everywhere. So, I want to see the impact it has, whether or not it can still be that big hero. There are no saves here from Edge. That's a big part of making this Batrider shine. There's nothing to stop the lasso back outside of a good dead shot or a good stomp, but that doesn't really cancel off the lasso per se.
Just throw the Bristleback mid, go offlane Abaddon. Do it right now. I mean, it's not a good... I mean, even Bristleback safe lane, tiny mid, whatever. Just take Abaddon. Do it.
What if they take Abaddon 1? What if they do that?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's fine.
Whatever.
My concern is then, what if Morphling turns into Abaddon? It could be annoying.
Concerning.
Right?
It could be.
It could. I mean, there's a lot of things. At least the healing reduction is going to be nice if you do go Abaddon here for Edge to close out. I don't know if that's really a Pike hero. Nah, we'll get the Storm. So they shift things. They dodge the melee matchup against the Monkey King at the very least. And we are getting... Oh, the Pike Muerta. I didn't expect that. We're getting Sport Tiny. That is not something you see too often. Ah. I mean, I was calling for Core Muerta, but I was calling for it because you had like an Ogre Magi in the last game we saw it. I think this does still work out. Is it the Ofrenda? Yeah, Pike is staying on Ofrenda. So we'll see that added attack speed kind of come into play to an extent. Mind you, I'm not sure about this draft from Edge. Like, it does have some good counterplay. Again, this Elder Titan idea to deal with Morphling is pretty nice. I think that's a sound idea to execute on. Your teamfight combo with, say, a good Cogs plus Ice Pat, Macropyre, and Wukongs on top can be quite devastating. It's just, I feel like the Morphling's just a wild card. If this ET counter doesn't pan out, you know, if you're not able to get natural order and kind of just be on top of Yuma somehow and soften them up to get killed off, you're going to have some issues later on, because there are a lot of good heroes for Yuma to turn into. The Muerta can be really nice. The Tiny's great. The Bristleback's fine. Even the ET for Morphling's not that bad if you think about it when he plays with Astral Spirit. In fact, that might be the goal for the early game at the very least for Yuma. So I have some concerns, but I do feel like overall, a rather even draft. I'd lean slightly towards Heroic, but it's not that big of an advantage. It really depends on how well Edge plays their lanes out here.
We'll find out, Jonathan. Heroic going into this the favorites. At least it is closer odds than what we saw last series against Shopify and XG. So, you know, about 1 to 2. Heroic still the favorites going into this game 1. See what Edge can do to prove us all wrong. I still think they've got what it takes with this draft, but I do have my question marks, you know. I don't know how I feel about this support Tiny. You know, you could make the argument maybe it's a bit greedy, and you know I've never been the biggest fan of Position 1 Muerta myself, Jonathan. But I still have faith Edge can make it work.
Yeah, no, I think Position 1 Muerta, I don't think it's bad. It's just really awkward with timing. Right, and we always talk about this when this hero is a little bit more popular on 1. Right, it's very weird. Its laning is so-so. Its damage output at level 1 Pierce the Veil is like meh, and then you get like Maelstrom Dragonlance, then you get your full Mjolnir, almost like a Nature's Prophet build, and then suddenly you're ripping people apart, and then it tapers off a little bit, then you go into the late game scenario where you can maybe get Revenant's Brooch in this case, a Daedalus is fine as well with like a Silver Edge, and suddenly you're just murdering people again. It has some weird spikes. That is the one thing that's holding me back from like considering the Edge draft stronger, because Morphling's much easier to understand, Morphling's much more straightforward to play, and Morphling scales very linear. It's just it gets good and it just stays good once it is good.
Schofield, he's going to be okay. Just drop the cogs. Going to be what appears to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty, so even start. And nobody really going to take too much damage. The Whisper's still sticking around. Schofield not going to be able to get any kind of block off on these creep waves. And well, naturally, John, we can start with the mid lane, where you are going to see Pippi. He'll be up against Analog on this mid matchup. The Storm, one of the heroes that does tend to do pretty okay against the Monkey King matchup.
It should be able to do well. I do feel like Monkey King's still actually pretty fine in this. Like, Analog has Mischief to at least dodge a couple of static remnants. Tried to dodge an Overload down the line as well. Brown Boots timing is key here for Analog. Once you see that up, that's where it gets dicey for PP. If he doesn't go for the Electric Vortex to cut off that aggression, you can just get run down very quick, as we tend to see from Monkey once the Brown Boots timing is up. So I think that's what you have to watch out for here on PP. At least Analog is not going to get free strikes into the Jingu, just the nature of having a ranged matchup overall. He's going to have to use the Boundless to secure creeps, and that is a longer cooldown than you'd want to play with. So much more window of opportunities there for PP to leverage that lane. A little bit of a chase down on bot as Michael's going for the deep pull. That is one thing with the Jakiro. Very easy to snipe the couriers.
So nice. It's so nice when you get to hit a courier's Jakiro right now. We are going to have a quick disconnect here from Analog. We have a Monkey King bug. There he is. You may not like it, but that's what peak performance looks like right now, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that poor donkey, Johnny. He never stood a chance.
Yeah, just
like
murdered.
episode
Look
of Shrek.
That.
My goodness.
I don't think that's how the story in Shrek went, though. I don't think that's what happened with the donkey and the dragon.
Oh, yeah, it's alternate reality, Jonathan. It's like, do what Avengers do. It's fine.
Shrek multiverse?
Well, why are they doing the throat singing thing? Get that crap out of here.
Why not?
Devi's not even there, John. He's not even
memory
there.
Of the llama. In memory of the Divine Llama. Michael Phoenix. Respect the voice line.
Top. Pike. He's going to be alright. Schofield's still trying to catch him, but doesn't have battery assault yet. He's still level 1. Just the cogs up. Whisper's already backed off as well because he's got a full creep wave on him. So Schofield's going to be a little bit cautious because they are trying to wrap around and see if they can get an angle on him. Pike's going to drop the calling. Gets enough mana now for the dead shot, but Schofield's still being a real nuisance. Ooh. They do land the dead shot though. Schofield trying to get away, but Yadomi able to get the damage off. First blood to the Order Titan.
A nice little pickup there for Edge, and you're seeing some of the impact of that little friend. Just a little bit more extra trading for Pike, a little bit more damage can fly through. Not too much you can really get done there for Whisper. As the Bat Rider in this lane, I mean, it's a decent combination. The Clockwork, but trying to gap close onto a very tanky ET and a very far back Muerta just doesn't lead to too many aggressive openings. So you're going to have to play it a little bit slower on the top lane. The bot lane, again, we were seeing a little bit of a struggle early on for Michael to get the pull. He does manage to keep the lane in control, even getting the camp pull as well to ensure Vitality will get the lane equilibrium he wants. So far, it's been a smooth lane for Yuma overall. In comparison, though, trying to zone out the Morphling in this game is going to be a little bit tricky. Like, you do have good damage once you do have levels up. Let's say level 2 Quills are available. You can maybe punish an overextension out. And Morphling is short-ranged enough that you should be within Quill range every single time as he's last hitting. But KJ is just making that a hellish proposition right now. Vitaly? Yeah.
Oh, Vitaly. Going down, a big pick-off for Heroic, taking the off-lane of Edge down. And I mean, it is Jakiro. Like, you can't underestimate this support right now. It's just so much damage output. So much slow and control. But it's all right. He'll be back in the lane. Looks like KJ might get picked off for their trouble. They've got Avalanche available. He'll still try to fight back with a quick dual breath onto Michael, but ultimately will not be enough, and of course he will die. Vitaly getting a bit of revenge as soon as he TPs back in.
It almost feels like he wanted a little bit of a reset anyhow. You know, fully topped up in mana. Is almost down to half, so maybe not the comfiest feeling here for the Bristle, but does get things going. The issue is you're still not putting a stop to Yuma. Despite that little kill, Yuma's still going to be leading in terms of EXP and farm overall. Has the backup of a full magic wand, and that does lead to the rotation into the 4-minute rune here to at least help secure and prevent that from going out for PP.
Michael does at least manage to take the water rune. There is going to be a bit of a fight to break out, but Analog more than happy to take his life away. He won't mind losing the water rune for that. And in fact, Schofield secured the other one anyway. So it looks like Pippi's not getting anything for this. Losing a Tiny for nothing. You know, these mid laners, they're never happy when you rotate and you end up dying, John. They always get upset.
Yeah, but look, you're at the point where Analog does have those round boots up. PP's already having a rough time in lane. Very good advantage for Analog already. 20-10 compared to the 17-4 of PP. Gonna be a faster 6. There's gonna be a window where PP's just not gonna be at 6. You can get that rotation going again and look for the kill onto the Storm. So, not the best of times for Edge on the mid, but again, to be expected once Monkey King does hit that point. Analog knows how to play this matchup. Yadomi is going to be able to TP out as well from the chase down, wasting a lot of time. They will get the gate movement across at the least. Pyke is isolated if they could somehow find him.
I mean, if the dual breath connects, you could probably just dive into tier 1s, and they are going to try now. Flame Break to set up. Pyke now realizing he is completely surrounded as 3 heroes, but he still finds the kill before he does drop. So you have that brighter side to it. At least you get something before you go down.
They do, huh? Are they going to cap the Ofrenda? And the pings were out. KJ looks like he'd want to try again. Without the clockwork, without Schofield, might be a little bit tougher. But it is the one funky thing as well. It is a free TP, so Pyke is not punished, just gets back into the lane. That's a cheeky thing for Carry Muerta. You don't need to waste your TP. Ofrenda.
It is nice.
Can be nice.
It is very nice. I mean, in fairness, you generally don't want to die as the position one either, John, but, you know, I guess sometimes you don't have much of a choice. 6-minute power runes. Shield rune picked up by KJ. Meanwhile, Pippi trying to fight against Analog. Analog copying a fair bit of damage from that tier 1 tower, but has the Jingu Mastery at level 3, just healing up all the way. Michael is now the one in danger as Michael does drop. The Pippi does get out, but it's not going to be a great feeling for him. Seeing Michael die a second time, and all this added golden XP just continues flowing into Analog.
At the least here for PP, he does have his level 6. So the EXP disparity isn't quite there. He is at least matching, or somewhat matching, the gains on Analog, just slightly behind in terms of EXP. So he's going to be able to dodge out if need be. A little bit of a rotation being set up now with a quick smoke. Might be able to get this good angle onto Yadomi. Not the biggest one to kill, but could open up an opportunity onto the Bristleback as well.
Whisper, he's actually going to get away top lane. In fact, he's turning back around onto Michael. So he's going to maybe find a kill here, and he does. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they still haven't really broken out into a fight. But Heroic, they're sticking around. In fact, Yadomi, we will be able to walk away this time around, but there's going to be pressure being applied now to that bottom tier 1 tower. You've got Vitaly around, but there's not really much he can do on his own, especially while this Monkey King is hanging about. And as soon as he sees Analog, he will just walk away. Gets a courier at least, denying the brown boots from KJ. And ultimately, the tier 1 tower, it's still going to remain alive. It's not the biggest deal, just a bit of damage being dealt.
And it is.
But they keep going.
I mean, I like this read and pressure, right? You take this bot, tier 1, they already set up the ward to see if anyone's going to come in to defend, and then you can start to check the triangle. Again, setting up the wards early, try to steal these stacks away, prevent the recovery farm for Vitaly. Just kind of ruining the game to Bristleback at that point, because, again, his laning start has not been the best. Still a lot of emphasis onto that mid.
Everyone's going to be just fine, though. Pippi losing a lot of mana, but doesn't really risk losing his life. If you look at the farm of Yuma, it's really starting to escalate on this Morphling. Already top of the net worth board, but starting to pull away a little bit too fast. And you see all 3 cores on Heroic now. Top of the net worth. No concerns here after this laning stage. You said it earlier, like these Morphlings, they just never stop scaling. In fact, Yuma barely misses out on taking those creeps, those stacks away from Pippi. Does get a bit of XP for himself, I guess. Meanwhile, mid lane, jump in. They're going to find Schofield. Schofield going to try and make this as hard as possible, but Pippi will still pick him off easily.
And you're happy about that for PP, a free stack of the Galvanize. You get to get some activity out with your Arcane Rune. You can kind of look to reset and go again. Farm distribution across all cores relatively even outside of, again, Vitaly, who's been suffering. But you have your own stacks here in the triangle that Whisper's starting to clear out now. It travels not too far off for our off-lane Batrider. So the timings are starting to line up. 2k advantage being maintained by Heroic, mainly down to that lead of Yuma and that disparity from Vitaly. But it is repairable. It's still early in the game. Still, you have a little bit more play coming out for Heroic off the back of that. Analog starting to work into that full Mage Slayer. Still a ways off from getting the full build-up, but the spikes are starting to line up. The Vlad's already up on Yuma, which means he can self-sustain in that jungle, where he is just kind of sitting about, playing bot, going back into jungle. No one contesting him. Same thing goes at least for the Muerta, although it's going to be spotted, but no damage there.
Mid lane taking a fair bit. Meanwhile, Whisper, he's found a lasso onto Michael. Schofield going to turn back around as well, and they do secure the kill. Pippi still walking away with very low HP, but he does get away. And another kill going the way of Heroic. They are really starting to escalate out of control, these guys. It seems like the pressure's going to continue into this mid-tier 1 tower. They've got a siege creep up. They've got a Jakiro that can just throw those liquid fires out. And it seems like Edge probably going to have to find a way to defend, but never mind. Heroic's not even going to commit. They're just going to go up top. Looks like they want to try and see if they can pick off Pyke instead. Oh, they've got the vision, but Whisper has no lasso.
Yeah. Nice and safe play. Just back out. You need to keep track of this Muerta as the full Maelstrom starting to come in. So the farming pace for Pyke is starting to come online. Again, he has a lot of work to do to kind of get into the point where Yuma's at right now, but again, we're still early in the game. This lead is something you can catch up from. It's still 11 minutes in. Losing the objectives, though, is not something you can repair. Top is being sieged, but mid is being sieged as well by Edge. So this is a much better trade-off for Edge if they can find it. Defense is slowly coming in, though.
It is certainly coming in. Yodomi can be left behind. See if they can maybe look for Pippi or Michael as well. There's no real hook shot available yet on Schofield. He's still level 5 on the clockwork, so they can't really go for much more. But they do successfully defend that mid-tier 1 tower. Problem is that the push for the opposing mid-tier 1 not really starting, as it seems like Heroic really just want kills right now. There is going to be a smoke from Edge, though. 2-man smoke. Whisper will break. In fact, he has the lasso ready. Pippi and Michael still moving forward. Yodomi's going to TP in as well. Still a lot of hesitation from both sides to actually initiate. And it seems like they're going to let this one go. Maybe look towards Yodomi in the mid lane, but it seems like he's pretty safe. And I guess until this clock hits level 6, like, you don't really have some great initiation. Right? You probably just want to give him a lane to hit that 6 mark so he actually has hook shot up.
Just gonna need to sit back, soak up. They're clearing out these stacks themselves in the supports for Heroic. So Schofield and KJ just gonna get some gold and EXP this way, I suppose. One way to get it done. It's a little bit surprising as well. Whisper is changing his build. He is just going for the Blink Dagger instead of the Travels first. So understanding some initiation is necessary. At least we'll get that done for his team. My concern is with how much space you're still giving Yuma. Again, you are catching up slowly on Pyke, although he doesn't have that full Maelstrom yet. But you will catch up at some point. It's just, this start for Yuma is, again, reminiscent of what we saw from Ame last game. He's got that same timing of Vlad's Blade of Alacrity into the Yasha Manta. There's no contest on bot, no pressure onto the tower. You're just playing safe on Vitaly as well, playing in that jungle, trying to farm up with that full Vanguard up. But this is concerning. Like, if Yuma actually hits that Manta timing as the full Halberd comes in from Vitaly, then he's just going to have a way of dispelling Disarm. You know, they did patch that in Wandering Waters. Disarm isn't a be-all and all anti-carry sort of status now. You know, there is counterplay now.
There is. Well, it does have the halberd up at least. There is going to be a 3-man smoke now from Heroic. They're looking to head towards the Bristleback. Scan is right on target as well, Vitaly. They will know he's farming that far east side of the map. But Vitaly does have some backup incoming though. It seems like they've read this smoke attempt very nicely here, Edge. Michael will be around. Vitaly is scouted out. They're going to try and make the jump in. Perhaps instead they're going to go for the tiny first. Yuma looking to blow up Michael, but Michael still walks away. The hook shot though, Schofield setting up. Pike forced to pop the pierce to Vel to survive, but the macro Pike just burning him down. Pike is gone. That's your Pos 1 Muerta. Just getting destroyed by a support Jakiro.
Again, really good split-up initiation. They take that fight in 2 fronts. Not quite enough damage to deal with Vitaly, even with Wukong's committed. But you find bigger pickup anyhow. Like, you're slowing down this Muerta. Again, this hero has such awkward timing in terms of power spikes. Any stall can make it pretty tough. Good steal as well from Whisper.
And Whisper now going to go for a chase with the Firefly, but sees the rotation from Michael, and that'll be enough for him. So, I mean, another great fight here for Heroic. Now, 4K advantage their way. Yuma's just pulling so far ahead, man. He's about 3K ahead of the Muerta already. It's just such a big concern. And you saw that last fight for Pike. Like, he wants to stand there and fight. He got caught in a macro pyre and his HP just disappears.
Yeah. He's so squishy. Such a big glass cannon this Muerta is. And it doesn't have a lot of saving plays outside of popping her ultimate. And once you pop it again, you're just going to get melted down anyhow by magic damage. It's a hero that just needs a lot of items to really get going. Like, even after this Dragonlance into a Hurricane Pike, with maybe, again, a Mjolnir, you kind of want the BKB, yet you also kind of don't. But it's going to be necessary here just to avoid that burst damage. And you still have to respect that, even with a BKB, if Whisper finds you, he'll take you happily. And then, again, you don't have saves on the side of Edge outside of a big stomp out from Yadumi. Probably your best counter fight on the side of Edge. Not as many options as you'd want here up against what Heroic has. Heroic, for their part, again, you've left Yuma AFK farming. Your offlane presence from Vitaly hasn't really been felt outside of the fact that he's not dying. So it's a free game for Morph. We saw what happened when Yuma turned into Michael. It's dumb, the fact that Morphling uses his own stats now in that Morph form. His right-click damage is already insane. Like, you really have to be cautious. You have to find some way of burning down this Morphling. And again, it came from this ET idea with the deconstruction. And Yadumi has to find a way to be on top of him while they're trying to gank up the Morph, but they're not the ones dictating this game on Edge. It's Heroic all the way. They're the ones taking the aggression. They're the ones working the map. They're the ones crossing the river. Not much play showing yet from Edge, as they have to wait for that farm to really build up. Although,
jump in. What they got here? Pippi trying to get Whisper. Whisper actually proving to be a little bit tanky though. Schofield will jump in as well. This could be a freebie on the clock, but he's still alive. In comes Yuma. Big avalanche out from Yuma. And a lasso from Whisper. Locking down Pippi. Michael's gone a boot. Whisper will chase for a little bit more. Won't quite catch your Domi. But I mean, you get 2 for a clockwork. The mid-storm going down. Not a great feeling at all here for the side of Edge. And now a Tormentor, I believe, is set to be taken. If not, just more farm from Heroic. But I do believe it's probably Tormentor time.
Ought to be. No pressure here on Heroic to really play any faster. As again, their scaling with this Morph is very straightforward. We'll find out Torm for themselves, no problem. Free shard for KJ. So now he has that double utility of having both Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost, which is massive for the Chikiro at any point, support or off lane. I like this build-up as well from KJ. Just going straight for the Ags. He understanding that just having this AoE control, having more of that pure damage coming in, will ruin the side of Edge. They find themselves an amp damage though.
They certainly do. Scofield's gonna move
They don't
in.
find it.
Oh no, they don't. Analog picks it up. Analog will pick up the amp damage, but he's in pretty big trouble here on the MK, and he actually just goes down. Oh, the classic power rune bait. What can you do? Edge, they end up getting a couple of really nice kills, and that was actually a pretty nice gold influx for the Direct.
I'm a bit surprised that Heroic didn't follow the Monkey King into the power room. Like, they get cut off in the side, sure. Schofield has to kind of dance around them, but they were all clumped up together and they just suddenly split apart as the power room play comes in. If they had the backup on the Monkey King, if they could stall for time, let's say get a lasso off from Whisper, the turnaround play was massive, potentially quite massive there for Analog. Still a big opportunity for Edge. Does give a little bit of play out to PP. Some recovery coming in, and finally a siege on that bot tier 1. Opening up the map a little more. They get themselves some nice forward vision to spot if anyone's farming in the forward bot jungle, but Roshan's open, and even after losing the monkey, you still have Yuma with a lot of damage. Heck, he has that full Eagle Song up. Butterfly not too far away with that second life up.
Absolutely. Yuma. It's kind of the thing, like that last fight, you didn't have this Morphling behind you just hitting away. Had you had the Morph, it could be a whole different story. But now Analog is farming that bottom side. Looks like Edge leaving the Radiant jungle now. Maybe a group up into a smoke here for Edge. They'll hang around together in the mid lane, hoping maybe somebody shows up. Yuma will eventually move in. Issue is, against the Morph, you don't really have the greatest of lockdown, as Vitali gonna have the Arcane Rune taken for himself. A very nice choke point for the macro, and now Whisper with the lasso catching Michael. That should be the tiny dead. Meanwhile, Yuma trying to find some more toss-back targets, but can't quite get there. So they will walk away with just the Michael kill, but oh, nice hook shot. Schofield's in, Rotovatos to lock Pippi down, and Pippi is gone. Beautiful setup here from Schofield. They will at least take him down. In fact, Whisper and KJ both dying as well. The turnaround with Pyke is massive. Analog cannot TP away. Can they get Yuma? No, they cannot. So Pyke now becoming a pretty big issue himself.
He shows up at the right time after all of the commitments out from the side of Heroic. Like, they end up popping all of their big control early on, so there's no Ice Bat Macro Pyre to worry about burning in, as the Muerta, your target prioritization on Yuma was onto PP, so you didn't have the Avalanche Toss or even the Waveform on top of the Muerta, and that just provides the angle in. It's kind of the best case scenario for Edge at this moment, at least, until that BKB's up for Pyke. But if the Muerta can free hit, she does do a ton of damage. Again, you've got the Offender to give you a little bit more attack speed, although that wasn't even in play. And just the damage, again, those strange power spikes are there already as they overcommit. They dive a little bit too deep. I think if Schofield didn't go for the hook shot, you would have been happy with just a single pickoff.
I mean, absolutely. Like, you're sure you get Pippi, but I think they were just kind of not expecting Pyke to move in and just deal that much damage. But he certainly did. There will be a scan out now on Pippi top side, but they haven't really got Whisper around to really lock him down. Rest of Heroic looking down at that bottom lane where they could run into Pyke, but he does TP at the right moment. Will avoid KJ spotting him out. Michael will leave as well. Thankfully for Michael, he's finally getting close to that Blink Dagger on the Tiny. See, it has been a pretty challenging game for him, but you're getting to the stage where you're going to have some utility to get these tossbacks in. It's going to be nice.
Yeah. And it will be. It is concerning that Yuma's already at the Butterfly, though. Going into the BKB next, not going to be too concerned about any of the control that is coming in from Edge. Even the magical damage, right, from Pyke, it's not going to feel that great when he does turn into the Pierce the Veil. If the BKB pops on, that magic res is going to nullify all of that output. So that is something to think about here on Edge. Still a relatively even game, 13-12. There have been moments for Edge to kind of bounce back in and equalize. The 4K lead for Heroic at 22 minutes in. Still significant, but not unplayable just yet. A smoke out from the side of Heroic on the hunt. Let's see if they find anything. No forward vision, unfortunately, in the triangle, where they've really cemented control on Edge. Lots of wards, lots of sentries to ensure that the side of Heroic can't get that move into their stack area any longer.
Here we go, a four-man smoke from Heroic. They don't find anyone in that dire jungle. They're looking at mid though. Analog, hoping to set up onto Pippi. You do want Whisper around with the lasso to ensure you've got enough control for Pippi though. Schofield being a nuisance, actually baiting him forward. Pippi will take the jump in, trying a hook shot. In fact, Schofield does find Vitali. Will try to walk the other way. Here comes Whisper to help out. Pippi being very cautious now that he's low on mana. They're still trying just for Schofield, and they do get it, but now the lasso does catch out the Bristleback. Into the Wukong's command, Vitali goes. Vitali just trying to walk away, but he is going to have to give his life up. A lot of effort to take down this Clockwork, and it comes at the cost of your offlane Bristle.
Yeah, it's a big win this time coming out for Heroic. Mind you, you can see how long it takes if they do focus in on Vitali. Edge just not in the position to fully reset and go back into that fight, but that's also a circumstance where if you had more heroes around, if you didn't get initially jumped by Schofield and cut off on mana for PP, you might have had some play. Because, again, the effort it takes to kill off that Bristle at the moment is quite high. You just weren't in a good spot for Pyke and PP to try to make use of it. There's one thing as well that's been bugging me. I just realized you did go Snot Rocket and Vitali. You don't have the best synergy with your Muerta, right? Because if you do turn on the Pierce the Veil, all of that minus armor really does nothing. Because all of your attack damage is magical. So that's a little bit of counter synergy that can kind of matter as the game goes on. That is something to, again, consider here for Edge, considering we're at 25 minutes in. They've got to be able to look for a little bit more, especially with this big spike on Pyke, having that full Mjolnir up. This time around, they have to start playing more confidently on Edge. They have to take that initiation with a blink up here.
Going to be another attempt on the Clockwork, and with Pyke around, of course, they will have plenty of damage this time. Sure, Schofield dies quickly. Not the biggest kill, not really any objectives here to play for, though, for Edge, so back on the hunt. Roshan's still going to be a while away before we see that respawning. You'd love to find Yuma if you could, because he's getting quite close now to a BKB on that Morphling. But Yuma being very good this game and just ensuring he never gets caught with his pants down. Whisper, Vitali gets lassoed up into the Ice Path Macro Pyre, though you do have Michael trying to help Vitali out, but he's just going nowhere at the moment. Vitali eventually will just die. They just kept him in that macro forever. And that'll be it again. Edge just forced to back away. They've got no gameplay without their offlane.
And again, they're just too far to try to make use of that space. It just takes so much effort. They had to pop Lasso. They had to pop the Macro Pyre. It feels like that's, again, the kind of moment where you'd want PP and Pyke to find an angle in, but it's just a little bit too far. And they're not ready. Probably need to wait for Pyke to at least have BKB for that aggression to kick in, but that's just more time where Heroic get comfier and comfier with this game. And it's mainly down to just how far Yuma is. You know, the rest of the cores are fairly equally farmed if you look at the distribution. But Yuma's the one here that you need big anyhow. Right? Like, this BKB is going to be terrifying from him once he does pop it on, and he's got it up and running. He's on the hunt.
That he is. Facing Whisper. Does find Michael. Lasso was on cooldown for one. He won't even need it, though. A very nice ice path from KJ. It seems like that's going to be about it. Michael getting caught. Heroic. They've already taken the top tier 2 tower, so again, not really much to play for until Roshan does spawn. Must be a very scary game for Pyke on this Muerta. Like, we're just seeing, unless he sees the perfect team fight, he's not joining. And it is one of those deals where once you are caught in this Muerta, you are just kind of like paper. It's not very fun if you do get caught first off, so you're just constantly seeing Pyke very late to the fights. He doesn't want to be there up front first. He will have a BKB up soon, though, which should help his cause a little bit. Doesn't really help much against the lasso into the right click of Yuma, though, in fairness.
Well, it doesn't. The key thing is, with the BKB, or I guess not, as they are just going to try to contest a very fast Tormentor, a little bit too quick for them to come into. But once this BKB comes in, or how the fight has to break out, you're banking here for Edge that Vitali takes everything. He's going to take Macro Pyre. He's going to take Lasso. And then you can actually angle in on Pyke and PP, and even Michael, to try to look for some exposed heroes. They're still running forward with the smoke here.
Well, they're going to find KJ. Not a big deal. KJ just kind of getting caught out. Doesn't really bother him too much, I'm sure. Well, you really are looking for much bigger kills than that if you are Edge now, because you are 10k behind. Roshan is also up, so you are kind of stuck really having to defend that if you are Edge, because if Heroic take it, the lead just continues to increase, and then they're looking just directly at high ground. And Heroic certainly are looking to start posturing around that Roshan pit. And Edge, they don't have the worst team fight in the Roshan pit, mind you, John. You do have an Elder Titan of all things. The team fight can be pretty scary from Edge's end if we are fighting in the pit. I guess you could argue the same for Heroic though, because you do have a Jakiro Monkey King. Oh, even the Clockwork, pretty big nuisance in that Roshan pit. So they are hunting top. Analog's keeping tabs here as a tree. They did see Vitali for a second. It looks like they're not going to try and initiate though. Not yet anyway. They are bringing more bodies in, but it seems like they'll start Roshan instead. Maybe. In fact, never mind, they will not. It looks like they'll retreat. There is a smoking coming.
It's BKB time for
underneath
Pyke.
vision, though.
This is the fight they want.
They're underneath vision. Heroic. They're being watched as we speak. Vitali, he's going to move in on a KJ. Zip forward from Pippi, trying to burst down the Batrider Whisper. He will drop. A good start here for Edge. Pippi moving on to more, finding KJ. They do lose Yadomi, but it's still a very good fight for the side of Edge, at least for now, as Analog is the next target, though Analog can do nothing against Pyke. A triple kill here for the Muerta. It's Michael even finding Yuma now, but can they deal with the Morphling? Yuma, he'll just move right in, and he's found Pyke. He's found Pippi. It's kind of the thing, like he had a BKB ready the whole time. Vitali trying for the TP play is gonna make it. But they will also lose Michael on the tail end of that fight. And now Roshan, of course, is completely open if Heroic do want to take.
That was the perfect start for Edge as well. Right, again, Vitali cops the start. They actually managed to catch out Whisper before the lasso, so they don't even have to worry about that. But the follow-through just wasn't clean. Like, how do you control up Yuma? He was very patient in the side, very patient with that BKB usage as well. It was Analog who kind of ran in and popped BKB instantly, and kind of paid, but he bought that spacing out for Yuma. We'll get Roche off the back of this. 2 buybacks committed from Heroic, but very much worthwhile to stop that momentum coming out for Edge. Although,
Vitali's moving in. Oh, Vitali literally just tried walking into the pit by himself. KJ's going to drop because Pippi does rotate to ensure they get something. Now moving on to Whisper with his BKB active, but Whisper's going to just pop the lasso and hold him down. Michael trying to help out with a big avalanche toss combination, but they're running out of gas. They need to leave the area. Edge now, they are losing Michael to boot. And a Hawk, oh, he's found another one. Schofield, unable to keep Yadomi in place.
Yeah.
A desperate initiation to say the least, John. He literally just walked into the pit.
I mean, I appreciate it, right? Like, it's better than risking your storm first. I think that's the thought process there from Vitali. You gotta try, because you're behind, right? Like, you can't deal with 2 lives on Yuma. They know that. Dealing with this Morphling is just getting impossible. There's no output to speak of. Pyke is trying to go into the MKB to pierce through the evasion, but we're ways off from that, so there's going to be a big window here for Heroic off the back of that Aegis, off the back of that Roche, where the high ground's going to be threatened now. Again, Yuma is just doing an insane amount of damage, and all the utilities coming out on the side of Heroic. You're going to get the Nullifier going next here on Analog. Again, he's got his BKB still at 8 seconds as well. Whisper, for his part, has the full Boots of Bearing up and is going for the full BKB next. And again, all of this protection up against the magical damage you're reliant on Edge, it's going to make it hellish to take these fights. Like, we have seen some good moments, but it boils down to the fact that for Edge, their team fight is so reliant on just a good stop or avalanche toss into like an Earth Splitter. And the Earth Splitter alone is just not doing enough work. Even if Vitality spreads the goo, Like, yeah, the minus armor is nice in the supports, but if you were going to kill the supports, they were probably going to die anyway. It's not doing enough to these cores.
Oh, here we go. Amp damage on Yuma. He's got a little bit of time left on that hook shot. It is going to land onto the bristle. It's just so much right-click damage. Yuma, he gets Vortex here by Pippi, but Vitaly is still just going to die. There's a one right-click from Yuma with that amp damage. I swear it was like half the HP of the bristleback disappearing. It's just ridiculous.
It is. You gotta love Morphling right now. And the issue for Edge is the same issue we've been talking about. Not just teamfight, but that also boils down to how do you control Morphling? How do you try to get natural order on him? How do you try to drop his armor, drop his magic res to soften him up for, say, Pyke? And the answer is you really can't. You can't even stand on top. You can't keep your spirit out long enough to get that damage going either. 12k advantage now for Heroic, 23-19. And Edge, they're being pushed to the edge at this point. It's not fully doom and gloom yet, but we just haven't seen them take a good fight. Even fights where they find some good kills, Yuma's your big issue.
Yuma's rushing for more too. He just wants to continue. Pyke gonna be spotted with that rocket flare. They know he's around. Problem is Yuma can't really hope to get there himself, but he is trying. Schofield not close enough to try for a hook shot. Edge playing very, very cautiously now, knowing that things are getting a little bit dire on their side of things. Like, all your net worth is stuck on Pyke, and once Pierce the Veil and BKB is gone, he's just a sitting duck. There's nothing he can do once those two things are done. He's got that 8-second opening basically with Pierce the Veil and BKB to make something happen for his team in the middle of a fight. But if he gets kited out, it's just, you've just got to retreat.
Yeah. And it's also a matter of if the cores pop their BKBs, like even a 6-second charge, like that's only 2 seconds where you can really do full damage.
Michael jumps in, tossback is there onto Yuma. Maybe they can deal with him the first time around, but he is strength morphing Yuma. He will die once. A good start here for Edge. See if they can get him a second time. Yuma, he'll pop his BKB, looking for a waveform out, and does get it. The chase should continue here from Edge. They know the BKB is now no longer available for Yuma, but it seems like they won't risk it. They're just happy with the fact that they've defended.
And he stalled for time. Yuma was trying to drop down to Roche Banner. He was swapping his items in and out. He put his BKB in the backpack for that. Unfortunately, not able to really go for the push. Really good jump out from Michael. That is one thing that you can always count on. The repositional plays is something to respect. And that, again, gives a lifeline out for Edge. They'll try for a smoke off the back of it. They've got their own BKB still up. They've got Pierce the Veil ready to go. They just need to find a good target. The side of Heroic, though, they are staying fairly spread out. So chances are, if you find a core, it's going to be big. You just don't have the same vision game as Heroic does. Like, they probably sense something's wrong. They've got good wards watching all the areas. They've got rocket flare. They know a smoke's coming through because no one's showing up in the lanes or on their wards.
They're waiting. Edge not able to find a thing. Well, Pyke kind of got left behind a little bit. There's an immediate smoke after they saw him too. The Pyke now being 4-star forward gets back to his team, gets back into the triangle. But Heroic, they know where they're headed. They're going to try and cut them off through the bot lane. Vitaly, is he going to show on the creep wave? He will not. Somebody... They're waiting for just somebody to show up. Pyke's still around on that eastern side. He's just farming the jungle right now. It'd be a disaster if they caught him. But he does make the retreat at a very good time, though. Vitaly now, he was scouted by that rocket flare, but Whisper, he's going to go for the Elder Titan instead. They will blow up Yadomi. Here comes Pyke now trying to fight, but can do nothing. They do just leave. I wonder if they try for high ground. At least maybe try to force a buyback, but it seems like the answer is just going to be an outright no. Pippi? Gonna try for KJ. Schofield does remain behind, forcing the BKB out from Pippi. Maybe they go for a fight now, knowing he doesn't have that debuff duration. Michael? Being chased by Yuma. Rocket Flare will land. They've got the dust as well, so Michael is dead. Once again, that seems to be enough for Heroic.
Yeah, I don't think you're in a rush if you're Heroic. You want to play it safe. You know there's openings here for Edge. You might as well just wait out Roche respawn. We'll see in about a minute how long that'll be, or at least get the timer going. For the side of Edge, it's just a tough game to try to initiate on. And that was a good target to go for, taking care of the one team fight tool you have with a Stomp and Earth Splitter. Just means you don't need to worry about the big clump up that Edge might try to leverage there. All the lanes are shoved out, map under Heroic's control. Still a ton of room to grow as well if they wanted. You've got the Satanic and Yuma. He can just hold his ground and hit away at heroes as long as his BKB is active. You've got 4K in the bank for Analog. We can consider something that helps speed the process up. Maybe something like the Ags if you so wished. Scotty wouldn't be too bad either. Just to kind of build up here. And for Edge, again, they're not out of it. They have to play in a very specific way. It's either a good avalanche toss back on an isolated target, usually happens around high ground defense, or they somehow tie in this convoluted combination of having Vitaly get jumped first, having him expend everything on the Bristleback, getting the good stomp off and the Earth Splitter to set up for Pike, and trying to clean up there. There's also maybe room to grow once PP has this full Ags up, giving him the mini black hole to play with. And that certainly can improve their shot in team fights. That's the kind of initiation they are lacking. So this Ags timing, probably a better launching point for Edge if they can just wait out the 1,000 gold PP needs here.
Amp damage. Yuma's going to find himself an amp damage just before the fight that they're looking to start. The perfect rune. He's hitting for about 750 per right click on the Morphlink at the moment. If he gets the chance to hit anyone, that is. Rocket Flare is going to see Vitaly. Whisper looking for a way in. Vitaly has no idea they're coming. He'll get a Lotus off just in the nick of time, but it's not going to matter against Yuma. It will not matter. 75 seconds without Vitaly up. That is an opportunity for them to try and move high ground, but they don't know he doesn't have buyback. It's just the goal that's lacking.
Yeah, a little bit harder to read. And they did expend BKB there on Pike. So it's not going to be as comfy for them to try to see without that protection for Yuma and without an Aegis to back him up as well. Might be a little bit conservative going forward, but they are still looking for people to poke out. If there is an opportunity for a freebie, a 3v5 starts to become really appealing for high ground here.
He's going to start with just clearing out the creep waves, but Michael, he did get spotted in the rocket flares of Schofield, and Michael, you need those tossbacks for these defenses. That's what worked out for them last time, but without the Tiny or the Bristle, that'll be at least a tier 3 tower, if not just a melee barracks. They will slow it down the best they can with the dead shots, but it is not making too much of a difference here. Yuma's got the banner up as well, so it's going to be pretty hard to clear out the creep wave, and Pippi has been caught. Whisper, he had the lasso ready. Yuma just going to jump in, and Pippi is down to boot. No buyback for him either. Everybody's lacking gold.
He just bought the Ags. Like, we were talking about this being the big tool for Edge. And he dies trying to clear out the creep wave. I don't know. Like, you have to wait a full minute for your own team fight to come in. You're getting Megas here. You might even get endgame if you're feeling frisky on Heroic. If they can find you coming in one by one once more, it's going to be over. You have to be a little bit conservative on Edge, at least until PP's back up.
They will move in. Yuma getting back onto those tier 3s. The last one is now down. Michael looking for a toss, does get it onto the Morphling, but he can of course just waveform away. Macropie dropped early on as well, not really connecting on much. Yuma still just standing his ground as they'll drop the Wukong's command to protect him. Even with the BKB going, Yuma doesn't really need to back off too much, but it looks like he's running out of resources. So they will not find the final melee barracks, which means they are not getting Megas. They're almost at 3 lanes of barracks.
So fast, right? Like, those 2 pickoffs.
Yes.
I mean, it just goes so quick when they manage to find those openings. Again, just 2 pickoffs, it all takes. A little bit of a mistake out from PP. Now they've got the coverage of the secondary life up on Yuma. And they can just start to look for the end game. Mind you, again, PP has to show off this mini black hole. Like, the AoE vortex has to kick in. They have to hope for the best off of it. This is their best shot on Edge to try to reel this game back in. Whether or not they have enough for 2 lives on Yuma, though, is a different question. It doesn't feel like they will, but maybe if they just layer their spells just right, they could go through. At the very least, wipe everyone else before anything happens. Although Heroic could just smoke and end the game.
They're smoking up and ending the game by the looks of it. Just wrap around the Ancient, okay.
Jeez.
Nobody there. Jump in, here we go. They've got a target. It's going to be Yodomi. Zip it from PP. He's going to go for the Vortex. It's only on 1, though. Here comes Pyke with the Pierce the Veil. He gets 1 down. Yuma loses the Aegis. That's 1 life gone. But Pyke's running out of his BKB, and now the hook shot. Schofield's going to lock him in the macro fire. That's Pyke down for 100. No way to defend, I don't think, without the Muerta, but they're going to try. And Yuma, he is actually going to retreat for a little bit as Pippi becoming a bit of an issue. Michael to jump in, Schofield will die, but now the jump back onto Michael will ensure they get a support trade. Whisper also jumping in with just the Firefly alone, trying to force Pippi back into the fight. Yuma chasing down Vitali in the meantime. Can't quite kill him. Will go instead onto the ET, but can't finish the job off on there either. And here come the more TPs. Pippi's trying again. Vitali TPing back towards the bottom lane. They will find Whisper. Yuma's still trying to fight this one out. He'll eat the cheese up. Moving back onto Yodomi. The Elder Titan still surviving. Now back to Analog, who's trying to heal up, but Vitali just standing his ground, and Pippi will take him down as they continue. Yuma trying for the TP away. He is going to make it. And by the way, John, Mega Creeps never came up because they never went for it.
No. They tried to end the game. I appreciate that little play from Heroic, but Edge, you're seeing the issues coming in with that mini black hole, with the BKB starting to wither down in duration. There are openings here for PP to weave in and out. And when Lasso is down, you don't have that stable way of just locking in the storm. They hang in for their lives here on the side of Edge. A very well executed teamfight defense coming through for them. And for the side of Heroic, they're not fully set back too badly. They get this full refresh buyout on Yuma. Roshan still 5 minutes away until it potentially respawns here. So it's a long way to go. But just having double BKB should fix a couple of issues for our Morphling. Mind you, mana management is becoming a little bit difficult for Yuma, having to constantly attribute shift in and out and trying to maximize his morph as well. He does lose gas in these longer fights, especially after eating the cheese now. No secondary resource to bail him out. Edge, for their part, again, it's still a very cautious game for them. They've still got to play it a little bit safe. They've got to bank on PP. It's down to the Storm. He's got to set up. He's got to provide opportunities. He's got to find some openings. You are getting some good tools to save you from the lasso, though. Yodomi has 1 Linken's up. You've already got Linken's up on Pyke as well. So the double Linken's, if you can pass it on to, say, onto PP, that can make all the difference. Because again, that hold for Storm Spirit, it's going to be a lot harder to find with all of these barriers up. And that's going to make Heroic's end game goal just that much harder to find. Again, we might be stuck waiting for next Roche off of that defense. And for Edge, they're stuck in their high ground. They have set some good forward vision out though. So they do have eyes as to where Heroic's playing. They saw them cross the river. And you can kind of just try to set up and hope for the best in the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're holding out for now. You got to give props to Edge where props is due. I think if you're Heroic, you're probably thinking maybe we should have just gone for the Megas. And I'm sure that'll probably be the big adjustment they make, going high ground again. Just go for the Megas next time and then deal with the team fight. Roshan's going to be a long time away as well, so that I don't know if they really want to wait out that long for the next Roshan. So we'll give time for everyone to have buyback on Edge. Here we go. Be so careful for Whisper looking for those lasso opportunities. You don't have anything like, oh, there it is, the lasso. Pippi's been caught out. And that is your Storm dead, but he does have buyback. You've got nothing like a Lincoln's here for the Storm, John. He's kind of a sitting duck if he gets caught like that. He will buy back. Right into the cogs he goes. And that'll be a buyback committed for pretty much nothing. Gets nothing for it, but a nice little defense on the high ground.
They're going to hold for now. I'm a bit surprised. Again, no one was nearby to try to pop Lincolns on. Again, they have double Lincolns on the side of Edge. You've got one on Yarumi and Pike. You need to protect that Storm somehow. Sacrifices have to be made. They did pop one, mind. I believe Yarumi did pass it, I guess, onto Vitaly earlier on. So Pike didn't want to risk his own life. Still, if you find PP at this point, it's game over. Like, you need that Storm. Blink Dagger up as well for KJ, so you can try to angle in for the Ice Path and Macropyre a little bit cleaner here. Roshan again, still a ways off, but the side of Heroic doing a great job of just keeping all the lanes shoved in, having to deal with super creeps. It's a rough go for Edge. They just can't leave high ground no matter what.
They are stuck, but they're not stuck against Megas. That's the big positive. So Heroic just keeping tabs, sticking around the river, making sure they've got first dibs on Roshan, of course. You're at the point where they may not feel the need to try again for high ground, because you can still go for Roshan and just not have buyback on Pippi for a little bit. But there's a smoke. They might try. Here we go. Can you avoid the lasso of Whisper? Is the question for Pippi. Whisper's going to wrap around through the mid, down towards the bottom, back to the mid. Yuma will get started on the barracks. They'll zip in, trying to help him out. Pippi trying to get some damage off, but nothing really happening yet as they will look to burst down Michael. The Tiny is gone. No buyback for him. Meanwhile, Pike, he's going to pop the Pierce the Veil, trying to go after KJ and Schofield. Both of them will survive. Eventually, Schofield will die, but they've lost the racks. Mega creeps incoming as now Pike being targeted by Yuma. Pike trying to run with the BKB. Does make it for now as Whisper. He wastes his lasso. It was broken on the Lincolns. They've got the Mega creeps though. They might just want to retreat out of here. Yuma looking to turn Pippi. Has he gone too far? The balance strike is out, locking him down a little bit longer though. He'll turn once again onto Yuma, but Yuma will stand his ground. He's afraid of nothing on this Morphling. And Heroic, again, they can just retreat. They got what they came for. Roshan should be up relatively soon. They can just wait.
That's a good way to split up the fight. Again, they take it in two fronts. A little bit of a long flank out there from Yuma. And I'm surprised they commit the Fortify for the last racks instead of the tier 4s. You've got a big window where there's no stopping a tier 4 push, especially after the Roche timing. It's still halfway through until the longest Roche, and you'll still have half the cooldown remaining on Fortify for tier 4s. This could just be, again, pretty much the end game for Heroic to close out the game. Edge, I mean, if they can fight, if they can defend twice over, if they can find two fights back-to-back, where they can get the punishment onto Heroic, where they can get this utility out from PP, get the spacing you need for Pike to actually kill cores, not just the supports, and then there is still a chance. It's just those chances are starting to grow slim, Mike. You look at the graphs here, Heroic, they've been in command for this entire game, now at a 96% win probability, and they've got the Megas, they've still got tier 2s. It's a long road for Edge, but it starts with a very solid high ground defense that has to come in for these tier 4s.
They're holding for now. Yeah, no, Heroic, they're not rushing. They're waiting for Roche. There isn't amp damage on Yuma, though, in fairness. This guy just can't miss on the power runes today. There's Roshan. They have not spotted it. In fact, Yuma's probably made the call to just go because he's hitting for about 1,000 damage per right click right now. Find Pippi. Lasso's up. Pippi. Oh, he's caught again. And Yuma rips him a new one. See you later, Pippi. There goes Michael. And there goes the game, I think, for Edge. Pike's going to try one last time with the Pierce the Veil, but it's already worn off. He's got to retreat. And now Heroic can look towards those tier 4 towers. That pesky Storm is gone. Both tier 4s down. Jump on Vitaly. Yuma, he'll look to retreat a little bit. Ancient now completely exposed. Vitaly still trying to buy some time here, but it's so much time you've got to buy. And Vitaly just doesn't have any himself. They'll take down Pyke to boot. You've lost your Pozwan Huerta. You've lost Michael. You've lost Vitaly. They'll buy it back, but GG is finally called. And Heroic, it was a closer game than you might have anticipated after that laning stage. But they do manage to pull it off at the 53-minute mark.
That they do. You have to remember, again, these teams face off against each other a lot in the qualifiers for a lot of tournaments. And the most recent one, they played up against each other for another tournament. It did come out for Edge when they were under Mosquito Clan. Mind you, they also had Matthew instead of Michael. That could also be a factor there, but they play it nice on the side of Heroic. They maintain that advantage early. They get this aggression online quite quick. I think giving Analog a Monkey King is a very big mistake. And giving Yuma a free Morphling game, giving anyone a free Morphling game, it just doesn't feel like it's something you can't afford to do. They had a really snappy pick of the ET into the Morph, and having this idea of being able to get the natural order on top, try to melt him when he's vulnerable, but you never found that vulnerability. Vitaly had a very slow lane. He couldn't really do much to stop the Morphling from just free farming and even just trying to own the lane. And by the time that you reached like the 15-minute mark, Yuma was just fully farmed up. Again, meeting almost the same farm time that we saw from Ame and getting the same activity out. Just hard to deal with the Morphling as is. There were a couple of good moments for Edge. And when they split up the fights, it looks pretty nice. There was a lot of patience from Yuma in this engagement as he was standing back. He held on to that BKB. And they still managed to get the cleanup here on Edge, although when the re-engage did come in for Yuma, it was just... the Morphling is a problem.
Really was. Yuma just completely out of control, and the whole of Heroic was just playing really just fantastic, John. I mean, you look at Whisper with these lasso setups, Schofield, that man was hitting hookshot after hookshot, KJ with some perfect macro pies this game. Like, it's just everything just kind of going very well for Heroic. Again, props to Edge. They put up a fantastic fight here. Maybe it's back to the drawing board with their draft a little bit, like look towards another position one perhaps. Something that doesn't rely on having Pierce the Veil to actually do anything. Because it just felt like every fight it was 4v5. Like if Pyke comes in with BKB Pierce the Veil, then Heroic just retreat and wait it out every single time. And once it's over, he can do nothing. He's just dead shotting from a mile away.
Yeah. It just boils down to a lack of team fight as well. I mean, you got some of that back when PP went Ags. It almost feels like you wanted the Storm to get Ags faster. Just because you lack that hold, you lack that way of forcing these fights your way. We saw a few good Echo Stomps, we saw a few good Earth Splitters, just not enough. And there was just no way of kind of forcing the issue yourself to give Pyke that moment while he was in Pierce the Veil to get the damage out. A very big win from Heroic. A perfect game from Yuma. Jesus, that was like a 50-minute game. Never died, not a single time. Maybe just losing Aegis, but that doesn't count. I'd say next game, Edge, you've got to ban the Morphling. This ET, it's a good idea. It's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Yuma was the standout player here, Jonathan? I mean, I guess he probably... no, it's Schofield. You know, I was going to say, he just carried the game, right? But so, like, players like Schofield are setting everything up for you, and the amount of vision this man was providing with those rocket flares, it just felt like Edge were never safe. It was you were always being watched at all times. So props to Schofield, fantastic performance from him, and yeah, standout player is what he'll achieve here for game one. And there you go. We like to share it around, John. We'll share it around.
Yeah,
Yuma gets one.
Yeah, those are some pretty good stats for Yuma. Again, 16-0-15. Not the highest kill participation in the world, 77.5 though. Pretty damn high for a safe laner. And a hell lot of hero damage, 59,000. Mind you, we've seen Tinkers heal for 48. So if you had a Tinker, you might have been able to survive, with how much he heals. But you didn't have the Tinker, you didn't have access to any of that. And again, for the next game, I'm expecting Edge to do a couple of things. Number one, probably not go back to the Morta carry idea. Its power spike timings are just awkward. And the way it has to play in team fights, it's just not strong all the time. You think about TA, you think about PA, you think about the Morphling. Sure, at some point they're constrained by BKB, but their damage doesn't disappear. Muerta's damage falls off if she doesn't manage to go into Pierce the Veil. So it's just not a hero that really stays. It's a weird transformation hero. And number two, you're probably banning Morphling. Like, you have to get rid of it. If not, pick it yourself, because Yuma was just unstoppable that last game.
He certainly was, Jonathan. We do have to head to a break, though, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Edge and, of course, Heroic. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our game 2 of this best of 3 series between Edge and Heroic, and it's MLP Dota and Drenix. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A bit of a slugfest for game 1, going all the way to the 53-minute mark, but we do have Heroic leading this best of 3, one game ahead so far. What would you like to see Edge changing up here in this game 2?
There you go. I think that's the first thing. They do ban out the Morphling. That's the big one that I wanted to see taken care of if they weren't going to first pick it themselves. So they do take that big tool away. They have left the Keeper for Light in, but Analog will still get his Monkey King. I think that's also a little bit concerning considering how well Analog played his mid lane matchup. You know, it's typical for Monkey King against pretty much any matchup. Just work into your Wraith Band, work into the Brown Boots, and you can kind of run down the lane. I'd expect the same thing here for Analog. They can ban to protect it as well, unless Edge finds something really good here. Like, say, it's a little bit cheeky, but if you really wanted to crush the Monkey King lane, like Huskar's the one that stands out. You already mentioned last time around, it's not necessarily a straight win either. Monkey King can also win that lane. Analog certainly knows his matchups very well, so Maybe not. Maybe actually not going for that Monkey King idea here. For the Husker idea. But they need something. They'll go to Ringmaster instead, so they get access to that powerful support. Big saves coming out. Lots of laning presence coming in. And the Wheel of Wonder to cut off escapes. I like this. It's stable for Edge. They don't reveal too much. And they can kind of think about how they want to counteract the Monkey with some of the time they have left here with next bans. Heroic very quick on the uptake though. Just instantly banning out Gyrocopter and Terrorblade, taking care of some big Pike heroes already. So taking some comfort away very fast. It is concerning when your team is very confident, so confident that they just know what to ban, right? Like it shows a really deep understanding as to what their rival team from South America wants to do.
Oh, I like it. One more ban to go before we can see these drafts continuing as well. The Edge. See what else they think caused them some big issues. I mean, I highly doubt we'll see any kind of respect bans like the Bat Rider for Whisper or anything like that, because it was a very good Bat Rider game against the Storm and things like that. So none too surprising. Whisper does end up going for that comfort pick, but see if they want to respect ban any heroes here up against Heroic that they think are causing them a bit too many issues. The Morphling already a very good start to that. What's the last ban though before we can continue for Edge?
Again, I don't think this is something Heroic in particular runs a lot, but the Kotl is still there. Feels like a top contest hero, maybe a Jakiro if you're worried about that coming in. Else, something like the Tiny, as it can be flexed onto safe. Wouldn't be too surprised if Yuma wanted to try to take it that route. And there's also the Bristleback to be considered. They actually ban out the Puck, so maybe expecting just a Monkey save this time around as well, just being safe. It was banned by Heroic last time, and they will pick up the Jakiro, so they get access to the big annoying support themselves now. We saw how much Heroic did with this, especially with the Ags Rush we saw built up. Do appreciate that. The support duo is pretty solid. You don't have the best stable lockdown, but again, you kind of compensate for that now with your offlaner mid to provide you a better initiation angle. This does mean that your lane setups are pretty stable on Edge. Like, you've got good poke damage from both supports. You've got great presence from them both. So, at the very least for Edge, with these two supports already being picked up, you do have stronger lanes coming in here.
Heroic, they're going to go for the Bristleback on their own side of things now. See, this Bristle has been very popular. So, Heroic do go ahead and just take it for themselves. Already two core pickups here for Heroic. And they'll take the Muerta, but I'm very confident that Muerta is going to be a support.
Yeah, it should not be shifted around here. I like the experimentation from Pike, and I did say I prefer Muerta Core, but that was very specifically because they had an Ogre Magi, and it was between Muerta Core and NP Core there for Shopify. They didn't have to do it in the last game there for Edge with their last pick overall. This Muerta support does provide a lot. I think in the lane with Bristleback, that's a very devastating lane. Right? You can play with the calling quite nicely. The fear from Deadshot does allow the Bristleback to just keep that pressure up, especially as you approach level 3. For Edge, Slaughter mid is probably one of the matchups that works best against Monkey. Mind you, it's still pretty happy for Monkey King, but this can hold its own up against the Monkey at the very least. You can threaten back with a bash. You can try to go for the stuns and kind of contest lane. Stats-wise, though, it's not the best. The win rate, 11% overall, 0% for Edge when they've picked it up, but I can see the logic behind that pick here, Mike.
Edge, we'll see what they want to follow up with. They do go for the Brewmaster pickup as well. Something a little bit different. We haven't seen so much of the Brewmaster today, if any. Love the team fight this hero does bring for the squad. See what Heroic wanna try and do to counter this.
I feel like the stats for all of the heroes that Edge is going for is it's not great. The 0% win rate in Slaughter, 0% win rate on Brewmaster. The overall, not just their own win rate with it, but the tournament stats for it. Like, it's if you were gonna go by stats on the picks right now as it is, you just go straight up heroic, I think. I get, again, why they're drafting this way. Like, Brewmaster to deal with Bristleback, to toss him up in the air. It's pretty nice. You isolate this hero who wants to be in these prolonged fights. You can take care of everyone else. It lanes pretty happily as well, especially into melee matchups, depending on what heroic would want. So it does have a lot of value. It's just that apparently the hero has just not been working in this tournament whatsoever. So, I know. Yeah, you look at the numbers don't lie.
They do not. See, heroic. Oh, here we go. You and I, we always have some words about this hero. Last time we saw it, I did believe... Did it win? I can't... It's just every time we watch Luna, it just feels so awkward right now.
Yeah. It has a 100% dire win rate. It has a 33% win rate overall, so maybe it gets its second win here. You are dire side and heroic. It does make sense in the fact that your lane into Brewmaster should be fine. You can kill off the Brewlinks, especially early on, pre-level 20 talent. The Luna can take care of that quite nicely. So I think it's fine in that sense. It does play decently into with a Bristleback as well, with Snot Rocket, as she still does some physical damage despite her talents encouraging this hybrid Ags build-up that we did see last time and did feel impactful once you had like Ags refresh. It's just a very weird build. It doesn't lend itself nicely for an all-in on either physical or magic, so you have to kind of hybrid it for Yuma. I do like it though. I think it makes sense into this Brewmaster lane. You should be able to hold your own. Brewmaster, mind you, can still Thunderclap. Your range here as Luna isn't that great, but it makes sense to take care of the Brewlings later on. So I see the value for heroic. Whether or not Yuma can make it work, we'll have to see.
We will have to see, John. I mean, in the right hands, Luna still looks okay. I just don't like how reliant you have to be on the Ags build up into the Eclipse. That's what really starts to bother me.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't... There hits a point in the game where it just stops scaling. And it's just not going to feel anywhere near as good. Maybe that's not the idea for Heroic. Maybe we're going to see the physical build up or something. But I don't necessarily think that's so great at the moment either. Guess we'll wait and see what they do want to do. Heroic with the final ban out. I do at least appreciate they have already banned out Terrorblade, which is one of the heroes that tends to do very well against this carry Luna.
Yeah. And they also, on the side of Edge, at the very least, banned out the Shadow Demon support, which leads to a very free time for Luna with all of the illusions coming in. So you don't have a way of just kind of spamming out. I'm wondering what they're worried about. They banned out the Quap, and the Puck's already been taken care of. If you're worrying about the mid lane matchup, it's kind of interesting because where would a Slardar go in that case? Right? Like, are you expecting Pyke to take safe lane Slardar into the Bristleback lane? That could still work. I do still feel like Bristle might be fine into level 3, level 4. It does take a while. Level 1, 2, Slaughter is probably slightly better off, depending on how well you manage your mana there on the Bristle. So that's probably the last consideration, just figuring out what the Slaughter will want to do. Yeah, Bando Dusa, just in case. And you get the Abaddon that you were looking for last time around, Mikey. I believe you were looking for it on Edge, but you have it on Heroic. They have a really tanky set of heroes. Right, even the Abba support's going to be pretty tanky. This is a good way to counteract Slardar. First if Haze comes in, no problem. Just shield it. You're not going to have the minus armor. Really emphatic talking here from our coach on Edge. So they're really trying to get some last thoughts in into how to deal with this draft.
It's looking scary. Those Abaddons always throw a spanner in the works. Let's see what they do. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. The sniper's made its appearance. You can see the faces here on the side of Heroic. They're not too impressed by it. Not too impressed.
Yeah, nah. It makes a lot of sense in the lane matchup, right? Like Monkey into Sniper. Surely you outrange. You shouldn't be under too much pressure. You can always headshot to win, right? Like, it's stable enough up against the Monkey King. It has a 0% win rate. My God. He had like a 16% win rate on Slaughter overall. He had like a 6% win rate on Brewmaster. You have a 0% win rate on... Okay, by the numbers, no analysis, by the numbers, 100% heroic. If we see our 1xbet odds as well, it's going to be 100% heroic. You can't... The numbers don't lie. You've stacked up the numbers all wrong, unfortunately. I mean, it all makes sense. Individually, in lane, it all makes sense, but I don't know how you stitch this together. Like, it has to be a very specific style from Edge. They have to cut off heroic. And there you go. Our 1xbet odds are up 2.23 for Edge, 1.66 for heroic. Definitely still in favor of heroic. Not by an enormous amount, mind you, but it still is very much in their favor. And I'd say by draft, Mike, heroic is looking sharper here. I'm concerned for Edge. Because we've seen it before, Monkey King into this kind of matchup, it's still fine. It's still like, maybe this time double Wraith Band into Brown Boots. But once you hit that point, you can still run down this hero.
It's going to be an interesting one here, John. We'll see if the side of Edge can force us to a game 3 here up against Heroic. Game number 2 now officially underway between these two teams. And the sniper, PP Sniper, is what we're going to be watching, I think, here in this this game number 2. In fairness to the pick, you know, there's not really any counters here for it. Like, you've got a Monkey King that can find him. That's pretty much it. Everybody else is a bit of a sitting duck to this sniper, so it does feel like Analog is going to have to do some pretty heavy lifting to try and find this sniper every time.
He is. Again, there's also no clear, like, initiation, like, even outside of just the vision. Follow-through initiation isn't that clean. You've got to bristle back offlane. It's not going to go blink. It's not build up for the hero to just stand in front that way. You kind of need to run in. The only real viable way of instantly jumping the sniper is through something like a very fast shard here from Analog. Mind you, there's some quirkiness. Like, we go back to this Luna idea. Imagine, Mike, a Luna Ags rushed, so lining that with, say, a fast shard on the Monkey. That's one way.
Oh, yeah.
It clips up.
Pike. That's going to land. Does have the fear here from Yadomi. Still, they are slowing him up a lot with these goos, and Pike is getting hit very hard now by Whisper. So they'll turn to Yadomi, but Schofield now getting surrounded. Schofield's the one to go down. Whisper will try to get away, but the stuns are out from Pike. He might just have to fight, but to tame the beasts, making it very hard to get anything, and already 2 kills to go the way of Edge. What a start.
One start, that's what you need. When you're statistically with heroes that aren't winning heroes, you need a good start for yourself to get things going. And, you know, PP finding one of those kills, pretty big deal for himself. First blood overall, so he's got that extra fast start into the double Wraith Bands, which will cause problems here for the Monkey. Like, this is where this pick makes the most sense. You're laning against the Monkey King. You want to have good first 2 levels up against this hero. A fast Wraith Band certainly sets the tone quite nicely. Whereas for Analog, his own double Wraith Band timing, it's going to take a lot longer. So, into the Brown Boots as well, which is necessary to kind of run down the sniper. You've got a window of opportunity for PP to still control. Mind you, Analog's still doing a great job in terms of managing the lane anyhow. The damage isn't ramping up just yet on PP, so you can get that kind of done. We're seeing some poking and prodding up top. KJ poking it down onto Michael, as they are buying space out for the 2 cores to just duke it off on Yuma and Vitaly as well on the side there. And this lane matchup top is the one that's probably a little bit more even. Like, the Brewmaster, in terms of the lane, certainly has some play. You roll the Cinder Brew out, you can Thunderclap on such a short ranged hero. At the least, KJ will always counteract. The Aphotic Shield will just ruin that. Like, you have 2 heroes reliant on those DOTs, the Chikiro as well. Not a lot of value when you're playing up against an Abaddon in lane.
Not really. A lot of value here for the Abaddon, though. Bottom lane, Whisper is going to lose his life. Pike able to find him. Another kill already coming out now for Edge. So they will lose the Bristleback. And these Slarders, they can be ultra scary. If they do get off to a start, it can be very hard to slow these guys down, especially in this water patch.
And it can be. Jungling for Pike's gonna feel pretty nice as well because of that added regen, of course, in that extended jungle. I think the main thing, it's like we were talking about in the draft for the bot lane, Whisper needs to sit out until level 3, probably level 4, until he's ultra comfy and trading blows with Pike. Otherwise, the bashes just come in. The damage is there. You don't really have that durability lined up for yourself. We're still taking a look at the poking up top. I do like that KJ did go for the quickening as well over Mephetic Shroud. Like having that lower cooldown of Photic Shield even in lane. Yeah, you know, it's a few seconds, a few fractions of a second per creep, but more uptime means more saves. And down the line, it's going to be very impactful when you're starting to play with, say, borrowed time, when you're playing with, in a long game, something like the Ags as well. There's a lot of utility that can come out with this facet up. It's not the one you see too often, but it does have its room here.
Mid lane, surprisingly, going better than expected, I'd say, for Analog. Like, this should be a pretty big kind of whitewash lane for Pippi. And he is winning the lane, of course, on the sniper, but Analog's doing a very good job of kind of keeping up with the CS. Not taking too much harassment either from the sniper. Of course, we do get to see Yuma just getting a Photic shielded every time. He's taking a bit too much damage here from this Jakiro, so not really too much Michael could do in that top lane, sadly. But it is what it is. It's Abaddon, John. Nobody enjoys laning against this hero. They'll try again. Just every time. It's great. It's one of my favorite heroes to play, dude. It's just, you know, you just can't do anything against it. It's amazing.
Yeah. I love it. Like, especially when you hit Ags. It's just such a funny hero. It used to be better. You know, they nerfed the crap out of the Ags, but it's still strong. Still appreciate it. A little bit of a chase down onto Schofield. Yadomi does have the impalement arts.
He does.
Line it up.
See if he wants to throw it out. Oh, it does connect. Schofield, it's a Fury Fire. Yadomi trying to get within range. Does hit the Tame the Beast. Has another impalement art. But he doesn't need it. The right click will prove to be enough. Yadomi securing a kill down at Schofield, and that makes it 4-0 already for Edge. A very nice start.
I would argue that's actually pretty alright for Heroic. Look at what's happening in that bot lane for Whisper and Pyke. Whisper's caught up in terms of CS, 21-6. Pyke can't close the gap anymore. We're at that level 3, level 4 mark where the pills start to hurt. You're managing to dish some damage back here on Whisper, and he's catching up. Pyke's off to a bit of a slower start. He can always catch up in the jungle, but he's not the quickest jungler in the world. At least with a water jungle, he can be quite nice there in terms of sustaining. True, but that is something that Yuma will always be slightly ahead in. Just playing with the Glaives, naturally a very fast jungle farmer. They are rotating onto PP now.
Analog, big chase. Pippi, he was having a great time in that mid lane, but looking for that kill. Analog being protected here by KJ. Pippi still running. Boundless Strike's going to land, though, and now with the Boundless and the Jingu, it's a bit too hard to survive. Onto Michael they'll go. Analog trying to protect Schofield, can't really do so, but it's very worthwhile for these rotations. Killing off that mid-sniper, handing a kill to Analog. It's exactly what you want to see. Because if this sniper doesn't have a good game, you know, and Pyke ends up dropping off in the Slala, you're going to be sitting ducks. It's going to be very hard.
And it is. The highest net worth hero to find as well. Timing is pretty interesting as we're still going into the power rune, so you've got room here to stick on Yadomi. Just try to secure a big one. Even Michael showing up. The rest of Heroic not quite hanging around the area. So let's surrender the rune. Not the biggest one in the world though, just a regen. So Analog will just use this time to look for that rotation top. You don't have any, you're still a ways from the split for Vitaly. Is aware, as there was that sneaky ward right by the Roche pit. So the movement here might not pan out to too much, but you can see the pressure already mounting up. They are starting to push in mid. The Jakiro showing up though. And with PP at 6, with the 2 rate bands and power treads up, he does do some good poke damage on that objective.
Vitaly, they're going to try for the Brewmaster. It's not a very easy kill attempt though onto Vitaly, though they're still giving it a crack, but the Brewmaster will be able to run away with that Storm Brawler stance. So instead, they'll start pressuring the tier 1 tower. They do have the siege creep, so it's not too hard to get this done. They'll even glyph up the creeps, and that is going to be a nice early tower for the side of Heroic to take. They don't get the Brew, but the Brew can't protect the tower anyways. Now Whisper fighting with Yadomi over this Shrine of Wisdom, but he will see Pyke rotate as well. So Whisper not wanting to stick around too long. Meanwhile, Analog getting tipped here by Yuma. He did get a Shrine of Wisdom, so there is that.
That he did. They did manage to sneak with one themselves here on Edge, so they don't miss out on too much, I suppose. Yadomi still managed to sneak through. It's not like Whisper would want to give out free farm down bot. So you do manage to at least trade objectives there. The mid siege, it has managed to drag this tier 1 mid down to 139 HP. So already being denied away by Schofield. Will at least take the gold away. But that does open up the map more. Look at these aggressive wards that Edge has set up. Right below the ramp, spotting out if anyone goes into the triangle, leads to some good rotations down the line. The timing for Edge to start to play fast is slowly ramping it. You know, it's level 6 is up on Pyke, just needs his Blink Dagger first, not going for anything like the Echo Saber to scale up. Wants to get active early. And once you do have that initial item up, things can get scary. Like a sniper having a corrosive haze target to hit, very easy for PP to start to melt heads. They'll try to move with a smoke out and an amp damage rune in their control as well. They will pick it up, try to see what they can take. Top, if they can find Yuma, would be a very nice one to slow down here, as the Luna has been free farming.
That's where they're headed. Problem is KJ is around to break the smoke, and he will indeed. Pippi, he'll move in with that amp damage. KJ will happily tank the gank for his carry. Yuma, can he get it? Oh, he cannot. Pyke finds him. Pyke will find him. And unfortunately for Heroic, they will lose both, as suddenly Edge now pushing out that top tier 1 tower. They should have it as well. It shouldn't be much of a defense to come. But the Luna kill is pretty massive. Something they desperately needed.
It is. They really needed to put a stop to that scaling. They've got a good advantage for themselves 9 minutes in. 7-1, 2k advantage. And for Heroic, it's going to be a slow game, right? Like, you have the same issue now with the Bristleback that we saw from Vitality last time, where it's really not going to do much in the first 15 to 20 minutes without farm. Could try on Yadomi at least.
Tommy trying to set up onto Whisper. Help is incoming, but Whisper eventually does just leave. So no kills to come, but lines are being drawn out to the mid lane, so it seems like Edge want to kind of rotate over there and see what they can get done. Things are looking very good right now for Edge. 2k net worth advantage, and all 3 of their cores are at the top of the net worth board. Pippi really starting to pull ahead on this sniper. He understands that the name of the game is just hitting creeps this game. He does not need to try and force anything as a sniper. Just sit back and relax until you're at that stage where they just can't contest you. KJ, underneath the ward, is going to be spotted by Vitaly and Michael. And does get caught, is not level 6 yet, so it's going to be another gold influx going the way of Pippi, who just assassinates from a mile away.
Yeah, they're getting full value from that ward. Again, very clever from Yadomi earlier on to get that. He even managed to, for a moment, block off the stacks, although they didn't manage to build it up, get the D ward going for themselves. 8-1, no openings presenting itself for the side of Heroic. And for Heroic, this just boils down to really how the lanes were executed and more so of how their draft is done. There's no play. Like you were talking about it earlier. Like catching the sniper, it's down to the Monkey King. Getting anything done, it's down to Analog. And again, his mid lane matchup was a lot slower. He doesn't have that snowball build up. They're getting pressured across the map, and really there's nothing that the Luna and Bristleback can do. And your 2 supports can't connect alone with the Monkey King. They need everybody forward. So they're just gonna have to cede some ground. Give up this bot tier 1. Stem the bleeding on the side of Heroic, hope for the best in terms of farm buildup. You've got the Mask of Madness on Yuma, and he's got a lot of room up top. So his farm acceleration is there into the Manta, eventually into the Butterfly way later down the line. They get the blocks going again on the side of Edge, keeping constant track of the triangle. They're just doing everything to ensure that this recovery process is not going to be there.
Right triangle. Yadomi, nice tame the beast. Pyke moving back in, wants to try for Analog as they've got Pippi around. And Pippi, again, can not really be contested right now as a very nice will has been dropped. They're still trying to run, but Analog dropping low now as well. Will cop and assassinate, but the Aphotic Shield will block off most of the damage, and a very nice mischief dodge, in fact, will ensure he takes no damage. But Whisper also being chased now, not looking too healthy. KJ is around to try and help him out, but he's still looking pretty squishy at the moment on this Bristleback. And he is gone. It's even Vitaly finding another target. He'll catch the Abaddon. And KJ is still level 4. Another kill for Pippi.
He's getting a little bit too farmed up on the sniper. They'll clear out the Ancients as well with a macro fire. That recovery goal just gone for Heroic. Again, just such smart gameplay coming out from Edge. They draft something that's ultra fast that, you know, requires a very specific playstyle, but they're finding it here. Heroic, for their part, it feels like they need like 10 full minutes of farm. There's no way they're going to be able to play within that time span. Like, they need these items to be up. Whisper just going for a Lotus Orb. The Shard's going to be a good one to help him set up for the team, but it's just so far off. Mage Slayer for Analog is one start. I would say it's not quite enough either. They need armor going here on Edge. And that's going to take gold. All they can do is just stall for time. There's not going to be a lot of ground left to bleed, though, as once the pressure's onto the tier 2s, you're just losing way too much map space.
Schofield narrowly going to survive. They'll drop the Wheel of Wonder once again. Schofield just trying to avoid it, but can't really get away. Another kill here for Edge. They're just completely taken off here in this game too. 5k advantage their way now. Like, yes, you still have Yuma free farming, but that's a Luna versus Sniper, and Pippi's just not slowing down at all. Like, you still really haven't found any way of being able to slow this Sniper down this game. And Edge, they're not really taking their time. They're taking objectives every chance they get. They understand that perhaps later on they could find themselves in a spot of danger. They do not want to wait too long. It seems like they'll get started on that tier 2 bottom tower while they're at it. Whisper will be there to defend, and that might force Edge back, but then again, Pippi could just, you know, stand outside of tower range. Just do it that way.
Yeah. No real pressure to lay off here on the side of Edge. They smoke up, might get a long flank around, lines drawn towards top. They know that's the most secure area that Heroic has been trying to build up on. We are 14 minutes in. KJ is still level 5. That is very unfortunate to kind of see on my screen, but it's just the state of the game. There's really nowhere to play. They just ran down the lanes. Top lane is probably their best lane, and then it's just really not achieving much. They'll try mid, but
yeah, Schofield's gonna die. Just, you know, buys a bit of time with the pierce the veil, but that's about all he's gonna get. Vitali's being watched here by Analog. There is some help from KJ and Yuma around, but they're just trying to take as many creeps as they can from this area before they have to leave. And Vitali is having a look along with Michael. They will TP Yuma out of there and leave KJ behind, so KJ is going to tank it for his squad. He just needs one creep so he can hit level 6 as well, but he's not going to get it. Poor guy, it's 3 XP off level 6.
Yeah, it's a rough game. Again, it did great in lane, but your 2 supports are just too passive to connect with the Monkey King. So you're just stuck.
Schofield now being caught.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Pike, he's having a field day here, Pike. He's slaughtered, John. He sees these squishy supports. He just blinks in happily. Knows that they can't do anything. And of course now, why not just go for the Tormentor? It's about that time.
Doesn't take too long. With the Corrosive Haze ready. And with the damage they have, naturally, it's just a very quick objective.
Analog?
Nice free short. Whew.
The Analog's being chased by Vitali. He finally gets a TP point away, but that was getting a bit too close for comfort. He's kind of lucky that Vitali didn't have a Quelling Blade on him because he knew where he was in the tree line. Unfortunate for Vitali. The question is, what do they want now, Edge? Line's been drawn through the top lane. So it seems like they're going to maybe take over that area of the map, go for that tier 2 top tower. They understand they can't be contested at the moment. A full Radiance up on Vitali as well to make matters worse for Heroic. And they're just desperately trying to give Yuma time, but it's like Yuma's farm's just not keeping up. Not with Pippi.
No.
Sniper's farm pretty quick.
It is. I think the one thing that as well that's just making this game hellish for Heroic is all the vision from Edge. Again, they still have that deep behind tier 2 ward. They have that cliff ward hanging on the right side. They have this deep ward on the top jungle behind the tier 2 as well. Like, they have all the info they need as to where they're farming up on. Maybe just lacking the cliff ward now on the Dara side by the tier 2 as well on mid. Still getting space out to clear that top tier 2. No contest from Heroic. And Heroic just have nothing to do. They've got Manta on Yuma. That's not going to be enough yet. Analog?
Analog. Yeah, caught. Nowhere to go here for the MK. He's down to boot. Oh boy, Edge. Finding a mega kill now for Pike has just had, again, a great game on the slaughter 5-0-5. And Edge drawing lines directly back towards that dive triangle now. I mean, maybe even just Roshan. Because why not? You've got the damage, you've got a Slaughter. And they'll just get started. There's no way to stop them either. Heroic's nowhere near the area. They just want to hit some creeps and get some tier 1 towers while they can. And so Roshan will freely be given the way of Edge.
You just have to wait. You have to hope your high ground hold is good. And that's asking for a lot, considering your lack of team fight overall. But that seems like the play they have, outside of just waiting for farm. Try to hold high ground, or just get this build up. Hit at least the butterfly on Yuma, and things can start to go. Instant smoke out, they know where the side of Heroic's playing, because they're not showing under any of the wards. And they did just siege bot. Got a good flank here on the side of Edge.
They're coming. Edge want to force the fight. Heroic will look to back off at the correct time. Pyke, though, should at least find one. Smoke broken on Schofield. He'll blink the wrong way, but eventually does find the Muerta. Schofield's going to pop Pierce the Veil. Uh-oh, hold on a minute. Pyke, he's dropping quick, but the escape back is going to give him a chance at life, and he makes it out. He makes it out on a slither of HP. And now they'll lose KJ on top. Whisper, KJ, Schofield, they all die. You might have been able to make the argument had they found Pyke, like the gold influx could have been somewhat worth, but he got away just barely.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it's a ringmaster in the saves. Just too much. Again, you lack control on the side of Heroic. You somewhat have damage if Eclipses onto one, but very rare you find those opportunities to only track one in this kind of game. A freebie courier as well, like everything going wrong. I'll try again, but you don't have Eclipse here.
They're going to give it a crack. No Eclipse to play with. They'll try onto Yodomi first. Yodomi, though, with the escape act walking away for now, but Yuma trying to find him. Still, the Fury is out. So can they actually kill this Ringmaster? No, they can't. No, they can't. The Analog is kind of cleaning up. He'll get the Pippi Aegis down. Does find himself a Michael Jakiro, but it's all him right now. The rest of his squad is just gone. It's Analog at least able to escape. But even the Ringmaster's not dying. Like, Yodomi still walks away from Yuma. And Yuma's gone the right-click build, so he doesn't really have much of a choice in this matter. He just has to run at them and fight.
Yeah, it's a rough go for Heroic, but Edge have played wonderful. Like, this is such a good bounce back for this team, considering how game one went, how back and forth that one is. This is very clean coming out from them. They know their timings. They know when to connect together. Their draft, even though statistically, individually, these heroes aren't great, it all makes sense in this context, in what Heroic has brought up against them. For Heroic, it's the same story. Nothing's changed here. You have to sit back, you have to farm, you have to hope for the best, you have to hit these item timings. You're at the point where your Bristleback's just looking for a Analog.
Yeah, Analog caught by Pyke. Pyke will just wave him goodbye. There's nothing he can do. I mean, at least they're not out of the game yet here, Heroic, but Edge now 14k ahead, complete control. It's 23-2. Not a scoreline you'd quite expect to see after game one, but that's exactly what we're seeing. There is just no answers here for Pippi. Or Pyke for that matter. T3 tower under siege, Whisper. Like, this is the sniper game for you, right? Like, you walk in to try and defend, you lose most of your HP and you run away sadly.
Yeah. And it's a sniper with full Mjolnir, double rate band, Hurricane 5 power treads at 21 minutes in, 14k net worth for PP, full 3k above Yuma. And this picture ain't getting any prettier for Heroic. Edge, they've bounced back in good form. And this is one of the beautiful things about SA versus SA. You never know what you're going to get sometimes.
Now KJ's being chased down here by Pippi. Completely surrounded. He's had a horrific game here, KJ. Just hasn't been able to do much of anything. And props to Heroic. I mean, they're still trying here, John. They are giving it their best to keep themselves in this game. I'm trying to find a point where you could maybe argue that you can deal with Pippi. It just, again, is a matter of how do you actually jump the sniper apart from, like, having Analog do it. Last team fight, Analog did manage to get the Aegis off the sniper, and when he's stuck in the Wukong's command, it's not that hard. But it's a matter of getting him in that Wukong's and just holding him down long enough.
The difficult part. It's just a matter of, again, patience from the side of Heroic. Like, once you get more damage up in Yuma, like, mind you, no one's went for like an MKB or a Bloodthorn, so the butterfly evasion is going to be helpful. Yeah, you're going to have to play into Radiance yourself. It's pretty annoying, but at the least you do have damage and some EHP to play with on Yuma once this is fully assembled. Still a ways off, though, from that full butterfly. Still lacking the gold for Claymore at this point, so 1.3k gold to farm. A couple of more minutes they need to stall. For Edge, I mean, one set of pickoffs could lead to the high ground with no problem. We'll find KJ again, but at this point, you really don't want the Ava. He doesn't care anymore, dude.
He's tied. Does actually get away this time. KJ's not that tired. He's still alive. Analog and Whisper hanging out top. I mean, they could think about looking for Vitali, but Vitali's TPing bottom. Yuma is going to be in a spot of danger now as Pyke's made the jump in. Yuma, he may have no choice but to try and fight. Pyke's going to pop his BKB, and now Vitali just going to completely surround this Luna. Pyke there as well. Yuma has to fight, but there's no fighting. He's just standing in the macro with no BKB, no damage, no HP.
No.
You'd almost think he was playing Luna Jump.
Yeah, almost. While all of that's happening, PP's just hitting racks. He hit tier 3s. He's hitting racks. He does not care. This is an ideal sniper game. 25-2, 17k up. Heroic. And again, they're inching towards these timings. Maybe not even inching. Maybe they're going by the millimeter here, Mikey. Very small increments into a point where they try to reach a playable state. Look, Analog almost has BKB. That could be the start of something new. But with your high ground or siege like this, you're going to be playing into at least one lane of super creeps. Probably more, let's face it. There's no reason to stop here on Edge. You know there's no Eclipse. That's the big thing that could scare them. It's just not there. They'll play it safe. They don't want to bleed that lead back, and they are cutting off creep waves. KJ was just trying to snipe what he can with what time he's given. Same thing for Analog, just weaving in and out of top. So the stall game is there, and surprisingly, they do keep their range racks from this conservative play of Edge. Does feel like they can just push everything off the edge at this point.
Yeah, it does. I'm kind of surprised they only got away with that, to be honest. But I guess you don't want to risk throwing the game, and you still have a tier 2 tower to deal with up at top as KJ. May as well be a tower now. It's just constantly dead here, the poor Abaddon. Pippi finding his 10th kill of the game now. 10-1-4 is his score. Again, like, if Analog can get to a point where he can actually fight, this could be dangerous. I mean, they are jumping Vitali right now. Vitali may be out of position. And every kill does matter if they can actually secure it. He's going to primal split, though. And the chase is on now for Yuma. Pippi's coming to boot. It's dangerous, Yuma. Tornado him up.
He just bought Butterfly.
He just bought the Butterfly. Well, that's not good news, is it, John?
No.
At least the respawn's time is still only 50 seconds. It's not that bad.
Yeah,
they were
it's
so
still
close
early
too.
on. I mean, it's so awkward. They forced that in Heroic. He didn't have his Butterfly in the inventory when they were fighting. Like, he didn't have that extra bit of damage. I thought he did. Then I saw the courier delivered and I'm like, he didn't have it. That was awkward. No. Heroic's getting a little bit frisky, Mikey. Getting a little bit excited, but I don't know. 18k, 27-2. Into the high ground they go. Look, 5 more kills and I guess you could call GG, right? If Edge gets 5 more without you finding anything in Heroic, you gotta call GG. You hit the number, it's done. It's cooked.
Oh, now Ag's up on Pyke to make matters worse. You know, that high ground becomes even harder to defend against this Pippi sniper and the slaughter of Pyke. Yuma's going to be very cautious not to show himself here on this Luna, but it seems like they're going to try and force something here heroic. I mean, you are approaching desperate times now, and Roshan is about to start. You can't really afford to give this away as heroic. You've got to try something. There's just so much vision for Edge that you have to play around. They'll wrap around the Roshan pit. They're looking to try and get towards that Radiant Triangle. Yodomi could get spotted. In fact, I do believe they saw him for a moment, but the smoke is not broken. They'll head directly west to the Shrine of Wisdom. They'll hold that position and hope Edge come to them, but Edge have smoked up. Looking to move into that dire jungle. They'll move back towards the west now, going back towards their own shrine. Mike's going to jump in on Schofield. Schofield looks like he's just going to be sacrificed on the Muerta. And he is. And that should just mean Roshan will go the way of Edge. But again, I don't think you can really allow this to go. But they've already left. Analog's already TP'd back to the base. They're just going to let it go for free.
There's nothing they can do. They lose their range tracks to the creeps as well. Just makes it so obvious the smoke's happening here. Hero can repair their lanes first. Hero's gonna go fast and easy here for the side of Edge. And hey, we're 4 kills away. Full MKB up now, so the butterfly of Yuma not gonna feel as effective as our little machine gun sniper. He's scoping through a, what is it? Is it the LAW? No, it's the, I forget what it's called. A nice little machine gun, an M60. There you go. That's a nice gun. He's just hammering away now, Mike. I don't know how he's so accurate with such a high rate of fire, but he is.
When are you such the gun expert, John?
I just watch a lot of video. You know, it's just fun. It's cool. You play a couple of shooter games, you get curious, Mike.
I don't. TP. T3 tower now under siege. You have a matter of how do you defend this against Pippi. Deadshot's of course going to buy some time from Schofield. Jump in from Analog. Just a cheeky boundless strike is all it took. However, Whisper in trouble. Does use the Ghost Scepter and gets the hell out of there. T3 tower back under siege. The spotlight being dropped here by Yodomi. Making things even more awkward. Another dead shot to land on Pippi. Pike to jump in. Yuma in trouble. Look at the damage on Yuma. Yuma trying to walk away from this. He's got nothing to protect. He'll try and drop the Eclipse, but he's gone. No buyback. On to Whisper. Whisper's deleted. KJ just wants to just let this game end, I think. GG's call.
One more.
Are they not going to find the 3-2-2? Come on, Pippi's trying. Pippi's trying.
Come on. Give it to
For the viewers, Pippi.
No!
Oh, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. What can you do, Pippi? You're a hero, mate. You tried. You tried, but the villains won today.
The villains did win today. Edge, I mean, it's not even edging that out. They just crushed it. They just shoved these guys off a cliff on Heroic. That was brutal. That was bullying that we just broadcasted. 30 minutes, 30 seconds of straight up bullying in game. And for Heroic, again, they go with something that feels like it has play. Again, we're seeing the weaknesses coming out there, especially for the Bristle in the off lane. Like if it goes off in a bad start, man, there is nothing you can do there. The Abaddon support idea was nice. It was a good counterpoint to, say, this Jakiro, this Brewmaster in the off, right? Like you were getting some good dispels off, but again, it left you with 2 supports that didn't have a way of really setting up or connecting with your Monkey King. It was 2 pretty defensive supports. There's some offense in Muerta, but not enough as like full follow-through for control. And it just made looking for fights tough. Analog had, despite being up against Sniper, a pretty decent time, all things considered. It's just, again, he had no way to connect with his power spike. Like, he had Mage Slayer and really no one to play with. Like, what are you going to do with Abaddon Muerta, with Monkey King? Up against this lineup on Edge, really nothing. So, very well played to Edge. They're giving these low win rate heroes much better stats. It all makes sense in this kind of draft. For Heroic, back to the drawing board a little bit. Maybe overcooking it with the Luna. Now, this hero is also one of those low win rate stat heroes, just getting worse. As it just It farmed fast, Mike. It had a place. The idea was to kill off the Brewlings. Even that didn't really happen. And the greatest loss in this game is that they did not give Edge one more kill.
Yes, that's correct, Jonathan. Well, with that, I think we do have to hand out a standout player. John, I refuse to say Pippi is the standout because he was playing sniper. We can't do that. Who's the standout? Oh no! Sniper players don't deserve that. You know they don't deserve it. Pippi should be ashamed of himself. Ashamed of himself.
Look, man, he's sniping away with an SAW. He's sniping away with a big fat machine gun. He's accurate. You know, how can you be mad at accuracy? He did all the work for his team. I mean, look, he didn't do all the work. He was cleaning up. He was cleaning up with the assassinates. I would say
he was cleaning up.
You could say Pike. You could say Pike was also worthy of it. He was very mobile early on, very active early on, enabling all of that to happen. Edge, I wish we saw this team in game one. We were seeing some moments, but just not enough. Heroic looked lost. I don't know what to expect in game 3. It's one of those things where, like, who knows what happens in game 3, Mike? I don't know.
Well, I know, John, is we're probably going to have 2 new drafts. At least, hopefully. We don't have to watch Luna again, John, because I can't stand watching this hero try to carry games. It's, it is a Yuma special in fairness. I can understand the comfort pick, and obviously they weren't expecting to get last pick sniper, and it was really the perfect sniper game, as you saw, Jonathan. But that'll be that for game 2. Of course, game 3 will be coming up after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a break with Edge versus Heroic, game number 3.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Stăpâne, stăpâne, îți cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și soare, vreau să mi o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our third game of this best-of-3 series to decide who does proceed through the groups and who does have to leave today. Wallachia Season 4, Jonathan. Here we are once again. Heroic suddenly backs against the wall for themselves as Edge. I mean, it was a pretty dominant victory, I might add. 31-2 was the scoreline before that game ended. What are you thinking now? What do Heroic need to change up to give themselves a shot at this game 3?
I think they've got to have a clear idea how to get the Bristle back lane going. It felt like the combination with Muerta didn't really do too much. I think the Luna as well. It's comfort for Yuma. It's something we've seen him play across his time in the DPC, even in his time in NA DPC as well. But here has just not been in the strongest spot in this patch in particular. So I think going away from these ideas would help. I think if you want, they do need some activity on the supports. Like KJ this time, with Abaddon, didn't have anything to do. Right, like outside of just dispelling in lane, there was no contribution in these team fights that we were really seeing. So, and those are some of the big changes I'd like to see coming in here. We'll see if something like the Morphlings allow true as well, because that does feel like a pretty strong pick overall. I think that's something that maybe Edge will have to prioritize banning, as Heroic does have first pick overall, and there you go. Morphling taken out, AA taken out as well. You do still have the Ringmaster in the pool. And you've got Kotl in the pool, but it hasn't felt relevant for these teams. But you have first pick on Heroic. You could ban something here. Maybe the Nature's Prophet or the Tiny. And then pick the Ringmaster. And you're kind of happy, right? Like Ringmaster, as we've seen, is just an extremely winning hero. You can see our most banned heroes. Nothing really changing. Only really the NP missing out here in the Beastmaster. Probably either or. And perhaps Tiny as well. But yeah, I would like to see the Ringmaster sliding out for Heroic. If they want it, they have first pick. They've got room for it. It wasn't banned out. They've got priority for it.
If they want it. One more ban to go. Maybe thinking here from Heroic as to what they want to remove before these bans do come out. You got to be so careful with this this draft if you're Heroic. I mean, you saw what happened last game with that last big sniper. It was just so devastating for Heroic to have to try and play against, as they do go ahead and secure the Beastmaster first pick. A nice start Question is, did Edge want to go for the Ringmaster? Yes, of course they did.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great save, as we've seen time and time and again. It's great in lane. It's great in team fights. It's great in escaping. Not just with the escape back, but even the Wheel of Wonder defensively can be quite nice. I'm surprised that the Beastmaster is high priority for the side of Heroic, but it is a very stable offlane. We know its timings. The Ags, the Dominator build, both are viable. You can shift it onto mid lane for analog as well if you so wish. I don't think they've done that yet on Heroic for this tournament, not quite, but you do have that flexibility. It should just be our Whisper hero early on though. But I do feel like Edge just taking Ringmaster is already pretty good, right? You get the escape back to save from the roar, as long as you aren't the one roared up first. So you do have some tools to kind of stall for time here on the side of Edge. And see how else they build up their draft. Again, surprisingly, Tiny still left in the pool. I'd expect that to get banned out as well, considering that core Tiny has just felt amazing. Like on mid, maybe a little bit tied into like a blink timing and decent start, but on safe lane it has felt menacing if you can flex it that way. The insurmountable facet, it's just so hard to play up against. They'll ban out the gyro, so other big options open. Stuff like Terrorblade's still there if you wanted that as well. Medusa's still in the pool, surprisingly enough. If you are wanting to try to run the offlane Medusa here for Edge, you do have that option. They haven't really banned to protect it, but could easily go for it. We know how much Medusa does in a good game. Its tankiness, it's not going to care about too much with undulation. Can just invest straight into big mana items. And Hero is quite obnoxious if it does slide through in a pretty good draft.
Let's find out. One more ban to go. I wonder what else Edge have up their sleeve here in this this game 3. Very, very curious to see what their draft will look like. Nothing really too important being revealed yet. What's the priority on this ban here? They're going to get rid of the Mars, interestingly enough, and it's going to be... Oh, that's why. They're going to go into the Nature's Prophet. We've seen this quite a bit today. It can look a bit how's it going.
That it can. I mean, to be fair, it was Shopify Rebellion that was kind of forcing it. And in one game it looked pretty awful, and another game it looked like an insane carry with the way that they were playing it. The key thing with the Nature's Prophet is you do want to keep up tempo, right? Like you can't just sit back, farm Maelstrom, then just instantly go Mjolnir without doing anything around the map. You will want to take some activity. Love this classic counter to Nature's Prophet comes out. The Clockwork comes in to scout out, to get some good hook shots in. This hero has felt pretty high impact, and we've been saying this even before this patch, right? Like even the last patch, we've seen a lot of big Clockwork plays in the qualifiers. So I like seeing this coming out for Heroic. 100% win rate for them when they do pick it up, and they did win that last game. They played up against Edge with it, so it makes a lot of sense. This hero is... It just provides you all that you need up against this NP. Even up against a Ringmaster, right? You can look for the backline really easy here. You can ensure that the saves disappear first, and this does simplify that process. They pick up the Darkseer as well. So, probably shifting this Beastmaster now to a different lane, or potentially giving Analog a mid-Darkseer as an option. Could be a couple of ways to go. Maybe even considering something like, say... a safe lane Beastmaster for Yuma. Probably the least likely, but there is some funky flex here for Heroic that Edge will have to try to read. They do know Heroic well. They've played against each other in qualifiers. They're from the same region, so they should understand what kind of flex is coming out, but it can keep that draft fairly open here.
It can. Edge again, I'm very curious with their draft because they were quite sneaky last time around. A lot of shenanigans you can definitely run with the Nature's Prophet, that's for sure. See what kind of combinations they can find. I mean, you do have very mobile heroes like Storm available if you do want, but for now they're going to go for the Slaughter pickup, which obviously worked extremely well for Pyke last game around, so why not go back to it? Even if you want to just hand it over to Pippi instead, I'm sure Pippi will have just as good of a time in that mid lane if he was handed the Slaughter. Depending, of course, on what he's laning against. We don't know yet.
It's open enough. It's a really good synergistic combination with NP, considering all of that physical output as well. So you do have like this really good gank potential once level 6 up on Slardar. Anyone that he Corrosive Hazes is probably dead with the Nature's Prophet coming on top. Like, there's so much output there on Edge that this global gank train can get going quite fast. You've got the Muerta now to cover as well. Good AoE denial, good presence in lane. Both supports having really good poke in lane, actually, on the side of Edge. I do like this. It's very well-rounded in draft. It's a draft that makes sense. They'll go with a Terrorblade pickup, though, on Heroic, so they've got a big kind of win condition lined up for themselves now here. The question is, what the hell is going on with this draft? Like, who's playing what? The safest bet is you're running a Yuma Terrorblade, and then chances are you're just running an analog Beastmaster mid with a Darkseer in the off lane. But you have revealed your 3 cores really early on, and that will give Edge the edge in draft and kind of figuring out what they'd want now for probably your off lane pick, if not again, a lot of flex, a mid pick, a safe. You can shift all of these heroes around as well on Edge.
I think the idea for this TB pick was just giving Yuma a hero he's really comfortable on, and we know Yuma does play very mean TB, so just give him the Terrorblade. You know, I think that the heroes I tend to think of when I think of Yuma are Terrorblade and Luna, and as you saw last game on the Luna, Jonathan, it wasn't the greatest experience for him, but the Terrorblade, definitely a different story. Obviously, a high base armor hero against Slardar and Nature's Prophet going to feel really good as well. The TB definitely does not mind the Prophet matchup at all. Especially once you get that Skadi up. It's always about the Skadi timing when it comes to Terrorblade.
Yep.
Heroic, final ban to come. I like this TB a hell of a lot more than I like that Luna. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, the Luna certainly didn't have the same bite. Terrorblade, we've seen some mixed success too. Not just from safe, even offlane TB has had some good moments, so I don't mind that. They actually have to ban the sniper just in case. Just in case they get run down. I appreciate that in Heroic. It's like, yeah, you know what? We're not going to do that again. Just get it out. Fair enough.
Don't do it to yourselves. It's not worth it.
10 seconds remaining.
Did they gun for though? Like, are you just gonna go for a support? Ogre Magi is fine. I feel like you have enough. Although it's gonna be what, 4 melee into Slardar. That kind of sucks. But Ogre's somewhat fine if you want to just bump up your TB. Warlock's there if you want range, but it doesn't really do much besides heal. It helps you sustain.
Don't say that, John.
You know, like Vac Wall with Fatal Bonds, Mike. It's pretty exciting. Right? Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't know if actually. I just recalled. I do believe there was a moment Warlock was disabled in matchmaking, so never mind. There's apparently a bug with the Grim. Oh, hey, Ogre Magi! 4 melee. Let's go. Who cares about 4 melee? Ogre Magi! 4 melee into Ringmaster. That's kind of scary. A good Wheel of Wonder will just... You're dead. A big crush when you're grouped up for, you know, running down a certain hero. You're dead. This can be nasty. Like 5 melee into the Calling? Man. That does not feel good. Sure, okay, you can count Terrorblade as range, sure, but yeah, this is funky from Heroic. There's some holes here, Mike, that they could abuse on the side of Edge.
How are they going to finish this draft? That's my question. What's the last pick? Because last game around, their last pick really shook up the whole draft was just ruined for Heroic. What can they bust out this time that has the same impact?
Look who's here.
Oh, okay, they're going with Bristleback. Fair enough. Nothing surprising. But Bristleback has been very good in this meta. Obviously, good stats here at Wallachia. And what is it, John? You sound almost upset about it.
No, I like it. It's more groans of like, wow, that's a lot of minus armor. Right? Like, you go Snot Rocket, you've got Corrosive Haze. This Terrorblade, he doesn't have HP. He relies on that armor. Yuma's just going to melt if he's not too careful. The key thing is, from the series, every Bristleback we've seen, Mike, has had god-awful laning phases. I don't expect that to be the same for Vitality, but it could still happen. Yuma with a Metamorphosis, if he just gets that at level 1, instantly pops it and runs down this Bristleback, and by the time level 2, level 3 creeps in, you should have it again. You can get the rundown. You can see our 1x bet odds on screen as well. 2.1 to 1.73. It has evened out slightly after Assault last time, but still favoring Heroic. And on draft, it's hard for me to say who I favor because I can see Edge's draft going out of control very fast. Like, especially if PP pops off in the mid lane. Like, this is Slaughter versus Beastmaster. Slaughter should have a decent time. If Beastmaster wants to play defensive, he can. He can stand back, play with the axes. Excuse me, play with the axes, play with the boars. But the moment you gap close onto Slaughter, Slaughter just runs all around you. He's durable. He can dish damage back. He can somewhat take care of the boars as well if they come too close with Crush. You have Sustain lined up for you for PP as well. So I think it stems from that mid. If Edge have a running start in PP, Pyke is going to be showing up with the Corrosive Haves. They're going to get some free pickoffs. They're going to get that rundown, and they're going to get the tempo they want on Edge. But for Heroic, if they do drag this into a longer game, you get decent or at least even farm into, say, 20 minutes here. I'd say that's a favorable moment for Heroic as we get the mass tips going again, as you would expect in a South America versus South America match.
I mean, you know, again, one of these teams has to leave after this game, Jonathan. You may as well just, you know, hand the tips out now. You know, handshakes all around. It's a best of 3. We're at the 3rd game. It's been a fun time. I mean, game 2 was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie, John. It was pretty one-sided. You know, It's a sniper game, but that's okay. Game 3 is here. There's no sniper in this game, John. There's no stupid heroes. Well, there is a prophet.
Hey.
That's not too bad.
There's the Ogre Magi. What do you mean?
Yeah, you know,
you saying Ogre's not stupid?
He is stupid, John.
How dare you? That's an insult.
But he's a forgivable stupid, John. He can't help it. It's not like you. You know, you could help being stupid, but you don't.
What do you mean? I am just stupid. Stupid
No,
as stupid us, as what was it? Forrest Gump used to say. Yeah. Have you watched Forrest Gump?
I have.
Okay.
It's overrated, John. I'm gonna say
it's overrated.
It's
overrated. Oh, anything that pulls in the heartstrings for the non-existent heart of Michael Phoenix is overrated because he doesn't feel anything. He's stoic. Stoic as hell. Oh, I'm so deep. I don't feel anything. Oh, the material world doesn't matter.
Well, none of what you just said is negative, though, is it, John? None of what you just said is negative. You just made it sound negative with your tone.
Look, there's a certain point to stoicism, right?
Stoicism.
There's a certain point to it. I don't care. There's a point to it, right? It's almost like a nihilistic thing, but nihilism has a positive side. Whatever it is, stoicism for the sake of stoicism is just it's just sad. It's just sad. Why not feel emotion? Why not? As they start with 3 for 1 on the bounties, they should feel some emotions on Edge. They're not Sork, they're playing Dota 2. They're having, well, maybe not fun. There's some pressure here with elimination, but they feel things, Mike. Our players have hearts.
It's gotten too late for you, has it, John? We've got into the philosophy now. My goodness. There's mid lane. We'll ignore that for now. Analog versus Pippi. This should obviously be Pippi favored. Obviously, you can abuse the axes a little bit as Analog, but as the levels come up, Pippi should be having a pretty grand old time in this mid lane.
That he should. I mean, he's not as reliant on spell spam as Analog will be to kind of sustain this lane.
He's running, but the train is fast, John. The train's coming.
What?
You can't escape the train. And they've got him. First blood once again for Yodomi. That's 2 games in a row now. Yodomi does secure first blood on this Ringmaster.
And he does. Going to be feeling nice and happy. Faster boots if he so wants, more regen if he wants as well. Still taking a gander at that mid a moment ago, taking a peek down bot. Actions frozen. This is what stoicism looks like. Just everything's frozen. You know, nothing matters. Life is whatever it is. It's just like nihilism, but again, you just remove the context. Like, sure, it's older than nihilism, right? Fair enough. But nihilism is a matter of, you know, it's just, I don't know why I'm defending that position. It's not like you argued back.
Well, I will argue back, John. What is wrong with being a stoic? I don't see what the problem is. What's your problem, John? You can't hide your emotions, is that it? Are you bothered by it?
Not bothered, it's just for people to think of it as a virtue bothers me. You know, it's like, why is it so virtuous for you to have no emotions? How is that a virtue? You know, it's not virtuous. It doesn't make you a better person. It means you probably don't want to show anything. You want to look cool, or you just want to give off this appearance for what? What does that do for your inner self? Are you actually at peace? Do you actually accept everything as is? You know? It's kind of sad to think about. It's like living like a robot. Robots just accept things. You know? They just accept whatever comes to them. It's different. I know.
You know what would happen, John? If you want to stop having these thoughts, you should try studying Stoicism. I heard it's pretty good for not thinking too much about these things.
No. No, I'm not a poll viewer. Even then, poll, I know it's kind of split in that, so no, not quite. I'm happy being a jolly old nihilist to an extent. I don't know what I am. I don't really care. I care about this match, I guess. You know, we're going in, Schofield again, tempting fate. What are you gonna do as a Clockwork in this lane? You get impaled, you get thrown a knife. You have tin armor, sure, but the knife goes through. You still bleed. You're still a man. You're not a robot. You're not stoic, Schofield. Could be Stoichfield if you wanted to be.
Whisper's running. He'll turn around now. You dummy. It's only a level 1 Iron Shell, so the damage output. Oh, Whisper, no. Gets blocked there for a second. He'll be alright. He gets out, but it's a lot of damage. Oh, is he just dead? Whisper? Oh, he's dead.
What a dumb hero. Impalement arts.
This is a great hero.
It's so dumb. I hate this hero so much.
Vitali's gonna drop. They do at least find a pretty nice trade across the map here for Heroic, so not all is lost here for Heroic.
That it isn't. I think you are a little actually alright with top losing so hard. I think it's actually worse for the Bristleback to be off to this slower start, right? We talked about this with the Bristle. Every single time we see this hero, it has a ruinous lane. Right now, it's not too bad yet. You get a free reset. Metamorphosis is expiring, so you've got some play here for Vitali. So it does get manageable for the next 2 minutes, which is enough time to get into level 3s. Again, the Tin Man dies.
Yodomi, he's popping off here, John. All 3 kills so far for Edge on Yodomi. Now, this Ringmaster hero just continues to perform every game we see it. It's literally just Impalement art. That's all he's doing. It's just throwing out these daggers.
Yeah. Wow, what a spell. 80 mana. Once you hit level 2 on that, 2 charges for no good reason. Percent base scaling damage early on. Why? Why? Why?
I think the question is why not?
Answer me, Mike. Why? Why?
Why not?
Oh, you know why not? Because they wouldn't give it to Earth Spirit. Imagine if he had scaling damage on Boulder Smash. He would actually be a hero.
Oh, imagine that. Can't have that, John. Maybe too much fun to, you know, get some farm as an Earth Spirit player. Anyway, doesn't matter. Side lane still going relatively well. Obviously, top lane has not gone too well for Heroic. What is it, John?
I was going to say, you know who's having fun? PP's starting to have a lot of fun on that mid. He's at level 4. You have level 4 in analog as well. At least the bottle's up, so the top up is there. But PP is starting to inch into that scary level 6 mark. Again, if you can get a reset, hit 6, with a potential rotation out from Pike, the damage is there. He's already starting off with the early Orb of Blight as well. So you can just stack the minus armor, get an easy kill. Beastmaster's fairly tanky, but not the highest armor. So you will soften up by a huge amount. I do like the pressure coming out there from Analog. I mean, just slightly behind in CS, but he does go full max axis. So that's the way to go to kind of pressure out the melee matchup as we were talking about. The bot lane, still a rough go for Vitali, but again, every single window you have while Metamorphosis isn't popped, you do get a ton here for the Bristleback. Already has the Bracer Null build, allowing him some presence in the lane as well. And in comparison to what's happening for Whisper's lane, he's in a much better state. Whisper's already jungling early on. Again, just down to how little you can do with Clockwork. Normally, this lane combination's strong. You play with Surge, Battery Assault, Iron Shell. Just a little dagger ruins that all, and, well, you're just forced to jungle.
Sometimes it's all it takes, John. Just one dagger. Bottom lane, we're going to try and move on to Vitali again. The Metamorphosis is up, so it's a lot of damage coming in from Yuma. They'll have to switch their attention perhaps to Michael instead, though, because Vitali does get away. Michael, however, he does barely manage. Stick charges will keep him alive.
You're really happy about that on Edge. Right, you somewhat waste Metamorphosis. It's going to be going off cooldown a bit. It's going to fade away in a short time. So that lane again becomes playable for Vitaly. You do get room out here though for KJ to rotate, and they are starting to fight over these runes.
They're trying. It's like the shield rune will be picked up by KJ anyway, so not really a big deal for either side. I mean, props to Analog. He's had a pretty good time in that mid lane, regardless of the matchup against his Slardar. He's actually found more XP than the Slardar has, and in terms of farm, he's basically on parity. He's just 1 CS behind. So Analog really not struggling at all with the mid matchup here as the Beast. Of course, he has been spamming those wild axes over and over again to secure the CS, but nevertheless, Pippi has not had the big advantageous matchup he was hoping for. Meanwhile, that top lane, I mean, Pyke's looking to perhaps rotate on this Nature's Prophet now. He's just waiting in the fountain for a good TP point. He's top of the CS board right now on that MP, but decides better of it, ends up going back to the lane. Just wants to keep the farm going here on the Prophet. Of course, Yuma is not too far behind. In fact, he's actually on parity as well. So Yuma may get caught. They'll get a stun off onto KJ. TPs are incoming. Yuma's lost a lot of HP, though he might just need a TP out of here. But in fact, he's going to go for the fight. They'll roar up Yodomi. So they lose 1 for 1. Both supports end up dropping, but you do find a lot of gold on Yuma because he gets that dominating kill spree off of Yodomi.
Yeah, and all of those early kills for the Ringmaster kind of turning against him. And that's a pretty big freebie to take. And I do appreciate Edge playing this way, right? Like, we were talking about this being one big strong point, having that 6 on Slaughter, looking for the quick pickoffs with the rotations in. You're starting to see some of that start to connect. And they can keep doing that over and over. Not that long of a cooldown to wait for on the teleportation if you want to drag in your Nature's Prophet here. Pyke still looking for a little bit more, but it is a little bit tough to chase the Clockwork. They have protected their stacks pretty nicely as well on Heroic. Not being contested just yet.
Yodomi will be chased down. They want the Ringmaster first, and they're going to have no problem taking him after the escape deck is done, of course. Yodomi finally dropping. Not really much to come out of this. Seems like a bit of a freebie here. No kind of rotation to the mid-tier 1 tower or anything like that. Of course, there are plenty of heroes to defend here from Edge, but they're going to head up top instead. See if they can hunt down Pyke. They'll spawn him there for a second. Yuma immediately going to pop the reflection and the meta, but it's not going to matter. The quick TP away will pay dividends here for Pyke. But of course, it seems like they are leaving that top tier 1 tower to go down for free. Edge not quite in position to trade tier 1 towers either, sadly. So this will be a bit of a freebie here for Heroic.
No problems whatsoever. Bot being shoved in just a bit by Vitaly. A slower process for the Bristleback on the push. In fact, the push overall from Edge. Not the quickest, not counting Pyke, just not the quickest progress for objectives there. So a nice take to open up the top jungle. Would appreciate maybe forward wards here, as this tends to be, again, an area where the pause 1 sticks for the next almost 5-10 minutes and farming up.
Stuns out on Pippi. They found him as they went through the twin gate. Pippi dropping low already, trying to fight this one out, but he is going to die. They'll still bring Vitaly and Yodomi into trade, and they do secure the Beastmaster kill. They have lost their Muerta in the process, though. Now it seems like the side of Heroic want to keep the fight going. They'll find Yodomi on his own. Yodomi will also drop, and Yuma does secure a nice double. The brighter side, I mean, Edge do find a tier 1, but that's literally all they get out of this. Not really a great fight for them at all.
No. Not quite respecting the output from Edge. That movement across the gate, not really covered by wards either from the side of Edge. Not one of the teams that has been keeping track of gate usage in comparison to some other teams we've seen. Maybe a little bit more important, let's say, into the 15-minute mark for the Tormentor. At that point, you'd expect a little bit more in terms of vision game. So far, it has been a little bit smoother from Heroic. I do appreciate their forward wards as well into the secret shop and into their triangle to protect. Speaking of that triangle, they still have massive stacks for Analog, who is rushing the Ags, and he's going to have no contest taking these stacks. That's concerning. There is a haste rune on PP as they're going for the smoke. Could catch out Whisper top here if he's not too careful, but
They're chasing.
Let's see.
You got a haste rune on Pippi. You don't have a blink or anything like that, but the haste might just be enough. Surge is committed. He'll try to go for a run, but the Sprout's going to lock him in, and that'll be about it. Pyke will find a nice freebie here on the Prophet. That'll be a Dark Seat, dropping once again. Find another Analog. He'd be a great target, but they don't have the numbers for him. They'll just drop a Corrosive Haze and leave him alone. All things being said and done, like, this isn't going to be the quickest Beastmaster Ags timing we've ever seen either from Analog. It's going to be, you know, it's still going to be decently timed, but not as fast as maybe you would like. As Schofield now looking to maybe move in with this hook shot. Pippi going to have the wall drop. They'll move in with Aurora as well. And Pippi will be saved by the escape back for now from Yodomi. Hook shot in though, just going to lock him down. He'll try to stun through it, but Pippi is gone. It does take a fair bit of commitment, but it's very well worth it. And Heroic now, they can slowly chip away at this mid-tier 1 to boot.
Yeah, they're getting some good activity out as a team on the side of Heroic. It's Edge that's sitting back and farming, and Pyke is just working into that full Mjolnir, which is fair, but I was expecting them to be the ones clumping up like this. It feels like Heroic is doing what I'd expect Edge to do. Group around your Slardar maybe, look for Corrosive Haze, just teleportation in, find one kill, back off, go back to farm, maybe shove in here and there. Heroic are playing around tempo much better in this game. 7-6, relatively even on the kill board, but all the early aggression now start to line up for Heroic. The stacks being taken away, only 2 parts off for Analog now for the full Ags. Still a slow process, but eventually will come online. And you've gotten free room out for Whispered Farm. He's had a couple of deaths, but he does have the Vanguard up. The full Aura game is going to be coming online. Crimson Guard for him first. In comparison for Edge, you still are in a decent spot for Vitality, rushing the Blade Mail on the Bristleback. So more presence for him up front once that's up and running. And again, the Mjolnir being farmed up by Pyke, only about 400 gold away. And the Hyperstone is set to get going. This big one is PP's Blink. Once you can get that Blink initiation going, it should be easier for Edge to, again, try to play around this very quick gank style they have. Until that point, Heroic is pretty comfy playing the farm game. Again, they have confidence in their scaling with the Terrorblade. Like, Terrorblade and NP are both somewhat tempo heroes. In the end, Terrorblade does scale just a little bit better in comparison to the Nature's Prophet overall. So I wouldn't be surprised if Heroic were just yelling at humans like, it's alright, just go back farm. You know, it's alright for our entire team. We can just scale into the late game. Edge has to do something. Blink's done on PP. Again, they don't have the forward vision to try to hunt. Look at these wards. This nice line formed by Heroic all across the middle of the map. They've got the vision for the defense. Edge doesn't have anything for the offense.
Very, very tough indeed. Looking at Schofield in the mid lane. Schofield pretty far forward. He's going to get blinked on. He's going to quick comms off, but probably is still set to fall here, Schofield. Never really gets quite the opportunity to go for a quick hook shot out. So I guess you get a freebie on the clockwork. Not really the biggest deal. Schofield just going to hit those creeps in the mid lane, deal with their creep waves. Rest of his team's just free farming as well in the meantime. Now I realize you do have Pyke at the top of the net worth board here on the Prophet, but like, it's not a sniper, right? Like, it's not like last game where he's going to be allowed to just stand there and hit people the whole time. You know, he's going to have to get up close and personal on this Prophet, and against the heroes of Heroic, like, it's going to be maybe troublesome. You know, you get roared once by Analog, you're probably just dead.
He will be. Again, I appreciate that he wants his big items first to keep shoving out the waves. Like the full Mjolnir is done. He's going for a Force Staff just to have some security, especially up against a Clockwork. Smoke plays coming out now as the Tormentor is up. They've got vision here from Edge, so they would have the advantage if the smoke broke around the Tormentor area.
Smoke on smoke scenario. Edge looking for the fight before the Tormentor starts. Heroic wrapping around. They'll go through the bottom lane towards the Lotus Pool. They're coming from the north. Smoke could be broken soon, and it will be. Schofield, he's going to see the Ringmaster. It's a great target to aim down first. Get rid of Yodomi. Yodomi is dead. It's a good start. Will of Wonder did drop before he did go down. Yuma actually already dropping quite low on the TB, but he does have a Sunder to play with. We'll use it on this bristleback, and Vitali will just melt. But here comes Pyke, and everyone's quite low here on the side of Heroics. They just need to get the hell out of there. They'll get at least the TB out. Whisper is running the old-fashioned way, and it seems like KJ will probably just get left behind. It's not really the worst fight in the world.
Whisper.
Oh, it could get worse, Whisper. Yeah, he's got no way out. He's dead to boot. It's a great fight now for Edge. And with that, I believe they will be able to head back and go straight for the Tormentor if they so wish. But it seems like they'll leave it be for now.
Just unfortunate for Heroic. Like, they find the right target, but the fact that the Wheel of Wonder still flew open, just so much damage coming in. A good gold swing coming out there for Edge. And really, you have to watch yourself, especially in the Terrorblade. You rushed Crimson Guard first, you don't have something like the pipe, no magic barrier to prevent that slow, steady poke on Yuma. He sunders, and then he caught like a dead shot and a few quills, and that was enough to also just continuously melt him down with how long that took to even just kill off Yadomi. So you really do have to take caution when you do commit. You need that pipe up and running. You need full complements of Horus. Speaking of Yadomi, he does get his free shard from the Tormentor, so the spotlight is up now as well, which is devastating for the Darkseer. That is one really good counter action here from the side of Edge. You can just slowly delete these illusions quite nicely with a spotlight. So how effective the Vac Wall will be, maybe not as effective as you'd want it to be if Yadomi again survives, and seeing how he's been positioning and how he's been able to get off the escape axe every single time, it takes a lot of effort to kill this off. Like, that's going to impact these team fights in a big way for Whisper.
It's pretty tough. And those illusions, they will not last long. It's 50% damage per 50% max HP damage per second on those illusions. They will not be lasting. Meanwhile, Schofield keeping tabs on Vitali. Doesn't really have any help around him though, so just keeping a close watch. Not gonna try and jump. Power runes are gonna spawn up, and it seems like it will be an arcane rune here denied by KJ. So BKB is being worked on here by Pippi now as well. And he'll practically feel like invincible, apart from maybe the TB, once he does have that BKB up. So there is still a group up here from Edge. They're looking to run their way down towards the bottom side of the map and maybe find Schofield. You'd much rather Analog though, but it seems like Analog's trying to get through the twin gate before they do get to him. Changes his mind. Gonna run the other way. That might have been the right choice, but they're coming. Pippi gets hit by Cogs. Here comes Pyke. He's already TP'd in. Analog, they're just going to commit the roar and try and go for the kill instead of running, but the escape act is going to save the day. Schofield's still alive, and so is Analog. They've got help incoming. Analog is down. That's one good kill. Here comes Whisper, though, with a big vacuum. Out onto 3 targets. Pippi is down. They've even found Pyke here, but the Cogs, it pushes him out. Pyke, he's going to be all right to TP away, but the rest cannot. They've got to deal with Yuma somehow. Here comes Pyke again, back onto Yuma, and Yuma this time is dead. Oh, how unfortunate. The Cogs push back. You would have thought he was trapped in there, John. But he got pushed back. And with that, it just a full team wipe.
They're finding the angles on Edge. Like, there's some big damage issues right now on the side of Heroic. The output on Yuma is just not high enough in Terrorblade. It goes back to what you were saying in draft. No Scotty yet, no free stats. The output, when he does engage, it's not even enough to kill off the Muerta. Like, he had to Sunder, drop her low, and still isn't enough to kill off Michael. Heroic need to find some way to rectify. It was pretty awkward to start. That teleportation in from Pyke should have been punished harder, but the response was not quick enough from the side of Heroic to really maximize on that roar. And they miss out on an opportunity. 11-16, Edge getting the lead at 6k. 7k as the investment on Pyke is starting to pan out. And the damage issue is really shining. The magic damage is overwhelming. And again, you don't have something like a pipe. It is a pretty dead item, to be fair. But without that magic damage mitigation, if Yuma gets hit, even the Chain Lightning is just killing him off now. It's just way too much poke. The Chain Lightning's killing him, the calling when it bumps him, the dead shot, Like, there's a lot to actually be worried about in terms of area control here.
Jump in. They found themselves a Whisper Darkseid. Whisper going to try and surge away. It's good for now. Big back wall out as well to 3. They're still chasing though. There's no helping coming for Whisper. I mean, that wall might have been a very nice setup, but as you're seeing, Whisper tipping Yadomi because he knows his illusions just cannot last in this stupid spotlight. As if this hero wasn't good enough as it was. It turns out Darkseid just gets completely countered by it. And now Roshan is going to be freely given the way of edge. They've really got no choice on the side of Heroic.
Lots of minus arms to play with. You do maxed out. Curse of Haze. Rush doesn't take too long. And funny enough, it's not just the Darkseid illusions, right? Even Terrorblade in his illusion play, it's just ruined. You don't have that backup, that safety net for you on Yuumi. You can't rely on that DPS coming in there to help you out with your innate. So it just completely ruins everything. There's Schofield.
Well, Schofield will be another victim here for Pyke. See, this is a game where the Prophet's starting to feel really uncontestable now. Sure, if you can surround him, oh, maybe they can surround him. Look at this, John. Very sneaky. Pyke, he doesn't see it coming. Roar is out. They've got the Prophet this time, but the escape act. Yadomi buying the time again for Pyke to try and force stuff away, but it's not enough. He is down, and now maybe Heroic can finally punish this side of edge. Hippie's still actually outrunning them. Analog will find him and get the Aegis off him. Michael is down. And Pippi, he's going to try and escape out of here, but it looks like he's finally going to drop. That was a very cheeky play here from Heroic, really sneaking through the twin gates with the smoke, and boy oh boy does it pay off.
And because they managed to get a really good, almost encirclement, right? Like you had Whisper coming in from the left side, right by the tower, running right into them, making them think, all right, they're going to be coming in from tier 2. They smoke that route. They don't check the back line. They're split apart on the side of edge. And this time, this kind of boils down to just an awkward Hurricane Pyke angle coming in there from Pyke. Like, he couldn't get into the high ground. If he managed to get into the high ground, he might have been able to juke a little bit more and not bleed all of this gold out. They lose that 6k lead down to a 4k lead. Heroic not out of the woods yet, but this is allowing that build-up we were talking about. One full ultimate orb up here now for Yuma, going into the Scotty. And once the Scotty's up, with all of the slows on hand, with all of the stats and damage, things do start to take a turn for Heroic. That's when that scaling starts to come in. Yes, you still have to deal with Spotlight. You still have to deal with all the saves coming out from Yadomi. There's still this massive synergy of minus armor with the Bristleback and the Slardar. But your damage issues start to get fixed. I love this from Analog as well, Mike. He's going straight for the Nullifier. I mean, if you can't catch out Yadomi, just nullify off the escape attack. That's one way to go about it. That is going to make it so much easier for them to look for these kills on Heroic.
Now, looking to go through that top lane, it seems. Heroic. They did just buy the Ags out on Schofield, so he's got those rockets to really give plenty of vision now. Against Edge. Edge still hanging around that top lane, not dissuaded by that last fight. It's like the side of Heroic are the ones looking to sit back for a little bit. Vitali, though, is in a pretty peculiar situation. I suppose he's still very confident that they won't make the jump. Maybe just assuming his whole team is behind him. Pyke's going to come in top as well. It seems like they want to try and pressure this tier 2 top tower. Vitali will get started. The rockets will begin as well here from Schofield. So you know the whole team is waiting to push this tier 2 in. Heroic, they're not reacting too much though. It's basically just the Clockwork that's defending. Everybody else just across the map farming it while they can. Yuma's just, in fact, he has now picked up the Skadi recipe, so I have Skadi available for Yuma. This is when the Terrorblade starts to feel quite strong. And this could be a bit of a turning point here for Yuma in terms of just the amount of damage and control he can dish out in the middle of a fight. Edge still hanging
It's
around their
gonna
own jungle. Yes, John?
It's going to be down to how well Pyke can position himself. Like, if he's not caught out first, if he plays like he's normally been playing, teleporting into the fights, they could still manage it. This output from the NP is still insane. They would want the full Revenant's Breach first to really get through that armor. But we'll see if the smoke pans out. Again, they just need to initiate first. Edge, that's where they shine the best. Counter initiation starting to become a bit of an issue, but jumping in first, looking for a pickoff, that's where this lineup shines. Unfortunately, again, they don't have forward vision here. They just don't have the wards. Look at all the sentries committed from Heroic to ensure there's no reach into that bot jungle. And just protecting themselves from the aggression that Edge needs to get out here.
Scan out. I mean, they know that Edge are down somewhere south of the map. Rocket players again coming in from Schofield, going to give plenty of info here for his side. Yuma's actually surprisingly nearby as well on the TB, but it looks like he's slowly inching back towards his team. They'll ping out Yuma in that mid lane, but they're nowhere nearby him. Seems like Edge maybe thinking about just sticking around for a Tormentor, and they will. There's no Roshan to swap this Tormentor for if you are Heroic. So Michael's going to pick up his shards now on the Muerta. But I think Heroic, like, playing this avoid game is going to really work in their favor as time goes on. T2 top tower going to be the target. Seems like they are interested in trying to force a fight now against Edge. Edge still around the mid lane. They're not really nearby yet. The only one coming close is Yodomi, who's currently been spotted. They'd love this kill, and they do jump in with a quick roar. You feel so much better knowing the Ringmaster's dead. Every single time.
Yeah. And you do, and it's so much faster. Again, Nullifier fully done on Analog. It's even a self-save not there to stall out. The damage is starting to ramp up now on the side of Heroic. They find the tier 2 as well for free. Roche still a ways off until we see that respawn. So you have a big window still that you have to stall out for on the side of Heroic. For Edge, they're doing a great job of just controlling the creep waves, right? Like, bot is shoved in, mid shoved in, top, again, did just fall, but they can course correct soon. And for Edge's own scaling, they've got the Revenant's Brooch up on Pyke. He's going to be hitting like a truck. I'm a little bit surprised that he's still going all in on magic, but again, no one has anything to stall out magic damage here. There's no pipe, there's not even a glimmer cape on hand, so you will just eat right through if you do get to duel down Yuma. Has to be pretty aware of that. Has to be a bit cautious of the NP. Again, if Pyke can find a good angle with teleportation, it feels like how the game kind of breaks open for Edge once more. They've lost the lead down to a 1k standing, relatively even on the board. Win probability is very even as well at 51 to 49 here, Mike, for Heroic and Edge. But Heroic slightly favored. And it comes back to that discussion about scaling. Like, as we approach 30 minutes, 40 minutes into the game, it does become easier and easier for Heroic to play. Even if your illusions are dying to Spotlight, sure, that's taken away. But just the core-to-core, the head-to-head of this Terrorblade versus NP, the Slaughter starts to taper off as armor starts to get higher and higher as well. We'll see if this smoke starts to pan out. Through the gate they go. They are stuck in the top jungle on Edge.
Ah, they're there. Narrowly miss out on seeing Vitali. Analog's trying to bait them in, and they are taking that bait. They're on the way here, Edge. They want to go. Hippie, it's a two-man stunt to start, but he's been roared up rather. He got the BKB off in time, but it doesn't matter. The escape back, it's going to give him a chance to just retreat and come back later on. Vitali, in the meantime, looking to go forward. Looks like Heroic want to reset. Reset their position at least. There's the Rocket players to come out, giving all the info. Heroic looking to continue. A nice hook shot. Schofield. He's under the bristle, but the escape back again from Yodomi going to save just a little bit. They'll turn their attention to Michael instead. Vacuum wall is out. It's a perfect setup here from Whisper. Can they take down the Prophet? They can. Pyke is gone. He was so patient with that back wall too, Whisper. He didn't want to use it before the spotlight came out. Even Pippi's still being chased down, but he's well and truly gone. But it seems like Heroic now, knowing the Prophet is down, they will try for something. No Roshan available though, sadly.
And I was very patient from both sides. Like getting that jump out from PP, he got a pretty big crush to start things off. And they had that setup with the Wheel of Wonder just not quite connecting to stun him up. Good call from Hero to retreat. A bit surprised Edge was patient enough to not even drag in Pike until the later part still.
Jump in, Vitali. Trying to force them back. Aurora, though, in the backside has caught the Ringmaster. And they will take down Yodomi another time. It's now the Vac back on a Michael and Vitali. They want to keep going. Buyback is there from Yodomi. He needs to help his teammates out a little bit here. Pippi's been left behind. He'll try to BKB and run. They'll drop the spotlight on top. And Pippi's going to make it out. But Heroic certainly looking like the stronger team all of a sudden. They have taken the net worth advantage. And now they know Roshan is available. But so is the whole squad of Edge. So it's all about Roshan now.
They've got Metamorphosis off cooldown again on Yuma as well. This is prime time to retake that fight. Cooldown on Roar, only about 15 seconds to go. You even managed to get yourself an Arcane Rune bottled up here for Analog. So the next Roar is actually going to be even lower of cooldown. Just more uptime, more aggression that can come out here from the side of Heroic. For Edge, Pike is just a little bit too squishy, right? Like he teleports in late to that last fight, gets stuck and just gets melted by the output from Yuma and the entire team just surrounding him. He is going for the Nullifier next to try to remove some Hurricane Pike plays that are trying to stall out and save, and the Ghost Scepters that are up as well. It does feel like he needs something defensive now on this Nature's Prophet. Roshan being taken by the side of Heroic. Edge on the wrong side of the map so far. They do get the scan off, but this goes way too quick for them to contest.
Yeah, now they're not going to want to fight. I mean, all the spells are up and ready to go here for Heroic. Edge, they may stick around to defend this tier 2 tower. Oh, do they really? Vitali! Vitali, I guess, just trying to clear the creep wave before he leaves, but unfortunate, he's gone. At least he does have buyback gold.
And he does. It's just a consequence again of the Bristleback and how slow of a start he had. And the fact that he's not able to gap close in terms of net worth to kind of at least try to match Analog and Yuma. He's not that durable on that Bristle. In the moment the Roar comes in, easy target to melt down for Yuma. And that's Yuma without the full Daedalus. He's got the gold for it now, flying out the recipe with a buyout. It's going to be able to start to really dish the hurt out onto the side of Edge. 19 to 18, 8k advantage now for Heroic, as they've turned the tide fight after fight after fight now. Edge, again, they've got some damage here. They've got the scaling on Pike, even though it's not as straightforward as, say, the Terrorblade. He does have some output. The issue is now how you take these fights. Because the ideal now for Edge is that both Vitality and PP make a good connection together, going into the front, buying that space for Pike to find an angle in, and running from there. They've not been able to do that consistently, and now Smoke off the scan. They saw Pike farming the top jungle with the scan. They are set to run back, so they're not finding the angle they'd want, but if someone does overstay their welcome, could be a nice fast pickoff, but nah. Again, they hold high ground. What you need now on Edge is just more durability. On Vitality. Like, PP's durable enough, you need the Bristle to actually survive to apply the Snot Rocket, to allow Pike just more damage coming in. The mixed physical magic damage output he has with the Brooch is going to do a lot of work. But you need to live true for that as the Bristle, if you want to apply all of that Snot Rocket do.
Like you do. Hasn't been a very easy time for Vitali. Group up again from Edge. They're going to show up mid lane. Heroic are nearby. They might force this fight. Oh, Vitali. It's going to move into that triangle very confidently here. Let's move into Whisper. Yuma's immediately just popped the Metamorphosis Stone. Just moves onto the Bristleback. They'll drop the Spotlight. That does mean the Vac Wall is now good to be used. Hippie's still trying to run. There's your Vac Wall. Whisper. He lands on 3 targets. Hippie's still running, but the Roar is up. Manalok cutting him off. They'll try to force some of him away, but Pippi is down. So is Yodomi. No buybacks on either. In fact, 3 of them down without buyback.
It's a big opening. That's the full Daedalus reveal coming out from Yuma in massive form. That's so much damage. Rips right through him. And again, the patience coming out from Whisper, like you called out earlier. He waits for the spotlight. He tries to look for the re-engage angle. Finds it, and you get max usage out of the illusions. Vitali can't do anything for this defense. Oh, Whisper messes that one up.
He does, but Schofield still got him with the Ul Scepter into the Cox pushback. Vitali trying to farm, but his base is being taken, and now his life is being taken. Yuma's just taking the mid-racks in the meantime with the illusions. He'll move down bottom as well while he's at it. And as we've talked about many times, John, with the Demon Zeal, it doesn't take you too long to get through these damn towers. Doesn't even have it right now, but he did have it earlier into that tier 3 in the mid lane. So 2 lanes of barracks. Do you want to stick for a third? You still have a minute on the Aegis and meta's up in 35.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Whisper's already coming in. Wall is coming back in 20 seconds. Roar's back up. Metamorphosis is a little bit longer, half a minute. That could cause them to just play it safe. Satanic's almost fully farmed up now as well here for Yuma. Might want to wait the 300 gold necessary to just have that safety net now for the TB. But they have time. Now they'll decide to go in, and you have to get this good team fight going on edge. It's all down to that initiation and follow through. And that blink crush has to be on point with the damage coming in from Pyke.
I'm still going to pay respect to Edge here. Metamorphosis up, Aegis expiring in 20 seconds, so they are looking to retreat. Edge looking to actually try and make a jump. Pippi and Michael smoked up, looking for an angle into somebody. They are lacking a lot of vision here, though. They don't really see anyone on Heroic. And it seems like they've kind of just missed their opportunity. A scan catches them out mid-smoke anyway. There goes your Aegis now on Yuma. But I mean, he's got a Satanic up. He's so farmed in this TB now. Like, so is Pyke, but you go back to that same issue of can you stand there and just hit people? And the answer so far has been no. Like, Pyke has to be very cautious to how he decides to teleport in. And he's been very patient throughout these fights and just waiting for the right opportunity. The issue is, once one of his teammates is dead, it's usually just too late.
It is. I think it's also down to this difference in itemization, right? Like, they're roughly equal at net worth, in fact, slightly ahead here for Pyke. But he doesn't have that much defensive items. You have the Manta, you have the Satanic up for the TB. You're trying to go into the Lincolns for Pyke. He does have at least the Manta and, you know, the same Hurricane Pyke as well. But it almost feels as if Pyke needs like a BKB. Like, blocking Roar or Sunder is big. Blocking off, but they have a lot of Lincoln pops here. Ignite's gonna be one thing that's gonna be annoying. Fire Blast as well. Like, it's not just Roar and Sunder that the Lincolns will have to kind of handle. And once you dig through the Lincolns, again, you're not gonna be in a good spot for just holding your ground here on Pyke. So, I'm not sure. He's running out of slots too. Like, he's gonna have to sell the power treads for that Lincolns, which means that even if he wanted a BKB, I don't know what you start swapping in and out for it. Becomes really awkward. Instead, what Pyke will do now, just TP away, farm elsewhere, maybe cut some creep waves if he can. Just kind of try to stall the game out as best as possible. But Heroic are in a commanding lead, 17k. Win probability now for them, a while ago it was 49-51 in favor of Heroic, now it's 94-6%. Like, they have managed to get themselves an overwhelming lead now. I do like this shift out from Analog as well in his build-up. You saw it a while ago, just the Dagon coming in, more spell lifesteal. Now with the drums to Slam ringing, they spot out Pyke actually.
Oh, the hook shot! It doesn't matter, Analog's there. They got the roar off, and Pyke is down. He at least has buyback ready. And in fairness, it does ensure that they don't push in that top lane. But if you're Heroic, you might just want to rush to the Dire base and just force this buyback immediately. That might just be the play here for the boys, and I think that's exactly what they're trying to do.
They are. Just dragging everything out. Force the buyback, try to see that if you can find the opening. If you force the buyback, you can just take your time to the next rush as well if you don't find that kill opportunity. But they're going all in. They're going to go for that sneaky smoke flank again.
We go.
Oh,
Can
no.
they find Yadomi first? That's the one they really want. They're going to jump in. Yadomi just burst it down. Vitali also in trouble. Will try to run, but the back wall from Whisper to drag him right back. And Vitali, he's been stunned up. Schofield caught him. He can't get out of the cogs. Vitali's down. Pippi's going to try to fight. They'll buy back on Pyke as well. He'll hide in the tree line. But Yuma, he's man-fighting against him. He'll eventually leave. He still has Sunder up on this TB if they do look for a turn. But for now, they just want to try and retreat. Stun is out onto Whisper. Here comes the turn. Analog right onto the Slider, and that's Pippi down a second time. Pippi's down without buyback. Vitali will be able to get away, but Yuma's not done. He still has Sunder. Michael now being jumped as well, in danger, trying to run. This could be a dieback, but he gets the 4-staff out of there. They're out of Metamorphosis though, Heroic. They might need to leave the area now. It is getting scary. Sunder out from Yuma. It is going to be on Vitali. That'll give him another chance at life. They're still trying to get towards that top racks and get rid of the racks and have the Megas up. Edge is doing a good job of making this very challenging though. There goes the range racks. 1 melee barracks standing between them and Mega Creeps. Glyph will be forced out. Yuma's still trying. Has the Sunder ready again. We'll commit it straight onto Vitali. I mean, it's a 10-second cooldown, John. It's not like he has to hold.
Nah. And just keep spamming it out if he so wishes. We're gonna have enough of the shenanigans there, as they did mention, of course, the buybacks. They'd want to. And at least get one additional rack. Still have the melee racks up that they have to contend with. Roshan is up. So they can go for that safe objective play. Yuma's kind of isolated, but they don't really want to jump him. And unfortunate not knowing the rest of the team's actually way into Roche. This Roche is big. Has everything on the board. Refresh shard, cheese with a Roche banner and Aegis. This is the end game. Edge. They need to find a way to play into these 2 lives. They only have the 1 buyback on Michael left. And you need some gold for PP. Only 400 gold, but whether or not you have time to farm 400 gold remains to be seen either. This has to be it.
They're going in. They are going in. Heroic looking to put the nail in the coffin. Edge still holding on to their hopes here at Wallachia Season 4. These TB illusions, though, real menaces for this poor melee barracks. The spotlight will deal with them. But now you've got the real hero to deal with. And he's got a secondary life on that TB. There goes the Megas. Do they stick around in the base? It seems like Yuma says yes. Tier 4 tower now under siege. It's extremely hard to get close to Yuma at the moment. You don't have the initiation apart from Pippi. But even Pippi, like if he jumps in, you can't really survive the onslaught. They'll get rid of the illusions again. There's still a Roshan banner just sitting there, so it seems like they want to commit more. Ancient completely exposed now for Heroic. Yuma will move back onto the Ancient. Still got a bit of time on the meta, but no, it does wear off now. In they go. Still looking for the fight here is Heroic. Yuma slowly chipping away with the Demon Zeal illusions. Jump is there from Pippi, but it's just onto a creep wave. Yuma moving back in again. Really wants this Ancient down. Pyke's now going to TP back into the Prophet. Yuma's still chipping away. Pippi, he'll miss the stun. Such a hard fight. Schofield's been jumped. He'll try to hook shot, but he's down. In they go, though. Back wall is out. Whisper on a 4, and they just melt. Pyke will at least TP out of there. The Whisper setting up the deletion of Edge, and that'll be it. Heroic, they will proceed. Edge will sadly have to go home today, Jonathan.
That they will, but they put a fantastic fight up. Game 2 was a stomping out from Edge. Game 1, a very even affair. Game 3, to a certain extent, fairly even as well. Like, we were seeing some good moments from Edge. They were getting some of those early rotations going their way. Just not managing to maintain that momentum and really try to shut down Heroic, giving Heroic the angle back in with the scaling from Yuma. Like, it was a rough situation early in the game there for Heroic. We were seeing some damage issues coming out, right? They weren't able to find the angles in. Pike was a very slippery Nature's Prophet. He was so farmed up in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game. But once Yuma had that Scotty, the fights just simplified to a great degree. You were seeing some of that back and forth here. Right? Already forced asunder. The magic damage coming in was overwhelming. And then Pike finds angles in to punish. Right? They had some good tempo on Edge. They just played it too long. Like, you mentioned it as well, like the Slaughter getting out of relevancy somewhat, not having the same impact as it did in the early part of the game, meant that you were really all in on kind of trying to play with Pike. Vitaly as well in the offlane Bristle. This is like the third game in a row we've seen just pretty bad lanes for the Bristleback. And in a game like this, when you have a bad lane, that just means your power spike that you're trying to connect with the Slaughter isn't as potent as it should be. You're not able to completely crush out the side of Heroic. And for Heroic Sport, it took some really heroic plays to come in from Whisper and Yuma to clean up, and even Schofield. But they did connect it all in the end. And Analogs, well, everyone played their part perfectly here on the side of Heroic.
Oh, they absolutely did. It was props to Edge as well, John. Like, they were doing some crazy good work here in this game number 3, and it really looked like Edge had this one in the bag for say, half the game, but Heroic, they were patient with Yuma. They made some fantastic plays, as you're seeing here, and eventually it all ends up paying off for them. Heroic, I mean, it was an absolute slugfest here in this best-of-3 series, but they make it work. Probably a bit of sweat happening here in this game 3, as we do, of course, hit our post-game stream. Jonathan, do you have a standout?
Oh, it's hard to say. I want to say Schofield, honestly. It felt like he was spotting a lot in the Clockwork Advance. Schofield and probably Whisper. Like, Analog was doing amazing work, but some of those vac walls really changed the name of the game. It was such a hard Darkseer game as well, because of the spotlight. Right? Really hard to look for the angles, the patience he had to have to wait out the spotlight and look for a different area to fight. That thing lingers for a while. Like, he was waiting for them to re-engage in a different area of that partition, and found it every single time. 90% kill participation out from Whisper, doing an outstanding job and really just opening up the game for his team. So big props to Whisper. His return to South America has been feeling good. And for Heroic, like you said, Mike, they get to live another day. Standing at 2-2 now in our group stage. One last shot to get the 3 wins you need tomorrow. One last shot and one last chance. Unfortunate that they had to knock out their fellow South Americans in Edge, as we do have our standings up. We already have a few teams going into the playoffs. Team Spirit, Pari, going 3-0 in the groups, and the Swiss, Tundra, and Team Liquid finding at least one loss, but bouncing back to get their 3 wins as well to go into that top 8. And you still have in the running Aurora, BetBoom, Falcons. Of course, the lower half with teams that are still 2-2, Tidebound, Falcons, NAVI Junior, Xtreme, and Heroic. And yeah, it's been a little bit rough. We can take a look at the results from the A stream as well, as we should be starting to wrap up the day. The B stream results, as we did have a bunch of 2-0s to start off the day. We close out with a pretty epic, actual full 3-game series, Mike. I did watch the NGX versus Navi one, a little bit back and forth. Unfortunate for NGX, but Navi Junior, the young squad, would promise to move on. Shopify Rebellion against Southeast Asian hopes dashed. Chinese Dota maybe back, ? Heroic knocking off their South American brethren. Never a good feeling, but you know, that's what Southeast Asia went through a lot as well. So you kind of cop the short end of the stick sometimes. For the A stream as well, still running if you want to check out that last series over there, Aurora up against BetBoom on the PGL mainstream. But we also had the Tidebound versus Liquid match going 2-0 for Liquid, and the Tundra versus Falcons match going away at 2-1. So that one dragging out a little bit more. But these are the teams that, after a win, will qualify. So BetBoom could potentially hit the playoffs. Aurora still have a shot if they can drag it into 3 games. But what a story. Again, I love this Swiss format. We're starting to close out the group stage. Tomorrow's going to be the last day. Going to be exciting to see what the last teams will be in the top 8. But what a journey in these playoffs, Mike. It's been a lot of fun. And in these groups, it's been fun.
It has been a lot of fun, Jonathan. And tomorrow should be a pretty action-packed day, of course. It is the last day of groups, and I think all the games will be on the mainstream as well for tomorrow. So do indeed tune in, because after that, of course, you're going to have your playoffs and even more exciting Dota 2 action to come. Of course, for the B stream, Jonathan, that is it for us, and I believe that is it for the groups in total for the B stream. Mainstream is where all the action will be tomorrow, so make sure you go to the mainstream, PGL_Dota 2 on Twitch, and you can tune into those final group stage games before the playoffs. Apart from that, though, it is MLP Dota and it's John X Fire, and we don't have really much else to talk about, so we'll catch you all next time. Bye-bye.
strânga de voi. Stăpâni, stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că l-a pus de soare, vreau să-mi de o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Ciobănaș cu oile, bată-mi de pâine, că ai lăsat oile și-a plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di băscuțe le-am băscut, prin pârloage tot să roage la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriu rudu.
Hey.